Okay, Greg, we are ready when you are.
I'm here as well. Good morning and welcome. It's Phakisa Freeway and Pakisa 200. It's the next round of the Extreme Festival's regional championships, making their way down to this incredible circuit. BMW M Performance Racing Series Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup powered by Red Square. We've got Pabar Volkswagen Challenge, the DOE Formula Vees, partnered with, of course, CIM Loop Fuel. And we've got Lotus Challenge. And then, of course, the big one at the end of the day, the Phakisa 200, which incorporates car care clinics, triple ones, car care clinics, sports and GTs, and the SuperHatch, and a couple of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge category cars as well. As you can see, it's a nice, brisky, cool morning here in the Free State. And it looks like we're going to be in for some spectacularly hot racing. If you look at qualifying yesterday, it was so close amongst most of these competitors. But to kick things off, of course, we're going to be starting with Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. And we managed to catch up with a couple of their drivers yesterday to see what their plans are for today's action. Okay, it doesn't look like that video was ready to go. I think Paul might be getting that one ready to go for us. But we did kind of catch up with some of the top competitors from Pabar Volkswagen Challenge to find out what their plans were and see exactly what they were going to be doing for today's race action as they are making their way out for the first bit of race action for the day. Classes A, B, and C will be combined into one big race here today as opposed to what we've seen at the first couple of rounds for Pabar Volkswagen Challenge.
The video's all the ladies.
And it looks like we're going to be checking out all our lady competitors from Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Let's go and see what our ladies have got in store for us.
Join us on track for VW Challenge.
Oh no, that was terrible.
We'll be
Good luck, ladies. Good luck. Show the guys.
Thank you.
Well, no, that's obvious. You don't get the shutter and it doesn't jump.
Sorry, Greg, cock that one up. Yeah, but I cocked it up. Because I did the end bit and didn't do what it was supposed to. I'll play it after the second race.
Well, those are the vision they think of do something like a fucking net. Like fucking visuals.
It's my Portuguese cabbage farmer doing so the interview didn't go out. Doesn't feel.
No, just the bit about joining the VW Challenge. The bit about if you walk out joining the VW Challenge.
Well, do you want to just check your settings on Facebook as well? Because it looks like we're getting subtitles going out. And what you guys are chatting about in the van are going out as well in the subtitles. All right, so it looks like we might get that interview now lined up once again. Sorry about the little gremlins we had there. Also, just a heads up, Paulie, I think we've got the subtitles on our Facebook feed. I don't know if you want to just maybe have a look at that on the settings. Because there were a couple of subtitles going on about the discussion in the van too.
Next out on the track is the Pabar VW Challenge. Always a hell of a race, particularly in Class B. But Tyler Robertson, you're going out there and you're going to give it hell, aren't you? Are you enjoying the VW Challenge?
Yeah, I really am enjoying it. My pace is very good in VW Challenge as well. The qualifying didn't go to plan because I had a bit of a mechanical failure. Well, a mechanical issue, not a failure, because I could still keep going. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be tough because I'm starting further back, but it's going to be a race and I'm excited.
Looking forward to that. I don't think many people realize that your dad was a famous motorbike racer.
Well, he wasn't really famous, but yeah, in his day he was pretty good. He was racing in the ZX10 Cup that's here today.
And he helps you now, I presume?
Yeah, he taught me very well. He's made me 1 4-stroke championships and definitely made me a good driver.
He's behind you all the way. Charisse, good sponsors from Hot 1027, apparently they're calling it now. I heard on the radio.
Well, that's a new one.
Great to have him involved, but tell us from your point of view, it's going to be a tough race, Class B?
Yeah, most definitely. I want to mention Hot 1027, they've been amazing.
1027? No, we're not going to change it.
Hot 1027 racing, that's it. But yeah, we're looking forward to the race. The team's been working very hard on the car. They've had a few issues in the previous races. So this one's going to go better. We qualify better. And I've always got the race pace. I'm not a qualifying woman. I'm always there in the race and I always enjoy the fun. So got to look after the tyres, but looking forward to it.
Well, good luck to you on that one. Elna, all ladies in the studio today, which is fantastic. You were talking before we came in here how close it actually is. Qualifying super important in your category.
It is, yes. It is. The field is really packed. We probably have, I think, about 12 cars within the first second. The first and second is split by 300ths of a second on the qualifying times. And the cars really are exceptionally close, so it's very difficult to get past, which means qualifying is important.
Extremely important?
Extremely important, yeah.
Get the toe down the straight, eh?
That too, that also is very important, but then you need to make it stick through the sweeps at the end of the back straight, because that really is the passing spot.
Well, ladies, all of the very best. Hope you give it a hell out there.
Yes, thanks, Moira. That'll be great. Hey, coffee and a McDonald's breakfast. Thank you so much. As we get ready to go now, sorry for the delay. Looks like one of the cars earlier on this morning in the warm-up sessions. They're just emergency warm-up sessions that are given to the drivers to get final preparations done to their cars, and it looks like one of those cars out on circuit may have had a small issue coming out of the boot. That's where the cars from Pabar Volkswagen Challenge are right now, and they might just be seeing for the first time the cleanup job that the Pakisa marshals have done here to ensure that we can go racing. So apologies there for the late start. We are supposed to have started at 8:20 this morning, and about half an hour delay there due to some oil spilled from one of the cars out in one of the practice sessions this morning. So yeah, we are good to go now for the second round of the Regional Championships of Extreme Festival, and it's the third round of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge as they get ready to go now onto circuit. It's combined as well here in the Phakisa Freeway, and there you can see we're just outside of Welkom in the Free State of South Africa. If you're joining us from all around the world, a massive welcome to all of our friends and fans from all around the world watching from various areas. And I'm watching on my screen here, I've got some fans who've joined us from all around the world already, which is great to see, and it's great that you guys are going to enjoy the day with us. If you are watching, please do us a favor, just like and share it, pass it on to your friends and family as well, and any fans of motorsport, so we can grow the sport and grow the reach that we've got. And it looks like, as I said, another great day's racing expected here. Starting things off here with Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Rory Atkinson and Charles Smallberger will line up on the front row for Class A, and as I said, Class A, B and C are combined for the first time this season. So that's always a nice thing to see, particularly at this big track. There's lots of room to play here, and there's also lots of space out there for a big field of cars to go racing, which is a great thing. It gives you an opportunity to see all the cars together, which usually means we're in for a bit of an epic fight, because the back end of Class A usually ends up in near to the front end of Class B, and the same thing can be said for Class B and C as they get up close and personal with each other. So it could be a bit of a fight amongst the slower Class A's and Class B's, with the faster Class B's and Class C's respectively. As they come to take up their positions, it is the number 1 car on pole. Rory Atkinson in the BHIT Logistics machine put it on pole position ahead of the Sabertech car there on the right hand side of your screen of Charles Smallberger. And you've got a charge coming from Bevan Masters and Wayne Masters. They, of course, were the two cars who were basically unbeaten at the previous round of this championship. So it's going to be an interesting little fight at the front end between those kind of guys. And with the Masters boys behind that, they'll be looking to get through as quickly as possible, I'm sure, and bring along the likes of Valdi Mankis and Dean Ross for that battle. Mike Barbaglia will be in there as well, take nothing away from Mighty Mfana, and also, of course, Diovolt Turon and Luigi Ferro. Those are the Class A competitors. Class B, headed up by Elna Cruiser, who actually put it onto pole position there in the ATE car. She's just ahead there of Hannes Skippers, the doctor from Danefern, our dentist. He has got Bevan Williams and Ian Walker from Cycles United ride on his tail. Then Ross Butt and Stuart Mack. And you've got Stelio Nosios and Charisse Piazzamusa, who we chatted to just before we started things here, of course, in the 102.7 Racing Polo GTI. Ethan Katsia's behind her. Then you've got Pierluigi Mussolini. Great run so far there from him. Tyler Robinson makes up the ladies right behind each other there. So nice to see Tyler Robinson in the AF Fans car, also running out of Universal Motorsport. She's got Shrin Rajpal alongside her. Then you've got Tanain Kube, Francois van Sale, Jacques Hayes, and Martin de Beer. It's Chris Davison, and he's there, of course, Ilya Mussolini. And then it's Mo Karodia and Nicole Lombard, who will be at the back of the pack. And then behind that, we've got Class C, headed up by Philip Cruiser. Cruiser's ahead there of Yoti Nusias, and it's Andy Gossman, just ahead of Charles Anderson, Carl Pedersen, and right at the back there will be Michael Zafira. So that's how they're going to line up here for the first heat of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. We're going to try and bring you up to speed, of course, with all of the action that happens as they go out on their final warm-up. Get some heat into the rubber. Get those Dunlop tyres ready to go now for race action. And as you can see, as they head down into turn 1, actually looks like the start there doesn't look like we've got another warm-up lap. They've gone straight into race action there by the looks of things, because that's definitely some fighting for second place there between Charles Smallberger and Masters. Masters going around the outside of Charles Smallberger as they go in there. They usually get a warm-up lap, but of course they're not giving them there because of the slightly delayed start. Ian Walker slots into 4th place, stays in 4th place as he goes into turn 1, and the rest of Class B follow him through there for the first time. And as they head down towards turn 3, it's going to be interesting stuff. This is Class A into 3, and that's the toe of the boot. And the inside line there from Charles Smallberger might just be able to keep out Masters' attack. Bevan Masters being forced wide there by Smallberger. Smallberger will hold that inside line and keep Bevan Masters out in the CPS warehouse car. Class C head down in towards turn number 1 as Class A are coming out of turn 4 and 5. So that's the gap you're going to have between these guys as they go into it for the first time. And it's not a bad start here at the front end of Class C. You can see it's going to be a bit of a fight on there. Yachty and Philip Cruiser going at it. Yachty this year is actually getting the drop slightly there on Philip Cruiser as they went down into turn 2. But right on their tail, you can see Gossman putting the pressure on right from the word go. And the Goose Racing man is looking for a way through there right at the start of things. Good start from Zafiro. He's made up a couple of positions as they went into the toe of the boot. So that's how things start out here for Class A, B, and C all combined. And looking forward to what's going to happen here at the front end. Voldy Mikey's at this stage is dropping back slightly as they go down into Gielkop. The double right-hander at the end of the straight. Dean Ross having a look on the inside as well, trying to find a way through there, and that was a big dive. Trying to find a way there, I think, on Dieval Teron. At the front end, it looks like it's going to be plain sailing for the man at the front of his field. No worries at all so far for Rory Atkinson as he leads things out. So Atkinson is the man to catch at this stage. Charles Smallberger fighting with both the Masters boys there for 2nd and 3rd. And then just dropping back slightly there. Mark Magaglia just having a little bit of an issue there. A little bit further back in the pack. Here comes Class B into the final corner. Inside line. It looks like that Cycles United car there of Ian Walker dropping back ever so slightly. So just watching to try and get our live timing up as well. And hopefully we can get you an indication of exactly who's who in the zoo there for Classes A, B, and C. C at this stage. Battles on between Gossman. And it looks like he's fighting there with Philip. So Philip Cruiser and Andy Gossman in the fight there for 2nd place. Good morning, Belinda. How are you? Nice to see you guys joining us there. Atkinson leads out overall, as you can see there on the graphic on the left-hand side. And then in Class B at this point in time, a big fight on. Looks like kind of Skippers is hanging on just ahead of on the Cruiser. This is Class C coming out of the final corner. And that's Philip Cruiser, who is almost side by side. Exactly what we're seeing here between Hayes and Mussolini. In fact, it's Carodia, beg your pardon. Mussolini's car, it's actually Mo Carodia. Fast 5 Motorsport around the outside of Jacques Hayes. And just ahead of that, look at Charisse van der Merwe, or Charisse Piazzamusso, beg your pardon. She's now, of course, married to the Piazzamusso family, and into that family is a great place to be in terms of prep on a race car, and that car seems to be working really well at this point in time too. Raj Paul just behind that, trying to find a way through there on Mussolini. Mussolini trying to find a way through there on Smith. So some fights happening in the Class Bs as we expected. It's the kind of action we normally see in Class B, and it's really, really good stuff to see how close these guys get up close and personal with each other. Ladies in there as well, remember. AF Fans car of Tyler Robinson just off the back of this pack, trying to close down on the back end and get onto Rajpal if she can. As they come down that back straightaway into the very fast right-hander, you can see that's where things could change up, and we already expect to see some overtaking into Gielkop. It's the second last corner where we see lots of race action, particularly in this category. And a lot of saloon car categories today, we're going to be seeing that kind of action again. Around the outside, trying to find a way through. Ooh, Skippers runs wide. Skippers putting some Dunlop rubber onto the dirt. That's not going to be what he wants. Cruiser side by side there. Williams coming around the outside. Velna trying to find a way past now. Potentially going to look to try and outbrake the ATE brakes car into turn 1. Not going to happen. As Cruiser slots up one position. Ian Walker, Charisse. Oh, good move there from Charisse. Inside line in the Hot 1027 racing car. Trying to find a way on the inside there of Ian Walker in the Cycles United machine, and they go side by side. And just coming out there, looks like it might have just been a change-up between the two of them. That's a bit of a problem there for the B18 car as well. Not quite where he wants to be, that is for sure. So some issues there in that mid-pack of Class B. Back to Class A at the front end. And continuing action there between the two Masters boys and Smallberger. You can see the work that is to be done just on the inside of the left-hand wheels of those cars. And maybe get a bit of the dust being kicked up there from the oil that was dropped earlier on. That's the reason we kicked things off a little bit later than what we expected. Bevan Masters, the CPS warehouse car, all over the back of that Sabertech Universal Motorsport machine of Smallberger. And now trying to get the slipstream down the back straight away. Wayne Masters lining up in the background, just looking for a way through if anything goes wrong there in the Performance Masters polo. But this is a great three-way battle for Class B's second place, Class A second place, I beg your pardon, as they head down in towards Field Cup now. Double right, finish up the penultimate corner. Coming out of that, let's go back and see what's happening with Class B. So some maneuvering happening there. You can see Ethan Garcia in the JRT and Lee Thompson Racing Machine looking for a chance now to close down onto the back end of Bevan Williams. Bevan Williams has not found a way through just yet. Some big fights expected here. Further back in that pack, the Easy Parts car coming through there. That, of course, is Ross Butt. He's trying to find a way to close the gap down now on Charisse Piazzamusso. Some running wide, completely out of shape there in second place. That's definitely not what you want to be doing. And that could be costly. And it certainly is. Inside line as Stuart Mack gets the motor down one place. Oh, a little touch between Mack and Katsia. Katsia and Mack coming to grips there as they came out of the final corner. Ethan Katsia try and squeeze out and stay ahead of Elna. Elna Cruiser drops back behind Ethan. Ethan now slots in, as you can see, behind Stuart Mack. Stuart Mack's made up a lot of ground. He has come from a long way back there, quite where he normally starts in 6th place in Class B, but he's now up into what is 4th place on track. So nice maneuvering there from Stuart Mack to find a way through. He's got Katsia right there with him in the JRT machine. And looks like problems with Michael Zafiro's car on the inside line. Guy's going to see it for the first time as they try and fan out there for the toe of the boot. Mussolini tucking in. Oh, and everybody slowing up because of the safety car. Late braking from Jacques just misses Rajpol, and that's the reason for the safety car. Safety car's out because Michael Zafiro's car is in a dangerous position. So everybody will slot in behind the dock now. Hannes Skippers will have the concertina effect behind him, unfortunately, now, as the safety car has been deployed due to the stricken car there between turn 2 and 3. So the toe of the boot on the right-hand side of the circuit is Michael Zafiro's car stricken. And unfortunately, there he is standing on the sideline. Oh, he doesn't look happy. Something not gone wrong, or not gone right on that car. So classes A, B, and C now will basically concertina up completely. And I know the drivers have sort of been given the indication that they need to give a bit of a gap if they do the restart, which they will try and do. It's not always easy to do when you're in the heat of the moment on a restart. So you're going to try and not get caught out by your fellow competitors. Safety car situation. It is the, of course, Pretoria No Toyota 86, the official safety car of Swartkops, but of course the official safety car and pace car of the Extreme Festival as well, for the categories that don't provide their own ones. So there you have it. Roy Atkinson slots up behind the safety car and will now finish up a couple of laps behind that safety car to try and ensure that we can get that situation cleared up.
It's a blue car. As soon as that car has passed.
So I'm also just giving a heads up to Paul inside the studio. Have you got timing, Paulie? Because I'm battling to get the live timing here. I'm not quite sure what's going on. If you've got it, let me know. So looks like we are battling a little bit there with the live timing. Hopefully it comes up at some point, but if it doesn't, we'll just keep an eye on the lap boards if we can and see what happens as they get into the second part of this race once we get the car cleared just before the boot section here at Phakisa Freeway. So it's Rory Atkinson who leads things out for Class A. Dr. Hannes Skippers leads out for Class B, and I think it's Yotti Nusias who is also leading out for Class C. There's another car on the outside. That's Andy Gossman's car. That's the Goose Racing Andy Gossman car, and you can see Andy parked on the sideline also looking a little bit despondent. It's definitely not where he wanted to be, I'm sure, when he got out of bed this morning and wanted to go racing here at Pakisa. And they've done an amazing job amongst the Extreme Festival organisers, as well as the local contingent here at Pakisa, to get the circuit up and ready and the permits signed off by Motorsport South Africa. At one stage it didn't look like we were going to go racing, but everybody sort of climbed in and was hands-on, and we've got clearance to go racing, which is now why we are on track and just waiting for those cars to be cleared out of harm's way. As I said, concertina effect now. Look at that. The entire pack down that back straightaway. It's just polos all the way down towards turn 5 and 6. Unchini 1 and Unchini 2. Just watching those lights as well, just to make sure that when those lights go out, if we're going to go racing or not, they're still on. We'll keep an eye on those to ensure we go into the race procedures. There you can see Class C just holding back slightly there. Yachty just giving themselves a little bit of breathing room, so he doesn't get mixed up too much with the back end of Class B. It is really cool to have all the competitors lined up. Goes down to 21 rows of the grid, but of course there are 2 rows missing. So that's 38 cars that are on track for the first part of today's proceedings. Looks like another lap under safety car. COC's not happy just yet. Just wanting to try and pick up on those lap boards as well. Paul, if you wouldn't mind, just tell Dave, because we don't have timing, just to keep an eye on the lap boards as well as we go through, if he can. Okay, so 3 laps to go there. Thanks for that, Paul. So we're probably going to have a 2-lap sprint race here if we do have one more lap under safety. As I said, it is super to have all 38 cars on track. Well, there are 36 of them now because 2 of them are out. But I definitely enjoy when Pabar Volkswagen Challenge are combined into one big class, as opposed to when we get to the shorter circuits and they've got to divide them up into classes A and C, and then a separate race for Class B as well. Got a couple of guys joining us from all around the world as well. Great to see that all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. I see Rob Priest has joined us. As I mentioned, Moira Thompson's already here, along with Belinda Groenewald. That's great to have our lady fans here. They are big fans of the motorsport, those two. And it looks like we've also got some collaboration happening with Shabba on Instagram too, watching from some of the platforms we've got available today. If you are watching, it's either, of course, on the event page here at the Extreme Festival for the Pakisa 200 event. You might be joining us on YouTube, or on yours truly's page there, the voice of choice. So massive welcome to all of you. Looks like safety car has upped the wick slightly there. Just going to see if the lights are still on. They are for now. And he's definitely going a little bit quicker there, the pace car driver. So potentially by the end of the straight, those lights might go out. And hopefully we'll get 2 laps of race action. A couple of cars might be caught out here. You don't want to be losing the to cars in front of you right now. So Charisse Piazzamusso, you need to get a move on there and try and close that gap up. Bridge the gap to at least the back end of the next Class B car ahead of you. And then potentially the same thing can be said down in Class C, with Yachty leading things out. Those Class C competitors can't be too far away from him by the time those lights go out. Otherwise, you're going to be caught napping. Looks like a bit of a grass fire on the left-hand side there at some point during the last couple of days on the soccer field. That soccer field, of course, was used at one stage when we still had South African Superbike racing here. A great event there one day, one of the events that we had here during, I think it was during Westbank Super Series days actually, where we got all the Superbike riders to play against some of the local Bafana players on that soccer field. But as you can see, it's a Slightly different soccer field to what we had in those days. Okay, safety car is in. And it looks like the Kvyat is going to do the same thing and make his way out of the way, because it's going to be a hotly contended class coming your way now. Little birdie, watch out. Atkinson about to start the penultimate lap. He's got Smallberger right with him. No one can overtake until they cross the finish line. And that's when we'll go back to racing and green flags. So running wide there, Smallberger. He's got the pressure coming from Bevan Masters and Wayne Masters. Wayne Masters lost out slightly there on the restart. As you can see, the gap has now closed up dramatically onto the back end of Rory Atkinson as we start this penultimate lap of the first race of the day here, Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. And looks like Dean Ross also losing slightly there to Valdi Mikey's. Mikey's all on his own sim. Ross dropped slightly back, and then it's Mike B and Dierval Teron, Mighty Mfana and Luigi Ferro. They are the Class A competitors, and then there's a little bit of a gap there behind the Italian flag on top of that Pabar car. And the gap, of course, should be leading the 27 car of Dr. Hannes Skeppers. It is indeed. Skeppers with Stelio Nosios right on his tail. So Stelio has moved up nicely there, up into second place. Stuart Mack also looking for a way through. And speaking of a way through, that's on the cruiser on the inside of Charisse Piazza Musso. Ross Butt behind them. And then it's Mussolini and Karodia. Walker Rajpal. Behind that, Kube with Hayes van Sale. You've got De Beer. Looks like a little bit of issues there. Thompson. And a nice start there from Davidson as well as they go through. Class B into turn 4. Left-hander past the Coke bottle. There's a big Coke bottle on the right-hand side banking, if you've ever been here to the Pakisa Freeway. So as they head down into into Untrini 1, I should say. This is the DDS, Dane Fern Dental Services car of Hannes Skeppers leading out Class B. Class A though, looks like Smallberger realizes he's running out of laps here and is putting the pressure onto Rory Atkinson, trying to force some kind of mistake out of the multiple champion in this class. Not always an easy thing to do there with Rory Atkinson. He is a seasoned campaigner in Pabar Volkswagen Challenge and has had the #1 plate on numerous occasions. He's got it for this year. He's looking to retain it if he can. Sabre Tech and Universal Motorsport Machine, Team Red Racing on the tailpiece. Then it's the CPS warehouse car and then Performance Masters. So with a lap to go, we assume, they now head down towards turn 1 in Class A. Problems. Oh, that's a big one. Oh, that's a huge one because that's one of the Pabar cars there. That's Mike Babaglia by the looks of things. Who might have just got a tap there. Yes, he has. A couple of cars out of shape. In fact, 4 or 5 cars out of shape there. One of them is Ian Walker. Walker had nowhere to go because there was a car stricken in the middle of the final corner. And now it's just left, right, and trying to avoid the car in the center. There's a big crash down at the final corner. Yeah, it looks like a huge amount of cars getting involved in that one. Just trying to pick up on them. One is Walker, one is Williams. Looks like it might be the 23 car as well there. And that's not where that car wanted to end up, I can tell you that much. It's not the way things wanted to run there, that is for sure. So Bevan Williams is definitely one of them. Stelio Nusius is the other one, that's B23. And it's the Pabar car at the back of the field that had the issue and got stuck in the middle of the final corner. I think that's Mike B, because of the Italian flag on the helmet. I'm just trying to pick up on the number. I think it was B13. Yeah, Mike Babaglia, who got stuck in the middle of the final corner. Walker's out, he's okay, fortunately, walking away from the car there. You can see Ian Walker there from Cycles United, but there's a lot of damaged cars involved in that incident. And I think with that safety car coming out, they're going to finish under safety car, but there are 5 cars at least on the final corner. And that's caused some huge problems here for the Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Williams is one of them. I don't know if he's got too much damage. He looks a little bit easier than the rest of them. The WeFix cars there of Stelio Nosius has definitely got a major problem. And you can see as well the 114 machine of Shrin Rajpal also getting involved in that incident. There's going to be a lot of work to do for drivers down in pit lane to get this all sorted out. As we see lots of chaos. With a car stricken in the middle of the road. There was nowhere to go, and guys were concentrating on their races themselves. Didn't realize there was a slower car stuck in the middle of the track there from the Class A competitors. You can see our medical team there coming on. That's the wheel that actually came off Mike B's car, and there you can see there's bumpers and springs and bits and pieces of cars everywhere. So that's unfortunately how that that race is going to finish. They're pulling them into pit lane because of all the chaos there. So they will go a race lap back. which means those cars will still be classified even though they're involved in that incident. With that race lap back, it'll be Rory Atkinson who would have taken Class A. I think Dr. Hannes Schippers was able to avoid the issue and finished up in the win in Class B. And then I would assume it's Yachty who's taken the win in Class C. But as I said, Mike B's car on the left-hand side is absolutely toast. I'm not quite sure who he got involved with there. He was fighting with Dieval Tehran and I think with Mighty Mfana. So those are the two cars we'd have to have a look at. It'll be, what is it, the front right of one of those cars that'll have damage. And then, of course, you can see in the background there, our next race getting ready to go. That'll be the Lotus Challenge. But that's going to be in a while now too, because we're going to definitely have some kind of a delay here after that big incident. So Lotus Challenge drivers are waiting in the demarcated pre-race area, but they could be waiting there for a little bit longer than what they expected. That is for sure, because there are 5 cars at least that need to be recovered. They will probably pull them through the side gate there of the Phakisa Freeway. Whether or not they're drivable, we'll have to wait and see. There's certainly 2 or 3 of them that might not be drivable. One being Walker's, one being Mike B's, and possibly Stelios. Bevan Williams might be able to get into his car and get it going again, hopefully get it off the circuit. And I'm not quite sure if that Dubcall car of Shrin Rajpal, no, he's going to be pushed in. There we go, you can see a whole bunch of guys getting behind and helping to get that car out of harm's way. Well, that's how we start things out, eh? Ain't nah, for sure. That's certainly not what anybody wanted at the start of a day's proceedings. We already had a delay with an oil spill before the first heat started, and it wasn't anything to do with the oil spill, this incident. It was definitely an incident between Mike Barbaglia and one of the cars he was fighting with in Class A. Not quite sure who it was. As I said, we'll try and get confirmation of that later on. Looks like Mike McGregor's just joined us as well from Grange Workwear. He's joined us on our live stream. So a big welcome to everybody who is out there on the live stream, enjoying all the race action so far. And that's how we start things out at the Extreme Festival. I don't know if you've seen the National Extreme Festival promo that was put out this week. We did say it was hard-hitting action that you get at Extreme Festival. Well, there's some hard-hitting action that's just happened here at the Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Race 1. A big welcome to guys also from all around the world. I believe Vaughan Hills has joined us from the Netherlands. Sure. What are you doing out there, bud? Nice one. That's not a bad place to be over the weekend, but you should be at Pakisa, because this is the kind of action we bring you. So yes, until we've got the circuit clear, unfortunately we're going to have a small delay here. So do yourselves a favor, go and get yourself a cup of coffee. Moira, that coffee will go down really well now, please, bud. I really appreciate that. And yeah, we got a little bit of work to do here for our Pakisa team to get everything cleared up. And then once that's done, we'll be back with racing here at Phakisa Freeway and the Phakisa 200 version of the Regional Extreme Festival with Lotus Challenge. Well, if you just joined us here at Phakisa Freeway, unfortunately a big crash at the end of the proceedings of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge's first race of the day. As you can see, some cleanup being done on the circuit, so we do have a bit of time to kill. And you remember that we were at Zwartkops only a couple of weeks ago, in fact a week ago. We were at Zwartkops for the National Championships second round of Extreme Festival. And this is kind of what you missed. So you missed the action. You missed all the racing. Where the hell have you been? Oh. Are you okay? Are you okay? Oh, there you go. There you go. Calm down. Calm down. I told you when you come to Extreme Festival action, it's hard hitting. I think we might have to renew that promo because there was some hard-hitting action here today as well. And it's only race one. So I do know that upstairs they are working frantically to try and get the circuit cleared, as well as possibly doing some rearranging of the timing for the day. And as soon as we get that, we will let you know. And of course, as soon as we are clear here on circuit, we will be back with Lotus Challenge. Well, I managed to get hold of Ian Walker. He's down on track at the moment. Just saw his car moving off the circuit on the back of the flatbed. Ian, take us through what happened there, buddy.
Yeah, Greg, Luigi and Corodier are coming together in the last turn, and I thought maybe a chance to get up the inside and avoid them in doing so, but Mike was obviously stopped there, and I just clipped him, and didn't end too well.
It's unfortunate what happened there because there's 5 cars that have literally been taken out of the race proceedings there. By the looks of things, I think Mike's car might be sort of terminal. There's a couple of other cars that had some front end damage after hitting the wall. What's your car looking like, the Cycles United car, boy?
Yeah, front left damage, but we're going to do our best to put it all back together, and let's try and make the starter race too, Greg.
Fantastic, Ian. Thank you so much for that insight, buddy. We do appreciate it. Straight from the track there, Ian Walker for the Cycles United team. As you heard from him, trying to avoid 2 cars having a go at each other just ahead of him, and he thought he could find the gap. Unfortunately, the gap wasn't there, and that's one of the reasons why we're sitting with the situation we've got right now. See a couple of guys that just joined us now all the way from East London as well. Jody and his squad. How's it going, guys? Thanks so much for joining us. Unfortunately, you have joined us with a bit of a break in the proceedings for the second time this morning. We had an oil issue in one of the warm-up sessions that had to be cleared, and the Pakisa marshals have done a superb job of that, and they are now trying to do the best work that they can to remove one of 5 cars that were involved in an incident in the final corner with about a lap to go. So we haven't got final confirmation just yet of the actual results coming out of that first heat of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. As soon as we get that, we will get that to you. We are battling a little bit with the live timing. Looks like there might be a bit of an internet issue here, which we have no control of. I just chatted to Mornay from the live timing. He said he was going to try and boost the signal for us to get it a little bit better. But of course, we will get that confirmation as soon as the results are published by Pabar Volkswagen Challenge on the WhatsApp group that runs for the race day here at Phakisa Freeway. And until then, of course, you'll see racing resumes with the Lotus Challenge as soon as we get the final cars cleared off the circuit and track clearance from our COC. Well, as you can see, that's the suggested morning program from our original start here at the Extreme Festival of Phakisa Freeway's Pakisa 200. However, considering it's 10 to 10 already, and we are still 3 races away from the scheduled 20 past 10 start for Formula Vee, there's a very good possibility that we may have to do a bit of shuffling here and see what goes down from the COC and the organisers' point of view for some changes in the amount of laps that those races are going to be. We will let you know as soon as we know. That is what we currently have. So Lotus Challenge are up next with an 8-lapper. Then it's SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup powered by Red Square with an 8-lap as well. BMW M Performance Race Series, that's also a full pack of Class A to E BMWs here at Phakisa Freeway. DOE Formula Vee, the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, and then the sprint race to determine the grid for the Pakisa 200 later on this afternoon. However, those times and the amount of laps may be changing in the very near future, because I'm sure they're going to have to reshuffle that to ensure we get to the end of the day and not go racing too much into the night if possible. But if you're looking at the time on your clock right now, like Casio says, it's 10 to 10, which means we are about a good hour and a half behind schedule. So some work to be done now in a big way. As soon as we have got the circuit clear, as the caption says, we'll be back with Lotus Challenge. So as we speak, Lotus Challenge about to make their way onto the circuit, and while they roll out of the pre-race area and down pit lane, we were able to catch up with a couple of the drivers that are involved at the front end of this championship, and a couple of guys looking forward to a good battle here at Phakisa Freeway for Lotus Challenge.
So we got the Lotus Challenge on track. One of my favourite cars. I nearly bought one once, Thomas Falconer.
You should have.
I should have, I know, because they were quite cheap in those days. Now they're getting quite expensive. And you guys are racing them very well, I must admit, Thomas. How's it going?
It's going quite well. Got here, we left at about 2 o'clock in the morning to make the first practice. So it was a long trek down from Joburg.
That's dedication.
It is dedication. It is dedication. But it was worth it. Morning conditions were optimal. Very cool. Car liked it. Track's very slippery offline. So if you deviate, you're going to understeer and just go off into the grass. But yeah, had a good run. Managed to get into the 49s, which for me is a personal best in a Lotus. So quite chuffed with that, and hopefully I can carry on with that pace for the rest of the weekend.
Well, good luck to you, Charles Marais. Is tyre conservation anything on your car? Do you have to worry about that yet?
So for the wrong reasons, yes. I've only been out 2 laps this morning, and the challenge is my centre nut came off, so the tyre at an angle started eating itself. So in my case, tyre conservation is a big deal. But it's my first race. It's not going great, but it can only get better from there.
So just for a barrier, if you're just following the other guys, you'll be fine, I'm sure.
Sure.
Nick Hodgson, also, I mean, you've been in this game a while now with these Lotuses.
Yeah, a few years.
Look quite tricky to drive, particularly around this track. I noticed, like, coming on the back straight, bit of a handful there.
Yeah, definitely. Me personally, I'm also struggling with setup a little bit. First session, I had a lot of understeer. Second session, a lot of oversteer. So hopefully, third session, I'll be bang on. But like Tom, I've managed to set a PB in the last session. So hopefully, I can make a few tweaks, and hoping for a good result today. Huge slipstream at Pakisa, of course. That's what makes it such a good challenge and such a great race as well. So we're really looking forward to dicing 17 guys in Class L, or 16 guys in Class L this time.
Wonderful.
So certainly the biggest field I've partaken in for Class L.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Nick. Looking at the way things have qualified for the Lotus Challenge, there's only 2 Class B competitors, and that is Thomas Falconer and David Kutsia, who are the first 2 cars on the grid. The rest of them all come out of Class L. So hats off to Nick, Sean, and the rest of the team down in Class L who've come out to play, because you've got Davide Favo, Miles Downard, Wes Maxwell, Barry Dunford, Jean de Toy, Andrew Fulton and Ben Knights, Len Henry Goby, Paul Volmer, Aston Nesbitt, Taster Cock, Charles Marais, and Andre Duplessis, who will all be fighting hard in Class L and trying to stay with Thomas Falconer and David Kutsia, who are your two contenders in Class B, the only two contenders in Class B. It's usually about 10 or 12 Class B competitors that come to fight it out for Lotus Challenge. They are not here this weekend. Notably missing, of course, are Rudy Barnard and Mackie Adlam, but of course Mackie Adlam will be in his V8 Supercar from the Mobil 1 side of things a bit later on. So maybe he's decided to concentrate his efforts on, as I say, that there are a couple more Class B competitors that I'm seeing on track ahead of me, though. So maybe there's a revised grid. Let me have a quick squiz through what I've got here from the grid. Lotus Challenge qualifying, there it is. And no, I've still got 2 B competitors. Maybe there's a couple of guys who've come in the early morning and have been given a start on the grid. Let's have a look at the grid and see what the difference there is. Maybe there's a change up on that one. So, no, according to me, I've got 2 Class B competitors. As Mel Spur comes and joins me in the studio. What's up, Mel? And I've got 16 Class L competitors. But of course, I'm looking at the way things line up here. It looks like Mackie Adlam and Rudy Barnard have joined the party as well. So there are a couple more Class B competitors thrown into the mix there, which is also changing things up here. Mel, what's happening?
Superb. Can't wait for the endurance race. Looks like it's sadly going to be in the dark if the day starts like this. But hopefully all the buffers that Tanya puts in the program will work and we'll be back on time and we'll go and have a great day's racing.
I think so. That's exactly what we're expecting. So Lotus Challenge now lining up. Yeah, there were a couple of guys there, as I said, have joined us in Class B, and that is Mackie Adlam and Rudy Barnard, who haven't had a chance to get into qualifying as such. So they've basically got to slot in behind whoever's in Class B there. But that improves the field from 17 to 19 cars for Lotus Challenge. So there you have it. So yeah, Paulie, I wasn't wrong. When I looked at the grid, I was like, hang on a second. There's definitely 2 cars out there that I recognize. But they weren't in qualifying. And that is the boys from Rand Francisco, all the way out on the west rand of Johannesburg. And here we go. Thomas Falconer will lead them out, though, and David Kutsia will be alongside him for Class B's front row. Behind that, it's Barnard and Adlam. Sean Hepburn is the front end of Class L, ahead of Nick Hodgson, who we chatted to. Davide Favo and Miles Downard. Then it's Wes Maxwell and Barry Dunford, Jean DeToya, Andrew Fulton. Ben Knights and then Henry Goby will share a row. And they're ahead of Paul Volmer, Aston Nesbitt, Taster Cox, Charles Marais, and Andre Duplessis. Duplessis from the back of the pack will be interesting as they get going down towards turn 1. Good start from the back there of the second row. And trying to squeeze through there is Adlam. Adlam has a big dive and has a look going into what is going to be turn 1. So a bit of chopping and changing that happened on the start line there. David Kutsia's lost out slightly, falling into the clutches as well of Sean Hepburn, leading Class L competitor, as they come out of turn 1 through the little flick and down towards turn 2 and 3. You see just how tight these cars are and how close matched they are as well. Kutsia's fallen back into the clutches, as I said, of that leading pack of Class L. And there's a whole bunch of them that are going to start sorting things out there. Ben Knights has moved up slightly as well. Much better start there from Ben. He's got himself about 2 or 3 positions on that start. So he'll be looking to try and improve where he finished up down in, 11th place overall. So that would be 9th place in Class L as they come towards the Coke bottle section. Bit of chopping and changing in that Coke bottle section as well. See a couple of moves there. Paul Volmer making a move, trying to find a way through early on as they get into the thick of it now. Look at the Class B guys getting away at the front end. Faulkner leading us out. You heard from him, a 49.8 is a personal best around the circuit for him. It must be quite close to Jeff Kruger's lap record here as well, which means that they're in possibly ideal conditions for racing. It might not be hot enough just yet for these cars to get the lap records in, but certainly the cooler ambient temperatures are going to help the engines out of these cars. It's a very hard-wearing surface on tyres, the Phakisa Freeway. So we heard on the interview leading up to the race that tyre conservation is a vital part of the day's proceedings. And you don't want to be cooking your tyres in the first heat and have no rubber left for the second one. So it's a bit of a gamble and a bit of a chess game that they're going to have to play here to ensure they've got enough rubber to play with. At the front end, though, battle continues there. You can see Hodgson is putting the pressure onto the back end of Hepburn. I'm watching as well to see the improvement and progression of Andre Duplessis. He's usually a front runner in Class L as they come across the line to complete the first one. Falconer was quickest on that first one, ahead of Rudy Barnard. Mackie Adlam there in third place, just chopping and changing between those two drivers, out of the same team, of course, and very good friends, family members, fighting to try and take second place honours here, because Falconer seems to have just the advantage at this point in time. Lots of dirt on the circuit, as you can see, lots of guys running wide onto that dirty line, and you heard from Thomas Falconer, you don't want to be doing that. Loic Lefebvre at the back there having a super run as well. Good to have him involved in this category, down in 18th place in the 78 car. So there are a couple of drivers that weren't on our list of qualifiers who have now joined the pack in Class L. As they come into the Coke bottle turn. Hepburn trying to just control things from the front end of this Class L field. But he's made a small mistake on track and he's dropped back slightly there. So Hodgson now leads things out. In fact, it's Favo, Davide Favo, who's moved to the front end of Class L and Hodgson to second. So a bit of chopping and changing in that Class L front pack after there was a small mistake from Sean Hepburn, who led things out initially, as Thomas Falconer is doing right now. Falconer controlling things, looking to try and turn that number 2 into the number 1 plate by the end of the season. How's that? 3 cars abreast into the right-hander. Ben Knights was the inside car. Coming through the pack as well as Taster Cock. He's in the Gulf Oil Racing colours. Very famous racing colours on these Lotuses. A couple of them running those famous racing colours. But you can see things just settling down ever so slightly as they come across to complete another lap. Still haven't got my timing up yet, Paulie. I'm not quite sure if yours is jumping up and down as well, but it's certainly not working like it should, as Knights puts the pressure and tries to just find a way through there on, I think it was on the 20 car there of Paul Volmer. So Volmer and Knights fighting. In fact, it might have been the 25 car of Andre Duplessis. So yeah, it was actually Andre Duplessis that he's fighting with there, is Ben Knights. Duplessis trying to make his way to the top end. There you can see confirmation that Hepburn moves to the front end again. Maxwell and Downard ahead of Favo and Hodgson. Just, I think, got caught out there by the 2 cars, similar colours. So apologies there to Sean Hepburn. He actually hasn't had a problem. He's still at the front end behind David Kutsia. There's another grey and orange car that I mistook for him, but further back. So as they come into the Coke bottle turn again, they just seem to be finding their own little groups of cars to fight with, and you can see there's little groups of cars on basically every part of the track that are having their own little battles to ensure that they can finish up as high as possible in Class L. Into Nchini 1 they go, as the lead is already down into Gielkop by the sounds of it, and our guys are of course now heading down into that back straightaway. They Hepburn opening up a little bit of a margin now over Wesley Maxwell. There's Hodgson on the inside, running away back through there on the 46 car of Davide. So Davide Favo loses out to third place to a charge on the inside there from Nick Hodgson. Hodgson has the favour returned on him instantaneously as they go down into the final, or penultimate corner. It's Gielkop. Last corner now, and defensive driving from Favo hangs on to it. That's another lap down of these 8 that are scheduled. Probably about the halfway stage, I would say, in terms of my count. So we've probably got 4 done and 4 to go. 5 to go, beg your pardon. So 3 done and 5 to go. I'm trying to remember it in my head while I'm trying to remember the cars and drivers at the same time as well, because we don't have timing at this stage. Falconer, though, still quickest out front. Kutsia under a bit of pressure here from Hepburn. Hepburn going to try and use David Kutsia to his advantage and maybe get the pressure off him there that's being applied by Wesley Maxwell. Favo stays ahead of Hodgson. Looks like it's Miles Downard as well. In fact, it actually is Miles Downard who's moved up there to the challenge, and the challenge is for third place in Class L. So, yeah, Hodgson's dropped back slightly. Also similar coloured cars there. Got to try and remember to try and pick up on those 2 numbers, 15 and 16 on those cars as they come through there. Then it's Andrew Fulton and Jean de Toy. Aston Nesbitt just outside of that top 11 battle, losing a little bit of ground there, but Duplessis certainly making up huge amounts of ground. He actually didn't post a lap in qualifying, so that's why he was so far back. Whoa! Off track there, big time for Favo. I think he might have been helped out slightly. He cuts across the grass, tries to come back on the circuit and out of harm's way if he can. There are a couple of quicker cars coming from behind, so he'll be aware of that. But he got sent up onto the banking of the tri-oval here at Pakisa. That circuit's only been used once ever in race format. Hepburn on the inside and moves up to third overall, getting through there on David Coetzee. So Sean Hepburn doing exactly what he wanted to, put a car between himself and Wes Maxwell, give himself a little bit of breathing room. And hopefully David Coetzee can hold Wesley Maxwell up a little bit, give Hepburn a chance to get away, maintain the lead of Class L. So Hepburn loses out to maybe a little bit extra squirt there from the Class B competitor on the straight, but he managed to stay right on the tailpiece as they come into the twisties heading towards turn 2. Outside line from Hepburn. He's lost Maxwell slightly. Maxwell's fallen a little bit further back. Then you've got Downard and Hodgson. The toys moved up nicely as well. So the fight continues there as Andrew Fulton joins them as well. So there's a 3-way fight there for 6th place on track. And there's a bit of a gap. And that's the battle that's happening there between Ben Knights and Fulton. Then Henry Goby about to join the party there too. Downard now pulling away ever so slightly from Hodgson. 7-7 car there of Jean de Toy. Looking for a way past, hasn't found it just yet. As they come out of the Coke bottle turn there, turn 4. Heading to 5 and 6, the double right-hander. Unchini 1 and Unchini 2 as they're known here at the Phakisa Freeway. And then heading on to that back straight away. Coetzee continuing to keep Hepburn at bay for now, but Hepburn definitely got through on him. And it was down into Heelkop that he made his move. He's looking to try and do the same thing here as well. Looks like our 85 car there of Charles Marais, the rookie with the rookie tape on it. He did say he was having a bit of a tough time in his rookie outing with the Lotus Challenge. To take nothing away from the man, he's out there racing a motor car and loving life in that little Lotus 7 of his. Hepburn closes again on the back end of Coetzee as they come to complete another lap. So that's 5 down, 3 to go. Falconer controlling things nicely from the front end. No problems at all there for Thomas. He continues to lead things out, although Mackie Adlam has gone quicker than him on that last pass. So Adlam now turning up the wick slightly. Maybe looking to try and close down on Thomas Falconer in his last 2.5 laps or so. Thomas Falconer's had a busy time of it over the last couple of weekends. Last weekend, of course, he piloted an 86 Toyota in the Yaris League, or the 86 League of Gazoo Racing. And only a couple of weekends before that, he was up the hill at Neisner in a BMW. Now into a Lotus. So showing he's got a bit of prowess when it comes to any form of motorsport. Whoa! Is that Adlam out of shape? It is. Adlam out of shape in the background, trying to close things down there. And Barnard now squeezes through and gets up ahead. So Mackie Adler making a small mistake in a heel cop. Loses only 1 position to his teammate, Rudy Barnard. But it's definitely going to be a costly one. He's now dropped right out of contention. He'll have to settle for 3rd place with 2 laps to go. He's not going to make up that ground on Rudy Barnard. I don't think Barnard's going to make up any ground on Falconer. And although Adlam stays fastest of the session, because that last lap would have been a lot slower, having gone off track and have to catch it and bring it back on track again. Now, so if you are watching on the screens, your purple marker on that timing is, of course, the fastest lap of the race, not particularly of that lap. So Adlam has set the pace there. Oh, it's a great little fight here between Class B's David Coetzee and Class L's leader, Sean Hepburn. Hepburn would be pretty impressed with the performance of this little low cost of his. Remember, all the Class L competitors, the reason they run Class L is because they run the low cost chassis on these 7s. It's based on a Birkin 7 originally, and of course now 17 of them fighting in this category. It's a pity that we don't have the full contingent of Class B competitors here, but maybe those guys have not had the budget or probably looking to save tyres. I know that Pakisa is a hard-wearing circuit in terms of tyre wear, so maybe they didn't want to come here to waste those tyres and keep them for the next round of this regional championship, which of course is at Zwartkops, and that happens on the 29th. No, sorry, the 24th of June. 24th of June, the next regional extreme festival at the Zwartkops International Raceway. So Coetzee just using the additional power available to him for that Class B car that he's in, and staying ahead now of Hepburn, but Hepburn is certainly giving him a run. Great to see that as well. Sean was actually out last weekend at Zwartkops and supporting some of the Cape Town based drivers. His, I think it's his nephew, if I'm not mistaken, is Giordano Lupini, who had a good outing in the Comcare Polo Cup last weekend. Great outings here as well for Lotus as they go 3x3. Jean de Tour on the inside of Hodgson and around the outside. That's some great maneuvering. And a little bit of a change up there as Fulton hits the front of that battle. Here comes Coetzee and Hepburn into the final corner. About to start the last lap, I think, Paulie. I might have got my maths wrong there, so just correct me if I am wrong. Final lap has started. And it's all about Thomas Falconer ahead of Rudy Barnard. Then Mackie Adlam, long way up the road from these two. Coetzee starting to smoke those tyres. As I said, tyre wear is a big problem here. And it looks like they're going to have to be well aware of how things have gone here for tyre wear, because it will catch you out. Possibly not now, but yeah, definitely in the second heat. If you have cooked those Dunlops, you are certainly going to feel it in the second heat. Falconer, I don't think he's done anything wrong. He's got a plain sailing Battleship Grey Lotus 7 heading towards Heelkop for the last time. See some guys in the background, and of course on our live stream also commenting about the fact that how awesome this track used to be. It's still an awesome track. Take nothing away from it. It's still an amazing racetrack. It just needs a little bit of financial help at some point from somebody. And the Free State government have got behind this event, of course, for this one, as Falconer takes the win in Class B and the overall win ahead of Rudy Barnard. But there would be some really, really awesome stuff they could do to this track if we get some more financial backing behind it again. And hopefully with us coming here, it will do a little resurgence to somebody who's looking to try and invest some money at Phakisa Freeway. Mackie Adlam comes through for 3rd place in Class B. Coetzee is going to get 4th place in Class B, but will he hang on to beat Hepburn to the line? Can't be too far away from those two coming towards the final corner. And with the checkered flag, he's waiting to give that, well, first of all, to this man. Good outing there. First time out for Charles Marais. He'll be happy that he's going home, or going to race 2 with a clean car and no damage. It is Coetzee who's hung on as they come into that final corner. Hepburn going to try and drive around his outside. Cutting on the inside. Hepburn going to go for the win. He gets the win in Class L, but he wanted the win in that little battle as well. Great fight there between Sean Hepburn and David Coetzee. And then it's, of course, coming in behind there. A great drive from Wesley Maxwell. Miles Downard. And looks like it's going to be Hodgson, who will finish up just ahead there of Jean de Toy. That wraps up our coverage of Lotus Challenge, the first heat of the Lotus Challenge there in the bag. Oh, somebody running wide. Is that 5-0 again? It was. Double A 5-0. Off circuit again. No, it wasn't. It was Ben Knights. Apologies there, Double A. Just the white background that I saw in that car. So it was actually Ben Knights who ran wide on the last corner of Lotus Challenge. So that's how we wrap things up there for Lotus Challenge first heat. Up next we go two-wheelers. They're probably going to be a little bit of a break here just to get a bit of dirt and rubble off the circuit after some cars have run wide. But it is time for SunBet ZX&R Masters Cup powered by Red Square. They'll be on track shortly. So it looks like I've got our motorcycles out on circuit now for the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup powered by Red Square. Let's go and catch up with a couple of contenders and see what they've got in store for us for the two-wheel.
Bridgestone, the tyre of choice for ZX10 Masters.
So it is Bridgestone that are the official tyre suppliers. Yes, 100%, guys. Thanks for that. While Paul rewinds that interview, we'll come back to you with that one shortly. But on track are 23 of SA's finest motorcycle riders and making their way around the circuit before we get to catch up with a couple of them. You can see one of them was Hein McMahon. The other one was Peter de Vos. I didn't quite get who the third one was, but those two, of course, are quite near the front end of the field when it comes to how they qualified for ZX10R Masters Cup today. And they'll be looking forward to, of course, going to battle here on a motorcycle track. And this is definitely a circuit that a lot of people come to regard as a purpose-built motorcycle circuit. Remember, because of this being built initially for MotoGP. And we had 5 years of incredible fights here. Majority of them taken by, of course, the man who no longer races in MotoGP, the number 46 of Valentino Rossi. But we also saw that magnificent ride come out of Gary the Slide King McCoy to win from 16th on the grid here. And 16th on the grid here today is David Varinga. So I wonder if the Juggernaut has got something special for us up his sleeve and potentially wants to be coming from there. Paulie, I think let's hold on that unless we've got that interview ready to go. We can always bring it in the second heat if we need to. But they are lining up on the grid. So I know they've still got a warm-up lap. So if you do want to run it, and we've got time to run it with the warm-up lap, let's do that. Otherwise, we can hold tight on that interview and put it into, we'll do it probably just before the second heat then. Okay, hearing that in my ear. So let's run through the grid. It is Graham Van Badar on the Stefanuti stocks and Motul-powered Kawasaki ZX10R. All of these bikes, of course, are ZX10R Kawasaki's. He's on the front row on pole position alongside the man from East London, Tyre Mart and Max for Cars Kawasaki of Jason Lamb. And then it's the Shop 74 Kawasaki, incredibly, of Wayne Shelley on that front row. Now, Wayne Shelley is a Pakisa specialist, so he's certainly been keeping his tyres ready to go for today's race action. Second row of the grid, Peter de Vos, one of the elderly statesmen who's been around literally since the inception of the ZX10R Masters Cup on the John Gonjosi outsourcing Kawasaki. He lines up alongside Hein McMahon, Slucky there on the K9 Law Enforcement and X-Pro Security Solutions Kawasaki. He has got Apana Ganapathy on the ART Technologies Kawasaki alongside him. Dave Enticott from Cape Town. He's there on the Motorwise and Sarum Engineering Kawasaki from Cape Town alongside Brian Bontekun and Jag Power Products ZX10. Clint Munton on the SunScan bike is alongside Bonte. Then we go to the sixth row. It's Reginald Seal, Teddy Brook, and the CK Interglobal, as well as Brook Refrigeration Kawasaki's will be fighting hard with the Genesis Machine Tools services of Henk Kruger. Kruger's bike, quite easy to spot. It's usually in Gulf Racing colours. Here it is on the left-hand side, just underneath the start banner there. Then we got Renatus van Niekerk ahead of the IM63 Wakanya Racing Sifiso Temba. Matrix Consulting and Mad Max Kawasaki of Rob Cragg. They are the next row. Then Dave Varinga, as I said, Wheels Online, the Juggernaut. He's there in 16th place ahead of the Prima Quip and Detail Ease MTech Racing Kawasaki of Steve Golgocci, who had a fantastic outing at the last outing. So certainly a man to watch out for after Red Star's performance. He was rider of the day, beating Ian Harwood in the qualifying for TRP Distributors and Berwick Leathers. It's Gerard Frey on the Somerset Auto Clinic machine, also running out of Mad Max Kawasaki. He's ahead of Joao Cruz on the Extreme Bikes Kawa. Then it's Lubabalo and Sana who will be alongside him as they start their way onto their warm-up lap. This is not the start. And then final row is made up of the Dog Doctor, Stewie Christie from the Eastern Veterinary Clinic, and Dieter Hazeman, the big man, there on the East Rand Caravan World Kawasaki. So that's how they line up here for race one of the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, powered by Red Square. And of course, long-standing relationship with the Kawasaki brand, as well as now a long-standing relationship with SunBet. They've joined Red Square, one of the initial outright and series sponsors for a long time. They've stayed on as a partner. And certainly the premier racing category in this country when it comes to two wheels are out on track here at Phakisa Freeway. Van Bredar is always good at this circuit, and he'll definitely be a man to watch out for there on the Stefanuti Stocks Motul Kawasaki. He set the pace in qualifying, 42.8, 42.9 for Lamb, and a 43.9 for Wayne Shelley. So the top two there, Van Bredar and Jason Lamb, kind of in a class of their own, finding about a second over everybody else on track. And then it's kind of evenly matched down to Dieter Hazeman's 1 minute 54 as the last qualifier. So the spread there is about, what's that, 14 seconds in total. Possibilities, although with 8 laps may not be a possibility actually, of the leaders catching the backpack. And a couple more laps out there, that might happen. Or also, depending on what happens, of course, with tyre wear. We've mentioned it in all of the classes that have been on track so far. Both of those classes run on Dunlop tyres. These guys, of course, are on Bridgestone tyres. And these R11s definitely work well for a few laps. And then it's time to look at them in terms of tyre conservation to ensure you've got enough rubber to go and play with it on the second heat later on today. Time to bring them to the line now for race action for the first heat of our two-wheelers. Extreme Festival Regional Championships here. And Van Bredar will be the final man to roll up to that pole position. He's been there on a few occasions here at the Phakisa Freeway. Will certainly know what to do to get off the line well. You can see Wayne Shelley's body language already saying he's looking to try and outgun everybody towards turn number 1 as he's got his bike slightly angled in that third position. And as the lights go out, we go racing. They didn't hold back at all here. Wow. And it looks like it might be Jason Lamb who's caught them out and heading towards turn 1. Lammy on the inside, Van Bredar around the outside. It's a sweeping line into turn 4, so there's enough space out there. Oh, what a start there from the John Gonjosi outsourcing Kawasaki of Peter de Vos. He's up in the third place. And looks like he's just outgunned by the looks of it, Wayne Shelley. Wayne Shelley's dropped down to about 5th place as they come through there. Great start from Bonte. And Enticott diving on the inside as they go through into turn 2, finding a way through there on Hein McMahon. Good start as well out of the 5.7 bike. Good start from a couple of those riders coming through the pack. Keep an eye as they start to get everything sorted out now in towards the toe of the boot of Phakisa Freeway. Turn 3 up on the right-hand side of the tyre, then flick it over onto the left-hand side into the Coke bottle turn at 4. Apanagana Pathi being hounded there by Teddy Brook. Henk Kruger, he's got Safisa Temba right behind him. Kruger trying to find a way past as he fights out there by the looks of things, I think, with Reggie Seal. So some great mid-pack battles already starting to rage. Led out by that one. First of all, it's the Shop 74 Kawasaki over 78, and then the 4 bike of Hein McMahon. So in between McMahon and Wayne Shelley, it's Dave Enticott from Cape Town. On the Sarum Engineering Motorwise Kawasaki. Behind him, another Cape Town rider in Clint Munson, the Sunscan Kawasaki, the all-red bike, just in the background there of that first pack. He's got Panagana Pathi right behind him. As they come flying through the right hand at the bottom end of the straight. Very fast corner on a motorcycle. And it's down the gearbox to 3rd gear into the double right hand at Keelkop. Holding that 3rd all the way through here. Nice move, Henk Kruger diving through. Great maneuver there, finds a way past. I think it, as I said, was on seal. Makes up a couple of positions there on that first lap. So we start things out here with the ZX10R Masters Cup, SunBet and Red Square. And these guys are not holding anything back here in terms of their ability to try and get to the front end right from the word go. Wayne Shelley trying to close things down now on Brian Bontegunning. Trying to return the favour there on that Jag Power Products cover of Bonte as they come out of turn 2. Toe of the boot, it's Van Bredar controlling things for now. He's got Jason Lamb right there with him, and along for the ride comes Peter de Vos. As I said, de Vos with an incredible start. Where he found that, only he knows. He certainly had something special off the line there. McMahon, Enticott, then it's Munton from Apanagana Pathi. Panna's now left the back end and got away slightly there from, I think that's Teddy Brook, who's just behind him. Brook's got Henk Kruger joining him for some company. As we watch Apanna on the ART machine. He makes his way around into into Inchini 2, I beg your pardon. Jason Lamb has found a way to the front end, and he's opened up a small margin now over the last lap and a half over Graham Van Breda. Van Breda's falling into the clutches actually of Peter de Vos. De Vos also could be taken as a bit of a Pakisa specialist here. He's done a couple of laps around the circuit in his career, but so is Graham Van Breda. Looks like Van Breda on that Stefanuti Stocks motorbike, just battling a bit here in the initial stages of this first heat. Doesn't really have an answer there to the Tyre Martin Max Phakisa Kawasaki of Jason Lamb. Lamb continues to set the pace there, stays fastest for the race with the purple name badge. Up on our timing. Just watching the background as well. I'm keeping an eye out on the manoeuvring happening there from Wayne Shelley and from Hein McMahon. Closing things down. Here's a move on the inside from Apana. Is he close enough? No, he's not. Panaganapathy just slots in behind Clint Munton as they get onto the short squirt up towards 3. Henk Kruger closing definitely onto the back end there of Teddy Brook. Looks like it could be Dave Varinga actually. It's Dave Varinga who's being caught there by Savisa Temba. As they slot up now past the Coke bottle, that is Teddy Brook on the Brook Refrigerations Kawasaki. And fighting hard at this stage with that Genesis Machine Tool Services Kawasaki. Looks like Van Breda has decided to turn the wick up ever so slightly. He's now closed onto the back end of Jason Lamb, looking for the slipstream down the back straightaway. It's a lot closer to Lamb than what is on the last pass, but he's also brought Peter de Vos along for the ride. So it's a three-way fight here, potentially for the overall win. Van Breda's qualifying was done in qualifying 3. The lap that Jason Lamb put in for qualifying was done in qualifying 2. And it looks like nothing changed between those two in qualifying 4. So they weren't able to go quicker into the final qualifying session. And now continue to try and fight for the lead and for the win. Jason Lamb certainly needs a win. Has to bring himself back into contention for this championship. He's going to have to try and beat Graham Van Breda here on 2 occasions today. It definitely looks like Van Breda is very comfortable in second place and has gone quickest. So he's gone quickest for the race and now sits in second place. But as I said, he's looking very comfortable there. Happy with Jason Lamb's pace, although a little squirrel out of turn 2 there. McMahon looks over his shoulder. It's a long way back there, Slucky, don't worry. A long way back. You look into the clutches there of Panaganapathy, I think it is. And Dave Enticott. Those 3 having a bit of a fight. Munton's in that pack too. He's looking for the second red bike. Is of course Hein McMahon. Maybe that's the indicator he was looking for. It's the Sunscan Kawasaki of Clint Munton in that 3rd pack. Leaders through Unchini 1 and 2. Watch for the drive here from the Stefanuti Stocks Motul Kawasaki. Trying to get right up the exhaust pipe there of the Tyre Mart Max Phakisa Kawa. And there's a move under slipstream. Oh, but Jay matches him. Jason Lamb matches Graham Van Breda on the roll-off into the right-hander. They don't really tap off there. They just roll off slightly. It's more of a comfort roll to go into that fast right-hander. Golgocci having a bit of a fight of his own there as well. Back to Teddy Brook versus Henk Kruger. Brook Refrigerations Kawasaki fighting out with the Genesis tool machine. And there's some big fights here. Munton now onto the back end of Enticott. So the 2 Cape Town boys have got through on Apana. And speaking of getting through, well, there's a change up for the lead. Graham runs slightly wide, has a little bit of a sit-up. So does Jason, though. Whoa, 2 of them having a big moment out of that first corner. Van Breda was going into the corner. Jason was coming out. See, they are definitely looking for a chance here. I've got no timing, Paulie, so it's not going to help me at all. Sorry. So 4 laps to go. So that's literally just the halfway stage that we've reached there of this first heat. Yeah, ZX10's due for an 8-lapper today. So we reached the halfway stage. Bonte Koenig still hasn't been bettered there by Wayne Shelley. Hein McMahon waiting to pick up the pieces if he can. K9 Law Enforcement and X-Pro Security Solutions Kawasaki there of his. Flying through the Coke bottle turn. The second pack is through that Coke bottle turn. Still Teddy Brook leading out that fight. Third pack, I beg your pardon. This is the second pack we're seeing down here. It's these two just pulling slightly away there from behind McMahon. That is the third pack right there. Henk Kruger with some pressure being applied now onto Teddy Brook, but he's got his own pressure coming from behind in the form of Varinga. Big Dave, the juggernaut, looking to follow suit there as Henk Kruger finds a way past Teddy Brook, opens up the door, and Varinga does exactly what I said he was going to do. Now Phakisa Temba wants some of that action too, as he heads down into Gielkup. Come out of Gielkup, and it's Kruger who leads out that third pack, ahead now of Dave Varinga. Varinga ahead of Teddy Brook, and here comes Phakisa Temba. Coming along for the ride there, I think might be Rob Craig just in the background. Just watching to pick up, yeah, it might be the Mad Max Kawasaki as they head into turn one. In fact, it's not. It's a bit further back there for Rob Craig. He doesn't really like Phakisa Freeway that much, I know from the past at national championship level. It was not his favourite circuit, but he's here nonetheless on that Mad Max Kawasaki. And he's looking for a way now to close things. Phakisa Temba finds a way through on Teddy Brook. So a change up there as well. Renatus Finicka going to join Rob Craig on the attack of Teddy Brook and make Brook's day even worse than what it is. He's dropped back a long way now. From what was 12th place, he's down into 14th, just ahead of Craig and Renatus. So Van Breda continues to lead things out. He's also got the fastest lap under his wing for now, as they tip it into the right hand at the end of the back straight. Can he hang on to keep out Jason Lamb? Lamb looking good. Here he comes. Going to try and get through here on Van Breda. He's not giving up without a fight, Jason Lamb. Applying a bit more pressure, forcing Graham Van Breda into a slightly wider line out of Gielkup. So the fight is still on here. It's not done yet. 2 to go. 2 to go now for Graham Van Breda and Jason Lamb. As I said, they were kind of in a class of their own in terms of qualifying. They were about a second quicker than everybody else out there. They've stayed about a second quicker, but the man who was in third is not really with them. He's fighting with Bontekoning for what is going to be 4th overall at this stage. This is Entikot versus Apanaganapathy, running in reverse order in terms of numerical order there. 78 on 77. This is Wayne Shelley and the Shop 74 bike looking for a way through now on Brian Bontekoning. Jag Power Products Kawasaki versus the Shop 74 Kawasaki there. This is 1 and 2 out of the Coke bottle. Third place, still an amazing run here from Peter de Vos on the John Josie outsourcing Kawa. Then it is Bonte versus Shelley. Just behind that, you can see waiting to pick up the pieces is Han McMahon, but he just doesn't have the ability to bridge the gap to these two to make it a three-way fight for the second pack on track. Shelley looks good out of Vincini too. Carrying good corner speed. Can he try and find a way to get into that slipstream now, Bontekoning? Down the back straight away. He's certainly right there. If he gets the drive, there's a possibility he might be able to slingshot through there and get into Gielkup first. Runs wide, slightly tighter line there from Bontekoning. Coming into the right-hander. Watch for the dive on the inside now. Oh, speaking of dives on the inside, are we going to see one here from Jason Lamb on the final lap? They're going to start the final lap now. Max Phakisa, Time Art Kawasaki versus the Stefanuti Stocks Motul Kawasaki of Graham Van Breda. For the last time into turn 1 in anger for race 1. Van Breda going to just try and keep it smooth and stay just that slight margin ahead of Jason Lamb. But Jason Lamb is going to hound him for the entire lap. Try and force a mistake out of the champion. This is close stuff here. Van Breda is under big pressure. Lamb looks on the inside into turn 3. Oh, and it's late braking from Van Breda. Even later coming out of Jason Lamb. Van Breda just putting that Valentino Rossi style foot out there. Into 3, comes into 4 now. Past the Coke bottle and up towards the little flick-flack that heads towards Incini 1 and 2. And Graham Van Breda seems to have it all sorted out here. 2 bike lengths, couple of bike lengths more as they head down towards Incini 1. Lamb closes under braking though. Carries a slightly tighter line out of Incini 1. Runs wide and then tucks it on the inside once again for Incini 2. Good corner speed out of the Max Phakisa and Tyre Mart Kawasaki. And Graham Van Bernard knows it. He runs around the outside. Oh, that is brilliant stuff there from Jason Lamb. Around the outside of the fastest corner on the circuit and makes it stick. I think Van Bernard thought he was coming on the inside. Didn't realize he'd gone for the outside line, and that has cost Graham Van Bernard big time. GVBD drops down to second. Can Lamb hang on? He's got 2 corners to go. Late braking from Jason Lamb. Race 1 win is going to go to the man from East London. Tyre Mart and Max Phakisa Kawasaki wins out for ZX10s. Graham Van Bernard comes through for second place. He's going to be kicking himself. He thought the Kawasaki was going to come on his inside. Didn't expect to go around the outside. And Shelley Bonte and Han McMahon side by side. Oh, that's brilliant stuff from the 3 of them as well as they come to finish up the first heat of the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Endicott will follow through and finish up behind Apanaganapathy. And that's how they're going to wrap things up there as the rest of the field come through there, looking at Renatus van Niekerk and Henk Kruger coming to the line. Still going to finish up here as well, of course, is Renatus as he comes in there just ahead of Teddy Brook. Behind Rob Cragg on the Mad Max Kawasaki. Run there from the Cape Tonian. Golgocci looks like he might have finished up that little battle at the front end there. So good ride there from Steve Golgocci on the Prime Equip Detail Ease and MTech racing machine. So that's how the top 15 look. Jason Lamb taking the win over Graham Van Bernard. Peter de Vos, got to say, what an incredible ride there from him in 3rd place overall. Bontekoning wins out over Wayne Shelley and Han McMahon, but so close. Those 3 were side by side across the line. Apanaganapathy, then Dave Endicott, Clint Munton, ahead of Dave Varinga and Henk Kruger. Sophie September, Rob Cragg, Renatus van Niekerk, and Teddy Brook, your top 15 in the ZX10R Masters Cup Race 1. We go from here to the BMW M Performance Racing Series. They'll be out on track shortly. Looks like a little bit of an issue on the slowdown lap as well. Steve Golgocci's gone down. And it looks like it might be Renatus van Niekerk who's gone down there as well. Not quite sure what went down there. But I think what it is, it's the entrance to Park Vermeer that was not demarcated. And the marshal wasn't in place there. So the rider down, looks like it might be Renatus van Niekerk. He looks like he might be a bit sore there. And I think it's because these two didn't realize they've got to go into the Park Vermeer, which is not in the same exit point as the pit lane. So the marshal, I don't think, was in his place to tell the riders to go off. And maybe the two of them just came together trying to turn in late into that exit point. So the Doc and Hunley will be there. Donovan and Hunley going to just make sure the two riders are okay. Renatos doesn't look too happy, I can tell you. Looks like there might be a bit of damage on his bike as well. That's on the slowdown lap, and I think it might possibly be because the marshal wasn't in place to demarcate the exit of the circuit, which is, as you can see, where Steve's bike is parked alongside that Pretoria Toyota. It's the little slip road that takes them into the Park from A area. So it's ZXNR Masters Cup, SunBet sponsored and powered by Red Square, that have just exited the circuit. Well, some of them did. Some of them didn't quite make it out there. Up next, we do have the BMW M Performance Racing Series first race of the day. And we got quite a long interview with some of the drivers from that category. So maybe let's head across down into our media center and catch up with some of the stars from the BMW M Performance Racing Series.
Next up, BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. A lot of cars on the track and they make a lot of noise. Lorenzo, just tell us about how it's been going this year. I know you did well at Red Star, changed categories, that type of thing. What's been happening?
No, so yeah, in the beginning of the year, I went into Class A, and obviously our cars are not competitive in Class A, unfortunately. So I actually bought another car, Carlo Garbini's car. So yeah, it was actually my first outing at Red Star with it. In my Team South Speed Kimber Coffee race car, and it went fantastically well. I had 2 race wins, pole position, and yeah, the team did a great job with the vehicle, and yeah, it was good.
And Pakisa, tell us a bit about Pakisa.
Pakisa is a great track. We always enjoy coming here, coming down for the weekend, obviously, you know, with our friends and family. It's always good quality time, and obviously always great racing on the circuit. It's a great place to be, and probably one of my favorite circuits on the calendar.
Well, that's nice.
Sure.
Neil, Class D run at the moment, been very consistent this year?
Well, not really. We started off the year with a very difficult year. So Kalami and Swartkops were very difficult because we had overheating problems. The temperatures at that time of the year were terrible. So we didn't really perform well. Red Star was our best performance this year. With the cars going well, all the problems were sorted out. And looking forward to a good Pakisa this weekend. It's the times are good. We're doing cars going well, so we're looking for a good qualifying.
Well, holding thumbs on that one.
Yeah.
Nicholas Fisher, also just tell us about your time at Pakisa this weekend so far, and how's it looking for the race?
Yeah, it's looking good. The car handled well during practice. I know we can try and get a little bit more time out of it as we always can. It's a new car and a new class this year altogether, so far so good. We had a little bit of a bad start in the beginning of the year, but hopefully we can catch up and be a little bit more consistent.
Bit of a traffic jam out there as well.
Currently,
looks
yes.
like that to me.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think the big thing with BMW right now, the numbers that you're getting in the series, just absolutely unbelievable.
It's phenomenal. There's a lot of support coming in from a lot of new drivers, old drivers as well, that have come back and returned to the series.
Well, thanks for that, guys. Go out there and give it hell. Thank you very much. Sure.
Arguably one of the biggest fields of cars making their way onto the circuit at the moment is the BMW M Performance Racing Series. 38 cars about to go to battle here at Phakisa Freeway. A little bit of a mix-up there on the final part of that racing for SunBet ZX&R Masters Cup. And, I've sent a message down to Steve's wife there, Bronwyn, who of course looks after all of the social media side of some of the ZX10R Masters Cup aspect, and find out what the reason was for the crash between her husband Steve Golgocci and Renatus van Niekerk. Looked like they were gesticulating to say that the marshal wasn't in place to tell them where to go off to go into Park for May for ZX10s. Just heard from a couple of the drivers what their plans were there, and a couple of guys that are fighting hard for this championship as well, which is really great to see. Leon Lopesha and Bob Neal, William Amkamara and Nishal Singh will be making up what is currently our grid positions for the BMW M Performance Racing Series. But of course it's Dave Reeser who is the overall leader in this championship coming into this round. He of course also leading things out in Class E's championship. Then Leon Lopesha is second on 52 points, Reeser of course on 60, but Lopesha also leading out Class A. Andreas Meyer continues to lead Class B and is third overall in the championship, down on 46 points, with Nick Macris in fourth place, just ahead there of Kobus Boma, 40 points played to 39. And then you've got Lyle Ramsey on 37, tied with Reinhard Miller. Jan Everstein in Class C, he's the Class C leader as well in the overall championship, but down in 8th overall on 35 points. And Troy Cochran ahead of Alan Helligen. Make up your top 10 in this championship overall coming into this round, and race 1 of this round as well. Andreas Meyer has done it all right in terms of Class B. He's put it on pole ahead of Lyle Ramsey, so we'll continue the fight for Class B's honours, and also looking to possibly take another championship in the overall standings by the end of the season. He's got Lorenzo Gutteri, who just chatted to, who's moved up of course into a E46 328i Turbo for Sav Speed Racing, ahead of Salvi Gotero. Then you've got Rainier Smith and Sav Gutteri making a welcome return too. Great to have the big man back in a race car again, ahead of Fabio Fedetto and Nick Macris. Mansour Parker and Oz Bagioni will make up the 10 cars that are involved in Class B's battle. Anwar Levy is top of Class C. He beat out Jaco Storm yesterday in the Truewood Finishes and Azoic Panel Beaters car. He's ahead of Nick Fisher, who we just chatted to, Nicholas Van Sale, Arnold Naidu and Varish Gunpath. Nick Naidu ahead of Bernard de Gavea, the boss man. And then it's Vegan Naidu ahead of Shane Krobler and Benny Late as they make up Class C. Class D, it's Neil Reynolds ahead of Nicholas Herbst, Leonard Archer and Reinhard Miller, Craig Herbst and of course Johan Miller. And then in Class E, leading things out was Claudio Jardine, beg your pardon, ahead of Kobus Boma. Mike Krobler, Dave Reeser is in fourth place, our championship leader, and Ari van Heerden is behind him with Dewald Smith and Corin Nienaber bringing up the tail end of the field for what is going to be 38 cars about to go to battle for the BMW M Performance Racing Series. There they are, green flag at the back, and about to go off now on their warm-up lap behind the pace car. The 86 from Pretoria No Toyota will lead things out. And as soon as that green flag gets waved, it'll be up to Leon Lopesha and Bob Neal to set the pace initially behind the pace car. And just concertina that field up. And in fact, by the looks of things, I think we've only got 2 Class A competitors there. Andreas May and Lyle Ramsey are behind them. No, there are 3. So Ankamer is there. I'm not quite sure if Nishal Singh has been able to make it onto the grid. I only saw 3 Class A competitors rolling off the line. 48 is Nick Macris. 46 behind him is Mansour Parker. Oh, someone slowed up. Is that Leon Loubser? Just trying to pick up a number on that car. It's either Bob Neal or Leon Loubser. Possibly Bob Neal. It's Loubser. It was. I was right. So Loubser, unfortunately, has pulled to the sideline here on the warm-up lap. That's huge for this championship. As I said, Leon Loubser is running at the front end of the championship overall in second place. Only 8 points behind Dave Reeser. But he is Class A's championship leader. And now parked on the sideline is definitely not where he wants to be. Something has gone wrong there on the bid wheels and Fast Developments BMW. And that's going to be a huge, huge issue here for him. If he can't finish up this first heat, he's going to lose lots of ground, first of all, to the championship leader overall, Dave Reeser. But more importantly, he's going to be losing ground here in the Class A championship to Bob Neal, who stepped up. Just trying to see in the background if we see him coming through. I don't think he is coming through, because otherwise we'd see a very fast BMW making its way back to the front of the pack. These guys, of course, step up onto Dunlop rubber this season. Just showing once again the amount of support that's coming from ATS and the Dunlop brand in terms of their input into motorsport. Yeah, William Einkamera is the only other Class A competitor there. Nishal Singh has not made it onto the track in the 79 BMW for Class A, which means Meyer and Ramsey will be your third row of the grid. All three Gauthieris are here, Lorenzo, Salvi and Sav. They are basically sandwiching poor Renier Smith there, his E36 M3 Turbo. So the pace car moves off the circuit and now hands the duties to Bob Neal, who inherits pole position on the wrong side of the track, but of course he will take it without asking questions, that's for sure. So the Delmont Mining BMW side by side there with the BTAS machine of William Einkamera. Lights out. We are racing. Guys are still coming around the corner and they're not even aware that the lights are out, but the hammer has dropped at the front end. And it is Bob Neal who leads out into turn one. He's got Einkamera on his tail. The German is tucked in there with Lyle Ramsey. Ramsey already under pressure right from the word go there from Lorenzo Gauthieris. So Lorenzo already putting the pressure onto Lyle Ramsey as they came out of turn one. Ramsey trying to soak up the pressure. Problems in the background. Oh, off circuit there for one of the BMs at the back. It's possibly one of the Class either D or E competitors that might have run wide and has gone and parked it on the sideline. No incident there, just getting off the circuit because of a problem on that start. The shared tracking BMW comes through there. Nice to see one of our associate sponsors involved in this. And great timing on the corner screen graphic there, Paul, as they went into that shot. The German looking for a way past. Can't find a way through just yet. And slowing up. Problems for a couple of cars out there. Certainly not going according to plan there. True Wood Finishes is Jaco Storm. He goes side by side there in that mid-pack. Lyle Ramsey tucks in between. Ramsey's in between the two Class A competitors. He's moved his turbo BMW up into now second place overall. And Lyle Ramsey doing an amazing job there in that 325i. He's got pressure and looking for the lead of the race overall. How's that? Ramsey hits the front. So some maneuvering there from the young driver, showing the slightly elderly statesman in terms of William Einkamera and Bob Neal the way around Pakisa. And he leads out overall. Lyle Ramsey from Bob Neal from William Einkamera. Here comes Lorenzo Gauthieris under pressure from the German. Andreas Meyer dives on the inside into that final corner to return the favor there on Lorenzo Gauthieris. Just the pack comes streaming through here and up the inside. Good move. 992 fighting hard at this point in time, and you can see just that it's going to be a bit of a fight there for Nicholas van Zyl. He's in a huge battle there by the looks of it with Nick Fisher. So the two Nicholases going at it. There is the stricken 66 BMW of Leon Loubser, who did not start this one. Ramsey with the fastest lap, understandably. You have to be fastest if you can get up there and start to put the pressure onto Class A in a Class B car. It's a huge field, and you heard Dave's interview stipulating that it's one of the biggest growing fields of cars in motorsport. Nishal Singh is on track, but he's right down further back there in that pack, so I'm not quite sure why the Class A driver is so far back there for the Auto Niche BMW team. Ronald Miller in that little fight with him. This is a nice little battle starting to open up here as well. Oh, is that Guterri? It is. Sav Guterri out of shape and off the circuit down at the toe of the boot. Looks like he might have run a little bit hot down into that turn 3 entrance point, and he spun out. I don't know if he was helped out or not. We didn't see the incident. We've only seen the effects of it as Neil Reynolds starts another attack at Uncini 1 and 2, fighting off the intentions being shown there. And Reynolds, of course, looking for a chance now to be slightly higher up than what he is at this stage. He's got Nicholas Haps right behind him. So Haps and Reynolds fighting for Class D honours. Out front, Class A has been outgunned by a Class B competitor in Lyle Ramsey, but they don't need to worry too much about Ramsey, although, as I say that, Bob Neal and Iron Camera will be looking to make up some ground now in both the Class A and the overall championship, if they can stay where they are. Neon Lopes's demise and Nishal Singh not being up there certainly going to give them a chance to get some more points in the bag. You can see just off circuit there in the blue overalls was Leon Lopes. He's going to be wondering what went wrong. Further back in that pack, some nice little fights starting to get up close and personal. Just seeing to try and pick up who that BM on the sideline there is on the main straightaway is. There he is, Nishal Singh starting to come through. Naidu in the SO Autotech BM. Bit of a gap opening up there for the 4.8 car as well. 48, of course, is Nick Macris. He's trying to close things down there on Salvi Guterri. And you've got Bagioni. Oh, someone off track there. Into the kiddie litter. Just on the left of that shot and running off completely. Is that Fedetto? I think it might be. Yeah, Fabio Fedetto running off circuit there. In the M4 onto the kiddie litter. Just heard the kiddie litter noise in the background. There's Mansour Parker in the Jive Drinks BMW, makes his way onto that back straight away. But yeah, I just got to hear that kiddie litter rattling as somebody went into it. Fortunately, it was Fabio Fedetto. Storm trying to close that gap down on the group just ahead of him. Singh comes along for the ride. And I think it's Nick Naidu just behind that in the Warden's Cottage car. It's the BMW sponsored there by Warden's Cottage. Yeah, Nick Naidu just behind Nishal Singh. There you can see confirmation of the fastest lap coming out of Bob Neal for now. But has it been enough to close down and possibly get ahead of Lyle Ramsey? We'll have to wait and see when we get back to that battle. We continue this battle here as they cross the line. Nishal Singh with Mansour Parker and Yucca Storm just up the road from him. Nicholas Van Zyl in 9th place, first of the single-digit cars. Oh, 514 off track as well. Fun and games right through the pack there, and Kobus Boma certainly going to be kicking himself after a mistake like that. The Pepper Shield BMW goes through and completes another lap with a bit of bumper off the side of the car. So a couple of cars making a welcome return to the back end of the field as Boma comes under pressure. There's a change up. Bob Neal hits the front ahead of Ramsey now. So it looks like Bob Neal's got that Dalmon BMW now working better and has found a way back ahead of the youngster. Oh, that's a pity. That's our 75 car parked on the sideline. This fight continues though. Iron Camera now looking to try and get back ahead of that Class B competitor if he can. And he does so. Ramsey opens up the door, lets him through. Ramsey looks like he might have had a bit of a problem there. We've got double yellows coming out of Hillcorp. That's due to our friend from Share Tracking, parked on the sideline. Yo, how close do you want it? Let's have a little touch coming across the line. It's on into turn 1. Who's got what it takes under braking? At this stage, it's the 25 car. So just squeezing through there and hanging on is Odds Bagioni. So Bagioni just managing to hang on to that little fight between himself and his close rival there. Coming up on some of the back markers. Nick Macris finds a way through and gets up the inside of the 111. So Coronimo by now being caught by almost the entire pack. So the young lady driver out there still doing a super job in her car, but unfortunately just under pressure now as the pack starts to come through there and tick off one by one as they come past her. Omori is asking how many were on track. We started with 38 in total. There were a couple of cars that retired on that first lap, so probably about 35-ish at this stage, maybe 34 that are on track at the moment, Moira. Hope that answers your question. 38 started though. This is a super little fight there as well as Nick Van Zyl joins the party and fighting with Nick Macris. 3 laps to go for the leaders. Lyle Ramsey now falling by the wayside to these two. But still Bob Neal keeping out William Einkamera for the overall. And safety car has been deployed. Didn't see the safety car boards go out anyway, but there is confirmation of the safety car. And the two leaders just getting through there on a back marker. Now that back marker should give way and allow William Einkamera through. That's one of the reasons I think we've got a safety car. Leonard Archer's got out of shape from ACD Velcom. So his home track has not really proved to be an advantage for Leonard, unfortunately, there in the ACD Velcom BMW. It's possibly because he's changed allegiance. He's normally a Honda man and a Hyundai man. But now decided to join the M Performance Racing Series, and it's, as I said earlier on, definitely the biggest, if not the biggest growing series in the country. First round that they had was at Kyalami's 9 hour, and I believe there were 50 cars that qualified for that. They had to split the field into Class A, B, and C, and then D's and E's separately. Just shows you the effort that's being put in by the team behind this, and of course with BMW showing their appreciation for the efforts being put in by giving M Performance the naming rights to this series. Jaco Storm just chilling out of turn 4 there, hand out as if he's on the the M1. So are those lights out? They are on the pace car, which means there's a possibility that Toyota's coming in on this lap. Paul, I'm going to ask you just to whisper in my ear. I think we're down to 3 to go. Yeah, so we're on the 3rd last lap. We're going to go to a penultimate lap as they cross the line, and hopefully a 2-lap sprint race here. Once again, that concertina effect is there. That's the other reason that we've got a safety car. Flatbeds running around on the outskirts of the oval to try and bring those cars that are in harm's way out of the way as quickly as possible. And so Parker. It's definitely going to change things up here in this championship overall. Dave Rees is the only car on track at the moment besides the German who is in contention for the lead overall of the championship. Leon Lopes is definitely going to be losing ground to Andreas Meyer. He is, 6 points up the road in the overall championship as they now get going. And as they get going, is that Bob Neal slowing up? Bob Neal slowed up there quite dramatically. I don't think he realizes. Or did I miss the safety car going through him? No, the safety car's gone through. It's green flags. Green flags and we're racing, and Bob Neal, I think, is trying to catch them out here. The reason he was going so slow is he was trying to maybe just use a bit of the advantage of the Class A competitor's car, but William Einkamera then stepped up and said, no, let's go. And Bob Neal had to climb on the loud pedal there big time to keep out William Einkamera and Lyle Ramsey, who's also up for an overall win here if he can. It's looking good as they come through the flick torn towards turn 2. 911 car there, right on the tail, looking for a way through early on as well, was Lorenzo Gautieri, but he hasn't quite got the same pace as Ramsey's found here. Here comes your championship winner from last year, number 1, Nicholas Fisher, just ahead there of, as I said, the Warden's car of Nick Naidu. So Bob Neal with 2 to go. Keep out Ankhamera for, well, a lap and a half now as they head towards Uncini 1 and 2. Andreas Mayer definitely has to try and make up some ground there to catch both the turbo cars ahead of him. Remember, Andreas Mayer runs in a naturally aspirated version. That's the E36 touring car. Ooh, older Nish car's off. That's Nishal Singh. Singh off track as well. So it looks like the tyres are taking a bit of strain. We did mention the fact that this is a very hard-wearing circuit on tyres, and you've got to manage your tyres exceptionally well if you want to get to the end of 2 races here at Phakisa Freeway. Storm is also involved in that by the looks of it. So Yaka Storm and Nishal Singh coming together, possibly, as they come in to start the final lap. Bob Neal, William Ankhamera, Lyle Ramsey, Lorenzo Gautieri coming across the line. Class A 1 and 2, Class B 1, 2 and 3 behind that in 3rd, 4th and 5th place overall. Ankhamera looking for a way through, putting the pressure on to Bob Neal, hoping that some kind of mistake will come out of that Class A leader and allow him a chance to take the overall win. Lyle Ramsey would love it if he could find a way through on these two, but he seems to have just lost a little bit of ground there. But he's also worried about the fact that Lorenzo and Andreas Mayer are right there with him. Macris in the background just behind that. He's got Salvi Gautieri just behind him. It's the red sniper car that's just gone into shot there, heading down towards turn 3. Still yellow flags into turn 3, so no overtaking into turn 3 there because of the stricken car there of Sav Gautieri. This is a nice fight here. 3 Class Bs, 2 Class As. 2 Class A's almost side by side heading towards Uncini 1. Will Ankhamera find a way through here? Bob Neal. He continues to control things. Heads onto that back straightaway now for the last time. Will Lyle Ramsey try and use the turbo and the slipstream effect? I don't think he's going to have the squirt of those quicker Class A cars ahead of him, although he did have them initially. Not quite sure why he backed that. Whoa, around his outside comes Lorenzo. Lorenzo Gautieri trying a late move here on Lyle Ramsey, and he might get it. He's going to have the outside line into Gielkop, but he'll have the inside line into the final corner, and that might be enough to steal the victory. Oh, no, it's not. Andreas Mayer's got through. Oh, the German with some perfect timing comes through there for 3rd overall and the win in Class B. He hangs on. Ramsey goes off track. Oh, what a finish there to Class B. Brilliant stuff for Class B in M Performance Racing Series. Coming to the line, still to be sorted out here, of course, will be Class C. And we've lost Yako Storm. We lost Fisher as well, but coming to the line now to finish up in Class C. Great finish to this one for the M Performance Racing Series. Looks like it might have been either Van Zyl or Anwar Levy who's taken the victory there. So Anwar Levy in the Jive Coolings car and Parker's Parts Centre. Could possibly have won out in Class C, but what a finish there. As they came to the line, it was literally a last-ditch effort from Lorenzo Gautieri to try and find a way through there on Lyle Ramsey. Both of them making mistakes to open up the door, and the German said, I'll take that. So Andreas Mayer taking the win in Class B could possibly see him move up into 2nd place in the championship, because Dave Riesel would have finished up and still give him some points, so he'll maintain the lead overall. Bob Neal takes the victory, though, for Class A, ahead of William Ankhamera. And then it's Andreas Mayer, Lyle Ramsey, Lorenzo Gautieri, Nick Macris, and Salvi Gautieri, who will finish up the Class B competitors. If we go into Class C, if I pick up on that one, I think it's Nick Van Zyl. Yes, it is. Van Zyl wins out Class C, ahead of Naidu and Nick Fisher. So those are your top 3 in Class C. And then if I go a bit further back there, I think possibly, is that going to be D, will be Reynolds. Is Haps there? No, he's not. So it'll be, yeah, Neil Reynolds, Reinhard Miller, and Leonard Archer. They're not on the screen right now because they were out of the top 15. And then Class E, Harry van Heerden, Dave Reeser comes through for second, and Kobus Bowman takes third. So that's how they wrap things up there for the categories. Thanks, Paulie. I don't have a timing monitor, so I'm going to try and work it out with what I've got here in front of me. A couple of cars to be recovered. So once they are back into the pit lane, we'll, of course, be heading into the next race of the day, which is our DOE Formula Vee. So DOE Formula Vee partnered with CIM Lube Fuel. They'll be out on track shortly as soon as we've got a full track clearance once again here at Phakisa Freeway.
Can you up?
So it is DOE Formula Vee partnered with CIM Lube Fuel that are making their way onto the circuit right now. You can see just a bit of traffic down in pit lane with the BMWs making their way back into their pits. But while we've got a little break in proceedings, and we've also got a couple of people, as I said, up at the Coke bottle. As always, we always get a crowd up at the Coke bottle. Let's give a little bit of entertainment to those guys and to everybody watching on our live stream as we catch up with some of the top contenders for today's Formula V's.
Next up on track, the DOE Formula Vee is partnered with CIM Lube Fuels. Three of the drivers in studio with us here, Jaco Smit. Formula Vee has just been strength to strength, better racing. Every time I watch, just racing looks better.
It's a lot of fun. I'm new to the sport. It's my third race, but learning a lot and a lot of fun, yes.
And Slipstream City here, eh?
Yes, fast track, but it's important to Slipstream, yeah.
Bit of tactics as well. Sean van der Linde have been around a little bit in these cars now. I see you really enjoying it.
Definitely. Best cars out there.
And a bit about Pakisa from your side?
It's an up and down track for me. But yeah, it's going good today. Fast, slipstream is very important. Yeah, it's a nice track. Long.
And next up we've got Eric Boyens. Eric, the track for you, how are you feeling here?
Oh no, I'm very excited. It's only my second time here. Last time I was here was in 2020. So I was a bit rusty, but I'm getting up to speed quickly and the pace is looking good.
Is tyre conservation anything in Formula V here?
Yeah, definitely, yes. Well, mostly at Pakisa. I mean, it destroys the tyres. Like after the practice now, the tyres are completely fried, so definitely. But also massive thanks to CIM Refuel, because without them, I probably wouldn't have been here this weekend, so thanks to them.
Well, that's great. Guys, give it hell out there. Have a good race. After I count to 3, please say Formula V is the best race of the day. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Formula V is the best race of the day.
It'll be a bit of an argument that's going to be won amongst competitors today, because we had some great action so far. But yeah, Dave, I have to agree, 9 times out of 10, Formula V always brings superb race action. And particularly here at Phakisa Freeway. So we'll wait and see if that's going to be the case. Lionel Janssen has put it on pole position. Just got some information fed to me, of course, by the chairman of this category. That's Theo Vermaak. He's down in 7th place overall. But from that information side of things, Lionel grabbing the pole position with a 149.8. But the top 8 competitors are covered by less than 2 seconds. So it's going to be pretty close, I think, between them. Gert van den Berg has not made it out here today. He unfortunately hasn't been able to make it here in terms of his racing calendar clashing with some other aspects of his life. But we wish him a very happy birthday for yesterday. So congratulations there to Gertie, and I hope you have a very cool birthday party. Probably partying, that's probably one of the reasons he wasn't able to make it here this weekend. But having a look at the way things stand in the championship, on 65 points, Jaco Schricks leads out over MD Bester. He's 11 points back there. Then it's Eric Boyens, Carl Watt, and Sean van der Linde. That's in the National Challenge Championship, of course. And then in the Association Championship, Eric Boyens also ahead of Carl Watt and CF de Toy. So that's the championship battle that we're going to be looking forward to today. And then we wish Helder Gavea all the very best for a speedy recovery. Apparently he had to, unfortunately, pull out of today's race meeting due to the fact that he's fallen ill. So to Helder, get well soon. And to Gert, happy birthday, bud. Hope you have a great weekend. And we hope to see you at the next round of Formula V's, which will be on the 24th of June at the next regional championships of the Extreme Festival, and that's at Swartkops International Raceway. So until we've got a track clearance there, I think they have sent the cars on their way, or did they? No, they're all waiting here at the end of pit lane, so they haven't got onto track just yet because we still have a couple of BMWs to recover.
Thank you. Received.
So you can see just trying to make up some time now here as Formula V makes its way back onto the circuit, sending them off at the short circuit. A lot of people have driven the short circuit here at Phakisa Freeway. But there is a right-hand turn coming out of turn 1, and it basically brings them back onto just before Incini 1 and 2. So they get a short version of the warm-up lap for Formula V's. And just to recap, it is Lennel Janssen who's on pole position. He has got Peter Hills alongside him. And the man who was champion last year will be looking to try and retain that championship, but hasn't quite gone according to plan this year for the Mangaza Racing team, that's for sure. Eric Boyens will line up with Jaco Schricks behind that, and Schricks, of course, is leading overall in terms of this championship for 2023. And the reason for that is because he's been the most consistent driver, even though he was involved in that big crash at round 1. So MD Bester is closest to him with Eric Boyens, Kyle Watt, Sean van der Linde. Peter Hills is down in 6th. Lennel Janssen is down in 7th. And Gert van der Berg, who's not here this weekend, is down in 9th place. So he's losing a lot of opportunities here to make up ground as van der Berg this weekend on the overall championship. But it is his birthday, so I'm sure he's enjoying the spoils of that little celebration weekend. Brandon Hills and Sean van der Linde will make up the 3rd row of the grid. It's Theo Vermaak and MD Bester who are alongside each other. They're fighting hard for the Association Championship. They're in the 4th row, just ahead of Kyle Watt and Marcel Bluchnoot. CF de Toy and Jaco Smit are in the 6th row. And then you've got Roy Douglas and Ernie Vermaak. Clinton Kane, massive thanks to Clint, of course, for getting me a really cool cap while he was overseas. Big appreciation there, buddy. But thank you so much. And Dave Austin's alongside him with Helder Gavea, unfortunately having to pull out. So he won't be down in 17th place. He unfortunately has picked up, I think, a little bit of a bug overnight and will not be participating here in this first heat or second heat of today's action from the DOE Formula Vees. Partnered with CIM, Lubrifuel, and of course First Race and all their associate sponsors. It's a massive event for Formula V, and of course now looking to go to battle yet again for 2023's championship. Let's see what they can do now. A couple of guys just trying to get some practice starts in before they go into a racing proper. And that'll give them a chance now, of course, to get some heat into that rubber and get themselves ready to go. Arguably, some of the best racing we've seen in the Regional Extreme Festival has come out of Formula V so far this season. Most notably that massive crash at turn 4 at Swartkops at the opening round. And definitely something they don't want to repeat here at Pakisa Freeway. But as we said, and as you heard from the comments in the interviews earlier on, it always bodes well at Pakisa Freeway with Formula V's. And they always bring the action. Green flag means we head into the start procedure. And we stand by for the lights to go on and off before we go racing here for Formula V's Race 1. They head down towards turn 1. Good start there from Lennel Janssen. Looks like he's going to hang on to that lead that he was able to get via the pole position. But alongside, and in fact side by side, is Eric Boyens and Peter Hills. Hills and Boyens coming out of turn number 1 side by side. And it looks like it might be Boyens who's got the advantage. It is. He's got through there on Peter Hills. Hills drops to 3rd into the clutches there of van der Linde. We've got a good start off the line. Sean van der Linde just outgunning a couple of the cars ahead of him there. One of them being Jaco Schricks. So Schricks with some maneuvering to do as they come through there now. In fact, Jaco Schricks has moved up nicely. So it looks like a bit of a change up there to the way that they qualified is now into the way that they're racing. And that's kind of always the way things go in Formula V's. But it is Lennel Janssen who leads things out at this point. They come into the Coke bottle corner. There were a couple of spectators up on that banking. It was great to see. In fact, a lot more have joined them. By the looks of things, there's a couple of cars parked up on that banking, enjoying the race action here for our Regional Extreme Festival. Hills now under pressure. Right from the word go, that pressure comes. Looks like a bit of a problem there for the 112 as well. Marcel Bluchnoot running slightly wide. And having to just get back onto track there, which is not ideal to be in. Sean van der Linde feeling a bit of pressure as well. Looks like he's having to soak that pressure up from very bright yellow livery. New livery on some of these cars as well as they head down into Geelkop for the first time to complete the first lap in anger. It's an 8-lap race here as well for Formula Vee. And a change up going through there into the lead of the battle for third as they come across the line and complete the first lap in anger. Janssen from Schricks, Boyens from van der Linde, and now Brandon Hills and Theo Vermaak going at it. 33 car, there is Brandon Hills, as I said, new livery on that car. As he comes into turn 2, he looks to close things down there on Dad. Van der Linde's on the inside. Didn't quite get there. The two Mangaza Racing boys now sandwiching van der Linde as he heads towards turn 3. Brandon's on the inside. It looks like he might have got through. Yes, he has. Just squeezes out there and finds a way past. So now looking for a chance to go at it with Eric Boyens as the top two start to get away there. Janssen and Schricks pulling away slightly. Nico Schricks in second place now, right on the tailpiece and under that gearbox of our lead car. Bull Securities and Volkswagen Silver Oaks are his sponsors, and of course Jaco Schricks running in the DOE team and Start My Car colours. As he gets up onto that back straightaway now, tries to close things down and get into the slipstream. Looking to use that slipstream now into the right-hander and does to perfection. So slipstream is a big factor here this weekend, particularly in this category. They really put on a phenomenal effort there to try and use that slipstream effect to best ability, and the best of their abilities there was, of course, coming out of Jaco Schricks as he managed to find a way through and now leads out to complete the second lap in anger. So some fun and games as Fast Fred has joined me from Lotus Challenge here in the studio. Always had some fun and games out there too, didn't they? But always a great show put on by our single-seaters, and of course the Lotus Challenge doing a superb job earlier on today as well. If you haven't seen it, remember with the live stream you can go back and watch it at any time and then come back and join us into the live later on. So as we get into the thick of it, you can see just how things are working out for a couple of contenders. A bit further back there, they're now kind of doing Noah's Ark style racing, 2x2. They go down and complete the laps in anger. Only for Mark there, having a bit of a fight at the back by the looks of things with Clinton Kane. So yeah, for Mark and Kane going at it. Marcel Bluchnot and Jaco Smit further back from that. That's how it stands with Schricks leading things out at this stage. And maintaining over Lionel Janssen. Coming through there's MD Bester trying to find a way through there on the 13 car. It's CF Totoy and of course David Austin that we were concentrating on there. I was just watching in the background as well as Theo's closing onto the back end now of Sean van der Linde. MD Bester just behind him, and then it's Carl Watt a bit further back from that. Schricks maintains, but looks like Lionel Janssen is going to try and do the same thing here, using that slipstream effect onto the back straightaway. He's going to test his ability to use the slipstream. He pulls out, and there you have it. Done deal. So that slipstream is going to be a big factor. And the thing that you've got to take into account here with that slipstream is where you are on the last lap. Are you the second car or are you the lead car? Big move on the inside. For Mark had a big look. Didn't quite get there on Sean van der Linde, but he definitely showed a wheel or background. Coming out of shape there slightly was the third of the Mangaza Racing team boys. I think that might have been MD. Van der Linde runs wide out of the final corner. That might give Theo Vermaak a bit of a sniff. So Eric Boyens still continues his fight. Further back here, we continue to look at that mid-pack starting to open up there. 53 is Roy Douglas. Douglas now trying to find a way through by the looks of things on Marcel Bluchnot. Very evenly matched battle there, those two are having. That actually might be this... Oh, I'm not quite sure who that was actually. Apologies on that one. I'll try and get a number. I think it is Marcel Buchner, but I stand to be corrected on that. There we go. Having a look at the standings as our two leaders go out of the Coke bottle. Hills still in third, pulling slightly away now from Eric Boyens, and up to fifth place is now Brandon Hills, ahead of Sean van der Linde and Theo Vermaak. Brandon on the inside into Unchini 1. Has a look. No, it didn't quite get there. So the 33 car now putting the pressure onto Eric Boyens. CIM Luby Fuel machine of Boyens under pressure from that Mangaza Racing car, and now slipstream for Brandon. Should be able to get past. He does so. Uses the slipstream to perfection. Nice to see those Raymer's chassis basically dominating at the front end. Only one that's not a Raymer chassis at this point in time is Theo Vermaak's car. He's in the Forza. Slightly different shape of the cars that they're fighting with. And they got 4 to go. Halfway stage reached. 4 down, 4 to go. Lionel Janssen continues to lead out over, beg your pardon, Jaco Schricks over Lionel Janssen. Jaco Schricks over Lionel Janssen, and Jaco still with the fastest lap of the race. In fact, that's just been taken now by Peter Hills. So Pete's decided to up the wick slightly and turn that pace up a little bit in that Mangaza Racing Raymer 2. He's got Brandon behind him. He's now through on Eric Boyens. Theo Vermaak ahead of Van der Linde. And Van der Linde now dropping into the clutches, possibly of MD Bester. Third of those Mangaza Racing team cars. Also in the Raymer with Carl Watt behind that. So all 4 of the Mangaza Racing boys are up in that top 9. Schricks still continuing at the front end there for DOE Quality Parts and Start My Car team. Doing the job while his teammate is celebrating his birthday. I'm sure Kati's watching us, and if he is, I did mention it earlier on, but happy birthday, bud. And also, let's see what's going to happen now between our top competitors here. There's still some pressure from Boyens. He's not done yet with Brandon, and he's trying to look to use the slipstream himself. There is a slipstream move, perfectly done by Lionel Janssen. Don't really have an answer, do you? I mean, Schricks has done it to Janssen, Janssen's done it to Schricks, and now again to Jaco Schricks. And that slipstream basically just gives you the advantage. So you have to plan your race carefully here to be in the right position on that last lap to use the slipstream effect and make it stick. Because if you do get through there, on that third last corner, the right-hander off the back straight, there's a possibility that the driver that you're overtaking will not be able to get past you. I think that's what possibly Peter Hills is thinking about right now. Maybe get a double slipstream effect and outgun both first and second for the win. So into turn 2 comes Lionel Janssen. Schricks on his tail, Hills right behind that. Literally throw the proverbial blanket over those first 3. It's kind of what we expected. Boyens and Hills also going at it. Brandon Hills and Eric Boyens have changed again. Brandon back up to 4th. Boyens back down to 5th. Vermaak stays in 6th ahead of MD Bester and Sean van der Linde. At this stage, Eric Boyens leading out the Association Championship. And of course, Schricks now in 2nd place should maintain the lead of the overall national championship if it finishes up as it is right now. Oh, there you go. Lionel Janssen realizing that slipstream could come into play. He tried to go inside and defensive and maybe just break the slip, but there's no way of breaking that slip down that back straightaway. As I said, you've got to try and ensure that your planning is right. You don't want to be in the lead of this race heading onto that back straight. Peter Hills will tell you all about it. The last time we were here at Pakisa last year, he was able to outgun 2 drivers to take the win. And we're looking to try and do the same thing here again on both Schricks and Janssen with 2 laps to go. So his positioning is perfect right now if he stays in 3rd. MD MD now closing on the back end of Van der Linde. And bringing Carl Watt just behind that along for the ride. Watt hasn't quite got there yet. But Carl is definitely a lot closer than what he has been. Behind that, CF de Toy and Jaco Smit. Douglas and Austin continue with Marcel Blichnote, Ernie Vermaak and Clinton Kane. Bringing up the tail end of this field. So Pete standing right now in the perfect position. Third place is a great place to be in. Has a look for second, but slots in. Hills, Brandon Hills still going at it there with Boyens. Hills and Boyens are side by side out of turn 3. Going to be side by side again into turn 4 at the Coke bottle, but Brandon is late enough on the brakes to maintain 4th place. Let's see what happens now as they get onto that back straightaway. Eric Boyens going to try and use the slipstream effect if he can. He's not close enough to Brandon Hills to maybe get into that slipstream. He'll have to carry good corner speed through here. And into Inchini 2 now. Have to try and get onto the tailpiece there, right under the exhaust pipe. Well, here we go. It's on 3x3 into the big right-hander. And Shricks has the advantage. Peter Hills moves up into second. He's timed this to perfection, I'm telling you right now. Watch out for Peter Hills coming onto this last lap. He is in second place. He's going to try and use that slipstream and slingshot through for the win. So he used it well going into the penultimate lap to get through there on Lionel Janssen. He's now sitting pretty in second. He'll show a couple of wheels here and there, but he's definitely going to wait until that back straight before he pulls the pin. And Shricks knows that. So Jaco Shricks has got to try and pull a little bit of an advantage here that will negate the slipstream effect if he can. Not always easy to do when you're in such close company with arguably some of the best single-seater drivers in the country. On to the bottom and into turn 2. So for a little bit of a rise and into turn 2 they go. Here comes the pressure. Shricks moves across. He knows that Peter Hills is there. Trying to just shake him up slightly, see if he can find something in terms of a bit of a glitch in his armor. He's got a slight advantage. It's about a car length. Maybe a bit more coming out of that right-hander. Now he'll try and get the advantage through the turn 4 and carry that corner speed as much as he can. You'll watch him run very wide. Yeah, he does. Trying to carry the corner speed now up towards Uncini 1 and 2. Here they come. This is where the slipstream's going to come into play. Peter Hills is right there. He's exactly where he needs to be. Jaco Shricks, unfortunately, is not going to have an answer here. He is going to push as hard as he can through Inchini 2, but here comes the slipstream effect. Hills tucks in. Lionel Janssen goes with him. Hills is going to have to go around the outside as Shricks goes defensive. Janssen goes on the inside. Oh, Peter Hills around the outside with the slipstream effect. Doesn't matter which way you go, that slipstream comes into play. There's just no answer to it. And Hills, as I said, timed it to perfection. Got through to second on the penultimate lap. Set himself up for the slipstream for the final lap, and it's paid off. The champion is going to take the first win of the day. And Mangaza Racing win out the DOE Formula Vees, partnered with CIM Lubrifuel. Shricks gets second. Janssen gets third. And that's how we wrap things up there with Brandon Hills finishing up just ahead of Eric Boyens. Good drive coming out of Theo Vermaak as well. He burns out Van der Linde and MD Bester with Carl Watt behind that. So that's how we wrap it up. What a way to finish up there. Perfect timing from Peter Hills again to do what was necessary to get the victory in the DOE Formula Vees. So from Formula Vees, we go to the big bangers. It's Mobil 1 V8 Supercar time, and the Rolling Thunder will be starting up shortly. We're not quite done just yet. These guys still got to come to the line now as they make their way down towards it. It's Jaco Smit leading out this pack. And looks like he might just hang on. He does. So Smit hangs on there to win out the fight at the back end of the field. And the last car comes through there in the form of Ernie Vermaak. So we've got Peter Hills from Jaco Shricks and Lionel Janssen, the top 3 in the National Championship class. They beat out Brandon Hills and Eric Boyens, Theo Vermaak and Sean van der Linde with Carl Watt. Jaco Smit and CF de Toy fighting hard for 9 and 10 with Marcel Blichnote eventually in 11th. Roy Douglas and David Austin. And then MD Bester and Ernie Vermaak will wrap up your top 15 overall in DOE Formula Vees, partnered with Lubrifuel. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars on track shortly. We'll be back with all that action. So Mobil 1 V8 Supercars are on track as we speak, making their way around to form up on their grid. Remember, they've still got a rolling start to go with as well. But before they go into action, let's go and catch up with some of their competitors.
Next out on track, the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars make the loudest noise, probably the fastest cars. Yeah, I don't know, Mackie Adam, if you agree with that.
Yeah, should be one of the fastest this weekend.
One of yours particularly.
I hope so.
Mackie, so you're going to make a bit of time on points apparently going into this round now on Julian?
Yeah, no, we're quite a bit off Julian this year. He's leading the championship and Thomas second. We had a few bad heats currently, so it's time to fight back, get points.
Carl, I've been asking everybody this. Tyre conservation around Phakisa Freeway. Is that a factor?
Nothing. We're all using old rubber. It's just going to get torn up in a few laps.
What sort of horsepower are you actually putting down at the moment?
600.
600 horsepower through 2 rear tyres. So tyre conservation is absolutely.
Mackie's putting 650.
He's taking it strict off.
Yes.
Franco de Matteo, just tell us, you've been here many times. Do you like the track, all that sort of stuff?
This is one of the best circuits in the land. We were just talking about it. It's a high speed, low speed. It's got everything, sweeps. It's one of the best. It's just a pity that it's deteriorating, and what can we do?
A bit of maintenance would help.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you something. How good a driver is Mackie Adler?
Not when Frank is right.
Average.
No, he's been champion for 6 years in a row, so he's done very well.
He's looking pretty swag there.
Yeah. Average.
Hey guys, give it hell out there.
Thanks.
Give us lots of noise, and let's have a great race. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thanks. Thank you.
Next out on.
All right, so the antics are all done. Now it's time to get down to the serious stuff. And looking at the serious side of things, the Deltec Batteries and NHR Mining, Jaguar is on pole position with Franco de Matteo at the wheel. And Mackie Adlam, his closest rival, and the rivalry that we just saw in the interview, lines up alongside him for the Adlam Auto XJR. So 2 Jaguars lead out Terry Wolford's Fuchs Lubricants and Schick Ford Mustang. Pep Boys Automotive and bumper to bumper Ford Falcon is alongside Wolford for the second row with Warren Lombard at the wheel. Thomas Reeb and Julian Familiaris, that is first and second in reverse order of the championship standings right now. Reeb behind Familiaris, but today ahead of him in qualifying. Both of them in Chevy-powered machines. One is a Lumina, one is a Corvette. And then it's the Chevy V8 of Carl Nell and the second Corvette at the back of the pack of Steve Hapst for prior instrumentation and PPG coatings. So that's the 8 cars that are about to go to battle for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Ford Power leads out over Chev Power, but an even Steven match there between 4 Fords and 4 Chevys. Who's going to have what it takes to be on top of the podium by the time that flag drops in 8 laps time? The Jags are side by side. The pole position is on the right hand side, despite the corner 1 being a left-hander. So it's a slightly different format to what they do on most tracks, where your pole position would be on the opposite side. It's now up to De Matteo to try and take the overall win here if he can, and get back up into the championship fight with Mackie Adlam. But Adlam is just as hungry as they head down towards turn 1. Adlam slots in behind De Matteo. Round the outside comes Terry Wolford, but it's Warren Lombard already putting the Falcon up the inside of the Mustang and trying to find a way through there with maybe a little bit of maneuvering, but good maneuvering there from the Fuchs car, coming through there and squeezing out the Falcon. So it's Wolford into 3rd, Lombard into 4. Bit of problems there by the looks of things for Julian Familiaris. He, of course, is the championship leader, and Null out of shape, big time, out of turn number 2. Heading towards 3, the big Chevy Lumina, they got completely sideways with Carl Nell at the wheel. He managed to catch it though, and Familiaris will be thinking, I need to get through. I cannot afford to be wasting time here and losing out valuable championship points, because his closest rival is a car up the road, and that is the Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy Lumina of Thomas Reeb. And Reeb at this stage looking to try and capitalize on as many points as possible. These three at the front, in fact these four at the front, have got a huge amount of work to do to try and make up the ground that is required to take away that championship lead from Familiaris. Jules has a look on the inside of Carl Nell coming out of Incini 1 and nearly made it stick out of Incini 2. Slipstream will also be a major factor here for these cars, and it's going to be a possibility of where that slipstream effect comes into play. Can you get the drive out of Incini 2 to use the slipstream down the back straight away and possibly spoil the day of your rival as we get to the end of race lap 1 here of the first race of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Nell out of shape, and looks like something's broken. Carl Nell completely out of shape there, and it looks like it's something broke on the back end of that Chevy Lumina of his. So unfortunately the Gears for Africa car has broken out of the penultimate corner there, heel cop, and it looks like they're going to have to possibly have a safety car. I don't know if he got their car going again and got out of harm's way. It's Jaguars 1 and 2. Dimitar from Adlam. Exactly what Franco Dimitar wanted, to show the way around there to Mackie Adlam and keep him at bay. Bring them both back into contention for some valuable championship points that are up for grabs here, with Julian Familiaris not quite having it his own way here this weekend. The Chevys just don't seem to have the additional grunt that the Fords have got here at the Phakisa Freeway. And at this point in time, it's Fords 1 to 4. Chevy's 5 and 6, but it's not the Chevy that needs to be in 5th place. Oh, Lombard out of shape there as well. Big moment there for Warren Lombard. Pep Boys Automotive and bumper to bumper car got completely lit up coming out of the Coke bottle corner. And Lombard very lucky to catch that one. So he'll be a bit concerned about how that thing stepped up. But you did hear from our 3 drivers in the interview that they are all running on very old rubber. You can't afford to go and slap a new pair of Pirellis or Goodyears or whatever your choice of tyre is. I know Pirelli have got involved here with the series now, but you don't want to be putting on a brand new set of those because it'll just get shredded by the tarmac here at Pakisa Freeway. So old rubber is the only choice to go and play on, which means that the cars are going to be very uneven and very, very tail happy. Corvette there starting to close in as Familiaris starts to hunt down Thomas Reeb for that 5th place on track. Dimitar trying to use his experience right now at the circuit to keep out Mackie Adlam, but the 6-time champion on his tail knows what to do here at this track, and in fact he's already been on track earlier on, if you remember. He's actually been on and off it in Lotus Challenge. He won't want to be going off here, not when he's in such close way there. Boys Automotive and bumper to bumper Ford Falcon, who stays just ahead there of Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobil 1 Grid Machine. That is the Chevy Lumina with Thomas Reeb piloting it at the moment and trying to keep out, of course, the hard charge coming from the Dimitar Racing Chevy Corvette of Julian Familiaris, our championship leader. So onto that back straight away now through the right-hander. Lombard he seems to have pulled a little bit of a margin again over the 2 Chevys. So just using it to his advantage there. But no answer whatsoever to NHR Mining Deltec Batteries Jaguar of Dimitar right now from Adlam. 3 down, 5 to go. And there's a move on here from Familiaris. Not close enough to make it stick just yet, but he's definitely putting the pressure onto that Mobil Agri Super machine of Thomas Reeb. Reeb doing a good job of fending off right now, but how much longer can he soak that pressure up that's being applied in a big way there from the Corvette? Good line out of turn 2. A short squirt up towards turn 3. That's the toe of the boot, and Familiaris has a look. Has he been able to get through? Well, we'll keep an eye on the background as they come through there. Wolford in the Schick and Fuchs Mustang, I beg your pardon. The Falcon's behind that. No change up yet. I thought Familiaris might have got through, but he didn't. Wasn't able to make it stick going through the toe of the boot. Can he find a way through now? We'll wait and see. Slipstream onto the back straight might be an option, but he's not close enough yet. De Matteo maintains and pulls away slightly now from Mackie Adlam. Wolford maintains third place. No problems at all here for him. And Fuchs Lubricants and Chic Mustang maintains a great third place here. He's also looking to try and turn his luck around. Hasn't quite gone according to plan here for Wolford. Starting to slip and slide though. Ooh, and Lombard would have seen that. Warren Lombard will be licking his lips seeing that car getting out of shape and getting to slip and slide a bit. At the halfway stage, can Lombard maybe use that to his advantage? Or what are his tyres looking like? That's the problem. He needs to look and see exactly how the tyre wear has gone. And tyre wear, of course, is huge at Phakisa Freeway. So it's Wolford through the flicks and into turn 2. Jerry Wolford maintaining third place and a nice advantage, but looking in the background, just keeping an eye on that gap. Oh, the gap. Oh, Lombard's got a problem. Lombard's got a problem out of turn 2. I was about to say Lombard looked like he was closing, but something has broken there on Warren Lombard's car. And he's now dropped behind the 2 Chevys. So it's Familiaris who capitalizes on that little maneuver as well and gets through on Reeb. Reeb got caught out slightly. Familiaris got better drive out of turn 2 and into turn 3, was able to make it stick. So we got a Corvette up into 4th place now, ahead of the Lumina. Still 3 Fords at the front end. 1, 2, 3 on track are Ford powered cars. 4 and 5 are Chevy powered cars. And the Corvette now pulling away from Thomas Reeb. So that opportunistic driving from Julian Familiaris moves himself into 4th place. And he'll be looking to try and close things down here in the next 2.5 laps on Terry Wolford if he can. Wolford still maintains 3rd for now. But he'll be looking in his rearview mirrors and realizing that it's now the championship leader who's behind him. It's no longer the red Chevy Lumina. Reeb's lost ground since he's been overtaken by Familiaris. He's lost a huge amount of ground there to the back end of the Corvette. Here down towards turn 2, he's trying to make up that ground again in the Mobil Agri Supercar. Not quite there just yet. Gavin Wilkins Racing, of course, helping out on the preparation of that Cafe 9 automotive and Mobil Agri Superfuel car of Thomas Reeb. Right now, Wolford from Familiaris. And it doesn't look like Jules has got an answer there to the pace that's being set there by Terry Wolford. I'm watching that gap and it hasn't changed. Maybe a couple of hundreds here and there, but there's no dramatic change to it in seeing the Corvette closing onto the back end of that Mustang. De Matteo, same problem for Adlam. Adlam right now in 2nd place, doesn't have an answer to the pace that Franco De Matteo's got at the front end. I suppose it's all a case of what we heard in the interview, who had the fresher of the older rubber available to them. Right now it looks like that might be De Matteo as he starts his penultimate lap. He turns into turn 1 as 3rd place comes out of the final corner. And, well, I'm going to take my words back there slightly because it does look like Familiaris is closing ever so slightly on Terry Wolford. Wolford looks like also a little bit of smoke out of the back of that car. It'll be a concern to keep an eye on that. Here is Lombard. He's retired the car on the left-hand side. So Familiaris is about 1.5 seconds quicker according to Paul in my ear here. And that might be enough for him to close down and possibly get past Terry Wolford with a lap and a half to go. And he's closing rapidly, so Wolford will be concerned here. He knows Julian Familiaris has got pace in this Corvette. He has had it all season long. That's the reason why he leads the championship overall. He's also been the most consistent driver out of the top 6. So let's see what Wilford can do now as he starts to run wide. He's starting to run out of tyres. Wilford's having massive problems there with that old rubber on the car. And that's why Julian Familiaris is closing. Looks like there's also, as I said, a bit of smoke coming out of that car. So Familiaris is now looking to pounce. He's got 2 corners and 1 lap to go to get through here on the Fuchs Lubricants and Chic Ford Mustang. Tomato Racing leading things out and now possibly looking for a 3rd place. Wilford again steps out of the heel cup corner. Watch him possibly run wide here out of the final corner too. Trying to keep that car on track and stay ahead of the hard charge coming from Julian Familiaris. Familiaris is going to be late on the brakes into turn 1. Later on the brakes was Wilford, but he runs a little wide again, opening up that door, and Familiaris sneaks through. Or does he? Wilford tries to come side by side with him as they go in towards the flick, in towards turn 2, and no, he can't hang on. So Julian Familiaris using the advantage of slightly fresher rubber on that old rubber that they are running here this weekend. Wilford leaving big black lines out of turn 2. He goes down into the toe of the boot. Yeah, oh man, D'Amato just in high-flying fashion here. Certainly recovered from whatever ailed him at the previous round, and he's now back in it. And he seems to be wanting to capitalize on 2 potential wins out of 2 starts here today. If this is the kind of pace he's got, he's going to be a tough man to beat. That's, of course, if he's got enough rubber to keep him going to the end of proceedings here in a couple of hours' time. Right now, he's got a couple of corners to go, and then it'll all be sorted out. So into heel cup goes the Italian stallion, Franco D'Amato, in that Deltic Batteries and NHR mining machine. The Black Cat is going to pounce once again here at Pakisa and win out over its fellow feline from Adlam Auto. So it's Franco D'Amato who takes the win. Second place is Mackie Adlam. Those 2 drivers will definitely be closing the gap down slightly after taking a 1st and 2nd. On 3rd place, Julian Familiaris. But with that 3rd place, Familiaris will also hang on to the championship lead. Terry Wilford finishes up in 4th ahead of Thomas Reeb. And unfortunately, Carl Nell did not get to the finish line. Steve Herbst should have finished up as well, but he was a long way down in 7th place. So there you have it. It is Franco D'Amato from Mackie Adlam, Julian Familiaris, and Terry Wilford. Thomas Reeb finished up in the top 5. Perhaps he'll finish up in 6. Warren Lombard, unfortunately, is parked on the sideline, along with Carl Nell. Hopefully those 2 cars will be fixed for race 2 a bit later on. From here, of course, we head into the proceedings for what we're here for today, the Pakisa 200. And it's the sprint race that will determine the grid for the Pakisa 200 later on this afternoon. They'll be up shortly as soon as we got those V8s cleared. So we got cars on grid there, or on track I should say, for the Pakisa 200 qualifying. They're doing the shortened version of the track. So let's shoot down and catch up with a couple of contenders there. Okay, we're not going to do that interview now. We're actually going to get into that just before the main race later on. Remember, this is the qualifying race. Actually, it's a sprint race to determine the grid for later on. So they qualified with Wouter Roos and Graham Nathan in the Car Care Clinic Polo on pole position, alongside Piet Potgieter, also out of Nathan's Motorsport. Leonard Archer in the ACD Welcome machine. He's up there as well. And in fact, what I'm seeing on track is not what I'm seeing on my qualifying. So they may have shifted this qualifying slightly. Let me have a quick squiz and see the grid, because the grid is slightly different to what I've seen as they're warming up there. So Wouter Roos and Graham Nathan, Piet Potgieter should be the front row. But what I'm seeing is a slightly different front row there. Just wait for them to come into sight onto that back straightaway. And out of Geelkop, you'll get to see exactly how they line up. There must be a revision of this one. There it is. There is a revised grid, so apologies on that one. There's so much information that gets passed out on this grid, on this group. But as they come round there, the revised grid says Graham Nathan ahead of Piet Potgieter, Lindsay Kleur, Lebotsky, and Charles Veyers and Roland Hopkins. But of course, it hasn't taken into account the 111 and the Sports and GTs. So, by the looks of things, that is ACD Welcome's car out front, which means Leonard Archer is on pole. That's Wouter Roos at the wheel of the Car Care Clinic Golf. And yeah, got nothing to do with the grid that I've been given on my result sheet. So we'll have to just keep an eye on that. Maybe there's a second revision. I'm just going to shoot down and see if they maybe did a new revision of that grid. Nope. Not that I can see. Anyway, we'll use it for reference sake. That's about all we can do. So Archer, Louis Scholz are on the front row, ahead of Johan van der Vijver. That's how it should be. There they are. Then it is triple ones, led out by Graham Nathan and Wouter Roos. Wouter Roos at the wheel of the car right now. Potgieter alongside him. Lindsay Kleur and Derek Smallberger are sharing a car. Wayne Lebotsky's on his own. And then you've got Charles Veyers, Roland Hopkins. Heinz Bezay will be sharing with MD Bester. And then you've got Andre de Lange ahead of Francis Aldrich. Duran Gunnison. Elke van Vledder makes a welcome return. That's nice to see her, the Bat Lady. Mel Spur and Alna Cruiser making an all-ladies, ninth row of the grid. And then Ishmael Beloy and George Aldrich. That's if Ishmael Beloy was able to get his car sorted out. He was the reason for the delayed start of the race day today, due to the fact that he had some oil issues and dumped a huge amount of engine oil onto the circuit coming out of the Coke bottle. So the Comcare Motorsport car there, car 28. That's going to be Lindsay Kleur and Derek Smallberger sharing that car. So on the revised grid, they've actually split the field between the GT Sports and Saloons and the triple ones to give them an opportunity. You can see Wouter Roos pulling right to the sideline. I wonder if he's got a bit of a problem there on his car, or was he just waiting to give them a bit of a gap? Roos should be side by side, but Piet Potgieter, there he comes. Potgieter comes alongside him. Then it's Smallberger and Lebotsky. So just before we go to racing, let's go and pay some bills. red, yellow, blue. Not green, blue, yellow, red, blue, yellow, Fred. 1 + 1 is 3. 1 + 1's for me. Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website. Yeah, there's a lot of red, yellow, blue cars out there about to go to battle. That's a new little promotion that they're running at Car Care Clinic, who of course are the sponsors of the 111s and the GD Sports and Saloons. And now as they line up, let's see what's going to happen here for the sprint race. So Leonard Archer from Louis Scholz. Louis Scholz from Johan van der Vijver. That is your 111. That is your GT Sports and Saloons. 111s. Rus, Portkita, Smallberger and Labotsky. As the lights go out, we go racing down towards turn 1. A couple of guys using that inside line. It's the dirty line. Louis Scholz hangs on for second place as they tuck it into turn 1. Labotsky's up the inside of Smallberger. Smallberger loses out there slightly. And coming through the pack there just behind, keep an eye on Charles Veyers and Roland Hopkins. Hopkins just getting the drop there on Veyers. And slots up just in behind. Looking for a chance now to run with the top contenders in 111s. Out front, already a move there from Vota. He's moved up ahead of Louis Scholz and up into contention now for second place in the overall standings. Looking for third at the moment is Vota Rus. Louis Scholz is fourth. So the two stablemates out of Car Care Clinic go into turn 3, 3 and 4 respectively, with Pete Portkita behind them in the Nathan's Motorsport and Rocky car. Then it's the Shield Golf of Labotsky, Smallberger behind that, then Hopkins. So a good start there. Veyers dropping back slightly into the clutches by the looks of it of MD Bester and Heinz Bezet. And then it's Andre de Lange who's in that pack as well. That's Portkita with the hard charge coming out of the Honda of Louis Scholz as he comes through in Chini 1 and 2 for the first time. Heading onto that back straight away. And already closing things down there on Van der Vijver in the Subaru. Bit of slipstream effect there from the Subaru, and Portkita uses it to his advantage. Trying to catch the back end of his stablemate there out of Nathan's Motorsport, Vota Rus. So those two Golfs have made their way up slightly higher up than what they started. Further back, the pack starts to sort things out there. So Archer controls things for the moment. Leading things out over Rus. Portkita. The Shield Golf now trying to come around the outside of Van der Vijver. So Labotsky getting a good turn of pace here in that Shield Golf 1. And looks like he might get ahead of Van der Vijver. Van der Vijver looks like he's got a bit of an issue. He's been caught by the Shield Golf. He's now been caught by the Car Care Clinic Honda of Louis Scholz, who's got for very close attendance there. The 16 car of Roland Hopkins. Lindsay Kleur and Derek Smallberger are sharing that car. The Comp Care car behind that. That's the Golf 7. And at this stage, I think it might be Derek Smallberger who's piloting that car in this first one. So this is the sprint race to determine the grid, of course, for the Pakisa 200 later on this afternoon. There's Mal Spur coming through the field. And I'm just looking to see, is she up ahead of the rest of the ladies in the class? Looks like she is, yes. Alka van Vletter further back in that one, in the silver Golf 1. The Bat Lady. At this stage, Mel leading up the ladies' challenge, but also starting to mix it up amongst the boys. Speaking of mixing it up, Roland Hopkins looking for a way now to keep that push and buck car of his ahead of the Universal Motorsport and Comcare Golf. They are side by side, and a change up again. And then we see some changes here as well as the battles continue. Good maneuvering through the pack there. 97 car really going well, and of course being piloted and looking for a chance to be a bit higher up than what they are right now is Charles Veyers. Veyers lost a little bit of ground, but he's now making it up again to get through there on Mal Spur. 1, 2 and 3, no change. It's a GT Sports and Saloons car leading things out as it should be, with Leonard Archer behind the wheel. Then it's Vota Rus and Pete Portkita behind him. Kind of formation flying there for the Nathan's Motorsport boys. Andre de Lange trying to close onto the back end of Veyers. Malsberg goes on the inside. Aldrich coming along and looking to close her down. Mal's got a problem. Mal slows up into turn 1. And that could possibly be detrimental there to her chances of finishing up higher up on the grid than what she wanted. No, she's going to have to pull to the sideline. Mal's got a problem and pulls to the sideline and possibly out. Yes, she's out. She's pulled to the, just on the exit road of the pit lane. 4J's auto car there of Francis Aldrich. Continuing to fight it out with Duran Gunnison. Lebotsky from Van der Pfeiffer. Hopkins from Smallberger from Scholz. Who's fighting that Honda? It's not his usual steed. He's normally in a Golf 7 GTI. And the Honda for this weekend. Veya's behind that. Pit now starting to close down on the back end of Voti, but I think they're going to run in formation flying. They don't have to fight each other right now. What they do need to do, of course, is fight it out later on for honours in the overall standings for the Pakisa 200. And another lap completed. Eight-lap sprint race here for these guys and girls. Oh, they've changed it to 6, I beg your pardon. I've just got that in my ear now. So they've changed it to 6 due to the, I think, the day running so late. That's possibly why. So there's 3 to go. Halfway stage has just been reached. Devlaw property development. Machine of Van der Pfeiffer has been outgunned there by Hopkins. So Roland Hopkins once again getting into a front-end battle here with Van der Pfeiffer's Subaru, and behind that he's trying to keep out, put some breathing room between himself and Smallberger in the CompCare Polo. Doesn't look like there's an answer to Leonard Archer. He'll be happy about this. Man from Valcom on his home circuit. Definitely doing it all right here so far in that Honda Civic Type R for ACD Valcom. I don't think there's really an answer there to the pace of that car from Vota and Potgieter's point of view. So Vota Rus and Piet Potgieter, Car Care Clinic and Nathan's Motorsports machines coming through there. Second and third. Louis Scott's still doing a great job out there as well. But unfortunately, just not the same kind of pace as what he gets out of his Volkswagen coming out of the Honda. And he's lost out there to Hopkins, Van der Pfeiffer and Smallberger. Remember, with the 200, it's a lot of time in the saddle. So he'll be probably looking to try and manage some tyres there as well. There is a compulsory pit stop that's required for the Pakisa 200. Which means that the team has to take one of those tyres off, put it flat on the ground, and then put it back onto the car. Driver has to get out of his race seat, out of the car, while they refuel, if they have to refuel, and has to do a compulsory windscreen wash on the car as well. Fastest car on track at the moment is that car, the Car Care Clinic GTI of Vota Rus, and he maintains the fastest lap so far over all those top 4. In terms of the top 2 in triple ones, and the lead car are GT Sports and Saloon car leader Leonard Archer. Remember, GT Sports and Saloons, Triple One Sports and Saloons, and SuperHatch all score separately as well in their respective championships in this Pakisa 200. So currently we'd have Leonard Archer from Louis Scholz in the GT Sports and Saloons. And then Class A would be Vota Rus, Piet Potgieter, and I think Roland Hopkins would be your top 3 in Class A for Triple One Sports and Saloons. Good return there from Alka van Vletter, the bat lady. Oh, not such a good one here for Charles Veyers. Looks like he might have run wide in the Opel Corsa there. He's now just trying to stay out of harm's way. He had a bit of a problem there in that Opel Corsa Light. As they're getting into the closing stages here for this first sprint race. It's a 6-lapper, remember. And they're on to their final one. Archer on his way to potentially the first win of the day. ACD Velcom Honda Type R Civic. Actually got to see the new Type R Civic at Samola only a couple of weekends ago in the hands of Dion Joubert. Golf GTI, Polo GTI heading towards turn 2 behind that Honda. Charles Veyers just puttering around, trying to get that car back in a pit lane possibly, if he can get there. As they come down into the Coke bottle corner at turn 4. Now heading into Unchini 1, he's the leader. And he's got 4 corners to negotiate before that checkered flag comes out. So pretty much plain sailing here, I would have to say, for the man from Velcom. He'll definitely be happy about taking a home victory. And as I say that, he actually slows up. So there must be some kind of an issue there in the closing stages. Vota trying to get on the inside and find a way past. Did he roll out slightly and didn't realize how far back those cars were? I think Leonard realized in the very late stage that he can't roll off completely and just take it easy to the line. He's still got Vota charging down on him. So Vota Rus nearly capitalizing on a small error or a lack of judgment, I think, there in terms of the final bit of speed required on this last half of the lap from Leonard Archer. Archer's just going to hang on and beat Vota to the line, with Portkita coming through for 3rd place. Charles Veyers, as you can see just in the background there, making his way into pit lane. He has survived to get into pit lane. Not quite sure what Leonard Archer was thinking there. I don't think he realized how fast those two Polo and Golfs were coming. So second of the GD Sports and Saloons will be Van der Pfeiffer. Smallberg eventually beating Roland Hopkins. Hopkins must have had an issue as well on that last lap. He comes through just ahead of Louis Scholz. And that will wrap up our car care clinic. 111 Sports and Saloons, GT Sports and Saloons, and SuperHatch sprint race for the Pakisa 200 here today. We're supposed to have a small break in proceedings. I think it's going to be a lot smaller than what it was actually scheduled for, due to the fact that we already had so much of the race action causing us to run late. So up next will be SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, powered by Red Square. And the motorcycles are basically being asked to come down as soon as possible to the line. But as I said, we are about an hour behind, so they probably are going to look to reshift around the final part of the day's proceedings. When we get that information, we'll bring it to you just after this small break. Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 + 1 is 3. 1 + 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo. Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic. Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website. SunBet ZXNR Masters Cup back on track for their second heat of action today. And let's go and have a quick chat to a couple of the riders that have been on standby since race 1 to have a chat to us. Let's go and see what their plans were for race 1 and now for race 2.
On track is the SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup. Probably the fastest lap times around the track today for this new Extreme Festival. Peter de Vos, great to see you back in action and doing it properly. Looks like you've got really serious about it now.
Yeah, it's frustrating. I want to go faster. Probably not giving myself enough time, but it's like I feel I can do the times, so I'm just not getting it. So it's a bit of a frustration factor.
Brake later, put the power earlier.
Brakes are okay actually. It's coming out of the turn with the bike's pumping and it's irritating me.
Reggie Seal, Pakisa, how's it for you? I know you've got an Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix hat on.
Wow.
So you'd rather be at Phillip Island, but tell us about Pakisa.
Always better to be a rider than a spectator, so it's my baptism of fire into the ZX10R Cup. First event. Bought the bike sight unseen early in the week. Rob Craig brought it up and here we are. Running mid-pack, so not too shabby. With still a few tweaks to do, so very pleased.
And Rob always looks after his bikes.
Oh,
The
yeah.
only problem is it comes from Cape Town, so it's probably set up for Cape Town rather than Pakisa.
Yeah, true.
It's lucky Han McMahon, one of the guys actually involved in the administration of the series. How's it been going this year with the administration, and how's the series looking?
I must say we were dropped in the middle of it late last year, where the guys were kind of down and out, they weren't very interested, but I must say the spirit we have now is like the old days. The guys are having fun together, so yeah, it's becoming back to where it was at least, so yeah, I can't complain.
Listen, I got to tell you, it's going to be tight amongst the fastest lap times there, Dave Peterson. 42.9s out of these bikes is what we've been seeing from the last couple of heats, and of course the first heat of race action, which saw a little bit of an incident right in the closing stages there for the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. But it was 1 minute 40s out of the Mobil V8 Supercars. So the battle's on if you are looking for the hottest lap times of the weekend. Time for a little practice start and head down into what is now the warm-up lap for race number 2. And these guys will just get a little bit of heat into those Bridgestone rubber quickly. Make sure they've got it all sorted out before we go racing proper here for the second heat of SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. From the way they've gone into that first corner, this could possibly be straight into racing. I think we can go into racing proper as opposed to a warm-up lap, because that's what it looks like. It certainly does, but you can see now just rolling out slightly through here, not quite the same kind of pace we've seen in full race pace. Hand up there from Van Breda, and I think that's what they realizing, that it's not a start, it is the warm-up lap, and that's why they're all just calming down slightly there and realizing that it's not go time yet, although they did look that way from the body language on those motorcycles. They were in for the race there. Meanwhile, it's just the warm-up lap. So the dog doctor there with some new livery on the side of his motorcycle too. Normally an all-white bike there for the Eastern Veterinary Clinic, but looks like he's got a little bit of a wrap on it there for the dog doctor. Stewie Christie will be looking forward to another battle, I'm sure, with Lubabala and Sana, and with Dieter Hazeman, possibly with Jacques Cruz and Gerrit Frey, as they get into it now for the second time of asking. Van Breda was bedded in the first one, caught on the last lap by Jason Lamb. So they'll be fighting again for a potential win in this one. They are about a second and a half quicker than anybody else on track, although we did see a massive resurgence from the man we just spoken to. And Peter de Vos has definitely found something special this weekend on that John Gonjosi outsourcing Kawasaki. He'll be looking to be, once again, in the hunt at the front end there, possibly for another podium. It'll be a win for Class C as well for him if he does get it, and bring himself into contention for a healthy lead if he gets 2 wins today of the championship in Class C. Remember, these classes are based on age as opposed to on riders' abilities or lap times. So your youngest class, of course, is Class A, that runs from 35 upwards. 45 upwards for B's, and 55 upwards for Class C. Riders now all set to go. I didn't see the return there of the 57 of Renatus Fanicuk. I'm going to keep an eye out for any of you who was able to get back on track, but he had an incident with Steve Golgocci going into the pit lane as we go racing. We head down towards turn 1. Everybody getting off the line nicely there. It looks like Van Breda's got the whole shot though. This time showing Jason Lamb the way into turn 1. De Vos follows through on Shelley into turn 1. And then Hein McMahon tucks in behind them as they go through turn 1. Everybody seems to have got through there unscathed, which is a good thing. When it comes to two wheels, it's always a good thing to stay upright, particularly here at Phakisa Freeway. Running wide as Bontekoning, trying to come through there on Intercot. He's got through on Dave Intercot as they go into turn 2. Steve Golgocci is back. There he is. Detail Ease Machine and MTech Racing Kawasaki. And he's looking for a way past there on Harwood. Ian Harwood on the Berwick and TRP Distributors Kawasaki. He's the man, of course, who supplies the tyres to this category. Bridgestone rubber on these bikes are the preferred tyre supplier for the ZX10 and have been literally since the start. So it's a long-standing relationship there with the TRP brand and Ian Harwood and his team. Apana Ganapathy trying to keep out Henk Kruger at this point in time as they go into Unchini 1. Behind that, it's Varinga from Crag from Temba. Safisa Temba on the IM63 Wakanya Racing Kawasaki. Trying to be slightly higher up than what he was. There's Peter De Vos diving on the inside of Shelley. Goes up to 3rd place. Two red bikes evenly matched this time. The Sunscan Kawasaki a lot closer to that K9 law enforcement and security services machine of Slucky. And McMahon telling us that things are going really well in the organisation on the sidelines for the ZX10R Masters Cup. But he's now having to try and work to stay ahead of the Cape Town-based rider there, Sunscan Kawasaki, and Clint Munton on board. Munton's got his own worries, coming in the form of a couple of riders starting to close him down. Kruger now looking to try and get ahead of Varinga. The Juggernaut doing a super job out there and maintaining a little bit of a margin over Henk Kruger. Kruger on that Genesis Machine Tool Services Kawasaki. Going to get onto the back end of that Juggernaut bike. He's looking for a way through. Temba also closing up with Rob Cragg. Nice run there from Safisa Temba. Lubabalo also a much better run, just off the back end there of the battle between Steve Golgocci. And Golgocci just trying to pick up on who that second bike was with Golgocci. I think it's the Dog Doctor. Yeah, he's fighting with Stewie Christie. So Golgocci and Stewie Christie fighting just behind this pack as they come out of Coca-Cola. Craig trying to close down on Kruger. And Rob Craig coming along for the ride there on the Matrix Consulting Services and Mad Max Kawasaki. He's just lost a little bit of ground there to Safisa Temba, so he'll be looking to make that ground up. ART Machine of Apana Ganapathy. Kind of in no man's land right now. He's looking behind him and realizing that he's got a bit of a charge coming on. Speaking of a charge, Jason Lamb starting to put the charge on. Lamb looking to try and close down now and get ahead of Graham Van Breda. GVBD staying upright and staying at the front for now. Second battle on track, that is De Vos and Shelley. But the battle for the lead starting to heat up ever so slightly. Jason Lamb was quickest. So Lamb goes quicker than Van Breda. And that's a good sign there for Jason Lamb for a potential double win here today if he can get it. Lamb on the inside. And just straightens that corner out there between the flick into turn 1. Into turn 2, I beg your pardon. And let's give him a little bit of a margin closer, or marginally closer to Graham Van Breda. Safisa Temba, then Lubabalo, Tinsana, Stewie Christie and Golgocci at the back. This is the battle for 3rd place. John Gonjosi outsourcing Kawasaki, fighting with the Shop 74 ZX10. Looks like he's getting a little bit of an issue there from Brian Bontekoning. Bonte's closed in on the back end of Hein McMahon. through the big double right-hander. Unchini 1 and 2 carrying corner speed through both of them. Now trying to carry that corner speed onto the back straightaway to stay ahead of your rival. Don't let him get an opportunity to slipstream you. Foss has had a fantastic run. Oh, here comes Bonti. Around the outside in the Jag Power Products Kawasaki, looking for a way through there on Hein McMahon. Van Bredal shuts the door on Jason Lamb. Bontekoning is through in the background. He's got ahead of Hein McMahon. And 3 down and 5 to go. Here's confirmation. Brian Bontekoning getting through there on Hein McMahon. Up into 5th place. McMahon down to 6. Munton still stays in 7 by the looks of it. Just watching in the background a couple of those shots. Comes the dog doctor, Sui Christie, still Gogachi behind him. She doesn't look like the timing monitor is picking up on the dog doctor there, Sui Christie, because he's there between Lubabalo and Sana and Steve Golgachi for 15th. Golgachi down in 16th, Frey in 17, 18 at the moment is Hazeman, and then Harwood behind Hazeman. 3rd place battle. Here comes Wayne Shelley. Can he find a way through here? Has a look at Pete DeFoss. Can't find a way past though. DeFoss and Shelley fighting hard are going to allow Brian Bontekoning to close in on them. Bonte could spoil the day there for those 2 riders if they're not careful. Can't fight too hard against each other because it does tend to slow you down. Trying to get the slipstream, but Shelley just can't get there. Carrying good corner speed through there and looking for a line on the inside up into Fjellkop. Trying to squeeze up the inside now as they come through that right-hander. At this point in time, those Bridgestones must be crying out because they're starting to feel the effects of a hard charge in the second heat of the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup powered by Red Star. The Red Square guys have been involved in this championship literally also from the onset. Long-standing relationship there with Mark and Tracy and the team from Red Square. Great to have him still on board as one of the partners involved in this championship. Yeah, Bonte is definitely closing. So DeFoss fighting with Shelley is slowing them down. And here comes a move. Oh, Jason Lamb had a big look there. Couldn't quite get up the inside. Van Bredal carrying slightly different corner line into turn 2, now into turn 3. Jason Lamb has a look again. Jay looking dangerous, but I think he's also sitting pretty at the moment. He knows that Graham Van Bredal and him are both running relatively faster lap times than anybody else out there. Shelley got through by the looks of things in the background. Wayne Shelley might have got up into 3rd place and put Peter DeFoss between himself and Brian Bontekoning. Back end Golgachi trying to close down on the dog doctor. There's confirmation of it. But DeFoss comes back at him into Unchini 1. And slams up the inside. Runs a bit wide. Opens up the door again. Shelley comes alongside him. Oh, very close there between Wayne Shelley. And almost a touch there between himself and Peter DeFoss. Bontekoning going to try and capitalize now. Bonte comes into the slipstream down that back straight away. It looks to go inside of the 17 bike, but can't get there on the 16 bike. So Brian Bontekoning has definitely closed the gap down on these two. He was arguably quicker than both of those riders in his attempt to get there. Now that he's there, can he do anything about the man out front in the form of Wayne Shelley? So it's Shop 74 Kawasaki in 3rd. Jag Power Products Kawasaki in 4th place. Ahead of the Jongon Josie Kawasaki of Peter DeFoss for 5. Han McMahon continues to hang in there for 6th place. Ahead of Entercott, Munton, Apanaganapathy and Dave Varinga. That's your top 10 on the last pass. They've still got to come through there. See, things might change up ever so slightly. Yes, Varinga ahead of Munton. And Apanaganapathy dropping down behind Clint Munton as well. Bonte now on the attack, looking to try and find a way through on Shelley. Wayne Shelley going to try and make that ZX10 as wide as possible into turn 3, but Bonte gets the inside line. No, can't get there. Looking over the shoulder there, realizing that he's falling into the clutches, possibly of Dave Varinga. Varinga, I think, has actually got through on him, so a bit of a change up there between Varinga But still some work to be done in the second heat. Good lines, good corner speed coming out of Shelly to stay ahead of Bontekoning. Panaganapathy closing in on that battle I just mentioned before that. Cragg and Kruger still going at it as well. Here comes St. Kruger. Closing things down there on the Matrix Consulting Services and Mad Max Kawasaki man. Running out of laps here, Jason Lamb. Is he going to pull the pin? Is he going to look for a chance now to get through on Graham Van Breda? Bontekoning's through on Shelley. So Bonte moves up one place and it's 2 to go. So Bonte now leads out the battle for third. Ahead of Wayne Shelley and Peter de Vos. Cragg and Kruger going at it, still staying line astern between the two of them. That's for 11 and 12th place. Just up ahead of them we saw Entercott and Varinga fighting with Clint Munton. And Shelley will be looking to try and come back here at the 16 bike ahead of him. Brian Bontekoning. The fastest still in the hunt there. The overall for Class C. If he's going to be a rider of the day, that man certainly has got a chance of it. Peter de Vos, third in the first heat, fifth in the second. The elderly statesman, as I said, certainly one of the oldest riders on track there. And in the current field, possibly the oldest rider, with Johan Leroux not being here this weekend. I have to say he's possibly up there as oldest rider of the day. So a third and a fifth respectively certainly would put him in the hunt for rider of the day there in my books. Phakisa Temba's had a fantastic run as well here on the IM63 Wakania racing machine. Getting better and better behind the wheel of a motorcycle every time he slings a leg over. Oh, there it is. I was kind of expecting that about a lap later, but now with 1 to go, Jason Lamb hits the front. Can Van Breda respond? Van Breda up the inside of turn 1. Oh, it's late braking and onto the front end. Getting completely squirrely there for Graham Van Breda to get ahead back. And Jason Lamb had to give him a little bit of room. So the fight's on here for the lead and for the win and for the overall as well. Van Breda being outgunned by Jason Lamb into Gielkop. How can Jay do the same thing again? Is that? Oh, Van Breda back in, steps out. Jason Lamb will be itching with enthusiasm there to get through. Once again, Van Breda, Rossi style, into the toe of the boot. Puts that foot out. Trying to just keep that bike steady as they're coming through in towards turn 4. Left-hander past the Coke bottle. Big fight on here for the lead. They've got away from 3rd place, 4th place, and 5th place. There's no worries there. Bontekoning is going to hang on for 3rd. I think Shelley's got 4th, and Peter de Vos is going to take the 5 spot. But it's still up for grabs here, big time, between Graham Van Breda and Jason Lamb. Can Jason Lamb get the slipstream now? Time out, Max Phakisa Kawasaki in the slipstream of that Stefanuti Stocks Kawasaki. Goes around the outside. Oh, again around the outside from Jason Lamb. Takes some huge cojones to make a maneuver like that in that corner, and he's got it right. Jason Lamb around the outside of Graham Van Breda and slots himself back up into the lead of the race with 2 corners to go. Van Breda going to try and come back at him under braking for the final corner. Can he get there? No, he can't. Jason Lamb has done the double here at Pakisa. Or has he? The drive to the line. They are side by side. That's the way you do it. Oh, what a fantastic finish there. Jason Lamb and Graham Van Breda across the line, side by side. Bonte's going to come through for 3rd. Shelley right on his tail. And Peter de Vos comes through there for 5th place. What a run there. As I said, there's going to be a rider of the day. He certainly must be in the running for it. And it's Hein McMahon finishing up ahead of Entercott. Entercott's going to just finish up this field as the rest of them come through there. And a good run there from Entercott to finish up at the top end. So, Phakisa Temba crosses the line. Got a bit of a change up here in the usual standings, but great to see such a big fight. Van Breda from Lamb. Bontekoning will take Class B ahead of Wayne Shelley. De Vos will take Class C's down in 5. McMahon ahead of Entercott. Then it was Varinga, Munton, and Panaganapathy making up the top 10. Henk Kruger just outside of the top 10, beat out Robert Craig. And then it was Safiso Temba, Steve Galgocci into the top 14. And he beat the Stewie Christie, the dog doctor, to the line for 15th place overall. That is our two-wheeled action done for the day. What a way to finish it up, though. Paulie, I'm not quite sure if you got the timing there. What was the difference between Van Breda and Jason Lamb at the finish there? 1/1000th of a second. That's how you do motorcycle racing in South Africa. Yes, arguably our premier category of two-wheelers has just concluded their day here at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Up next, we're going into some more four-wheeled action, and the action from the four-wheelers comes in the form of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Race 2. Pabar Volkswagen Challenge on track for their second heat, and we want to be looking out for a couple of cars that should be back on track, hopefully, after a couple of guys had big incidents in the closing stages of race number 1. Most notably, of course, would be the Cycles United car there of Ian Walker. We got to chat to him after he climbed out of the car in trying to avoid crashing into the stricken Pabar car of Mike Barbaglia. He was stuck in the middle of the track, and unfortunately 3 or 4 cars actually got involved in the incident as well. So as we make our way down through this field, going to be looking to try and pick up on whether or not those cars have been able to get back on track or not by the start of Heat 2. Stilio Nosios was one of them. I don't think he's made it back on. I just got a message from him. I tried to get hold of him in the interim after the race and after the crash, once we'd spoken to Ian Walker to get his view of the incident, and unfortunately he didn't have his phone on him, so he wasn't able to pick up on action there. Bevan Masters diving into pit lane. Not quite sure why he's gone into pit lane. He must have an issue as Bev dives in there, and if he does go into pit lane, it means he'll have to start from pit lane as well. Quite sure what's gone wrong here, Paulie, but I've gone to a black screen. I don't know if you've got black in front of you as well. Maybe somebody's hit the cable outside. I've got it back. No, wait, I've got it. Thank you, buddy. I've got it. Couple of hands gesticulating and waving on the grid as they come to take up their positions now for the second start of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Front row, as you can see, there's the pink BHIT Logistics car of Rory Atkinson. Alongside him will be Wayne Masters. Bevan Masters dived into pit lane, so he's not in third place. Charles Smolberger is definitely in fourth, and it looks as if coming to join us on the live stream as well. A couple of guys from all around the country. Here's our good friend Mark Friedman joined us too, by the looks of it. I think he might have. He's sending me messages on the sideline, so I would assume he has. Charles Anderson is back on track in the second of the Pabar cars, but I don't think Barbaglia is back on circuit. So his damage may have been too much. I'm also looking down there to see whether or not Bevan Williams has been able to sort out his car, and I don't know if I got to see the Cycles United car there of Ian Walker. He said they were going to try and get the car sorted out, but might have been too much damage. Fortunately, we don't have a camera that can go up and down the grid there to have a squiz, and we've got to try and pick them up from quite a distance. So if we can get the long shot, we can possibly pick up on some of the action, or some of the cars that were involved in the action. Okay, so Valdi's still there. That's good to see. He wasn't involved in the incident though. And if I go further back on that one, the reverse camera there shows us that we've got Marty Mfana. Luigi Ferro might be there as well, and I think Diovalteron was there too. Looks like Berthold at the back here has also had some problems. I think it's Bjorn Berthold, if I'm not mistaken, at the back of the pack. You know, they had to change the motor last night on that car here, and looks like the Renogen car is not even going to make it onto the grid again, so that's a big pity for him. They've worked frantically overnight to try and get it sorted, but it hasn't quite worked out. We under starters orders yet. We've got red flags at the front. We're waiting for a green flag at the back before we can go racing again here for the second heat of what is going to be another action-packed event, I'm sure, amongst all of our Pabar Volkswagen Challenge competitors. So they start Class A, and it is once again Rory Atkinson who holds shots into turn 1 ahead of Masters. He was ahead, of course, of a couple more competitors in Class A in the first one. Class B gets going, and looks like it's a dive around the outside there for Bevan Williams. Bevan Williams is back on track. You can see a bit of battle scars on the right-hand side of his car, but fortunately that car is back again, and he's side-by-side there with Charisse Piazzamuso as they come out of turn 1. Class C gets going. Yachty Nusias, Cruiser, Anderson, and Spammers. That's the back end of the field in terms of Class C. And now they head into turn 1. Yachty hangs on ahead of Cruiser as they go into turn 1. And he'll just be trying to get away now and control things from the front end of Class C. Middle of Class B, that's Francois and Sal, Tanay and Kube. And the front of Class A, it's Masters onto the back end of Rory Atkinson, bringing along Charles Smallberger and Dean Ross for the ride. Valdi Mikey's in 5th place behind Ross this time. Yachty from Cruiser, Anderson from Spammers as they go into turn 2. That's your Class C top 4. Heading towards turn 3 now. Middle of the pack once again for Class B. And in that mid-pack, Jacques Hayes on the back end of Elmer Cruiser. Cruiser behind Piazza Musa and Ross Butt. Butt now side by side with Charisse Piazza Musa. Class A heading down into the right hand at the end of the straight. Wayne Masters, he might have done a bit of tuning down Performance Masters to get that car slightly quicker than what it was in the first heat, so they can stay in contention. Luigi Ferro is back on track as well. That's good to see. So it looks like the Cycles United car, unfortunately, of Ian Walker was not able to get back on track. 2 cars off track there. One is Dean Ross. The other one looks like it might have been Dio Valteron. Just running wide ever so slightly out of turn 1. And sideways in that mid-pack as well of Class B. Starting to heat up a little bit in that mid-pack as well. It's great to see. So I'm just having a look to see what's happening at the front end here of Class B. Race 1 winner, well, would have been race 1 winner after the lap back, would be Dr. Hannes Skip, as he's in 3rd at the moment. Spammers in the Payball car heading down towards Kielkop. He's following on behind Yachty Nusios and Philip Cruiser. So the Class C guys now spread out evenly between the 4 cars there. Not really much action amongst the Class C competitors. The WeFix Cars car, the only one out there at the moment is Stilio, of course, is on the sideline. It's late braking from the 55 car there. Pushing it to the limit to stay ahead of this Class B pack. You can see not an easy thing to do amongst these Class B competitors because they are so evenly matched. Ethan Katsia hanging on to the front end and looking for a chance now for his first win in a long time in a race car if he can stay up the front end of the Class B field. Top 3 in Class A coming into Unchini 1 and 2. Masters looking for a way past on the champion Rory Atkinson. He's got Smallberger for great company onto that back straightaway, now trying to use that slipstream effect. Valdi Mikey's back up ahead of Dean Ross into 4th place for him. BHRT versus Performance Masters versus the Sabertech and Universal Motorsport team. Is that Bjorn? Yeah, Bjorn's back on track as well, so good to see they got that car fired up again, but he'll be about half a lap down there, and Yotzi Nosios is closing in on him for Class C. Change up. Oh, we got a massive change up here. Yeah, a huge change up. Something went wrong in Class A down towards Gielkop corner, and the leader, as they came across the last lap, was the 3rd car there, the pink one of Rory Atkinson. He's down in 3rd now. Smallberger up into 2nd, and looks like they might have run wide. They're probably in the same place that we've seen Hannes Skippers run wide there, and make his way up on the inside. So Mo Karodia is up in the 3rd place overall behind Dr. Hannes Skippers, and looking for a 2nd place now as they come down towards turn 1. Slowly but surely things have changed up there dramatically. Valdi Mikey's currently leads out Class A. Smallberger, Atkinson and Wayne Masters. Class B at this point in time is Ethan Katsia And he's got some hard charges coming behind him, but they're starting to slow each other up and giving Coetzee a bit of room to play. Skeepers from Mokarodia. Bjorn Berthold spins out there in the back in the Renagen car. And there's a car on the sideline there as well, which is a bit of a concern too. If I'm not mistaken, that might have been either Ross Butt. I'm just looking to see another car that could potentially be the one in question on the sideline. I think it is actually Ross Butt who's on the sideline there, which is a bit of a pity. Anyway, let's go back here. This is Coetzee, Skeepers, Williams, and now coming through there, Mokarodia dropping down into the clutches as he gets outgunned there by Mussolini. Pierluigi Mussolini moving up one place and dropping Mokarodia into the clutches of Charisse Piazzamusso. And they come through the right-handers, end of the straightaway. Volteron trying to make up some ground there as they come out of penultimate corner. Valdi Mikes continues to lead things out here for Class A anyway. He's got an arch rival that's been an arch rival for a long time on his tail. Mussolini from Williams, Williams from Karodia, Piazzamusso from Butt, and then it's Cruiser from Hayes. Shark Hayes closes in. Oh, where are you going? Ethan Coetzee and Doc Skeepers. Both of them running wide and putting wheels onto the dirt out of the penultimate corner there, Gielkop. Williams tucks on the inside with that battle-scarred Ram Customs car. Ahead now of Mokarodia. Pressure being applied here by Atkinson onto the back end of Valdi Mikes. Mikes has not had a win in Pabar Volkswagen Challenge in a long, long time. So if he's in this position, he's certainly going to be looking for a chance. Mighty Mfana just gone past Wayne Masters. Masters got problems. Wayne Masters dropping by the wayside there big time. He's dropped outside of the top 7 has Wayne Masters. So some issues there for the Performance Masters Polo. Top 3 getting away. Ahead now of Dean Ross. No answer there from Dean Ross on the pace of the first 3. But if they start to fight it out, they might slow each other down. And that might give Ross a bit of a sniff there to close that gap. It's only a small gap. There it is to Dean Ross. And he's going to try and hang on to keep out the rest of that pack. They're onto that back straight away. So as they come down that back straight, you can see he's starting to change up ever so slightly there in terms of how things are going to finish up there. Mike Bobaglia, fortunately not in this one. But Dean Ross certainly is, so is Mighty Mfana and Volteron. It's going to be one of Mighty Mfana's best finishes in Class A as well, as our top 3 come to finish the lap. Here they come. And it's 4 to go. Halfway stage reached. And still Valdi Mikes double yellow flag into turn 1, so no overtaking. Not quite sure what the car is or who's involved in an incident that's caused for that yellow flag into turn 1. It must be just out of our shot. Oh, Jacques Hayes into the kitty litter on the exit of the fast right-hander. Caught that one, lucky enough. I've seen that go completely wrong in the past in Volkswagen Challenge. Cars into that kitty litter at that pace usually end up rolling. So Hayes very lucky to survive that. But Butt and Cruiser continue the fight that he was involved in initially. As they come down to 1, everybody's seeing that yellow. Well, hopefully everybody saw the yellow flag. Class C still in the hands of Yotinusias there. The WeFix Cars Polo leads out over the ATE brake machine of beg your pardon, Philip Cruiser. I was looking across and seeing Francois Vincel's name as I said Philip's name. Apologies there, Phil. The Pabar car in 3rd is Anderson. So Charles Anderson having a much better run here in the 2nd heat. Across the line go the top 3 in Class C. No problems there for them. Not really any challenges just yet. Maybe a bit later on in the race we'll see a bit more of a shot at the front there from Philip Cruiser. If he can just bridge the margin there slightly. Back to the front end of Class A. Mikes hangs on. He wants this win. You are not going to beat Valdi Mikes today. It has been a long time. I would say probably over a year since we've seen Valdi Mikes on the top step of the podium. Charles Smallberger wants that 2nd step from Rory Atkinson. Cars stricken all over the circuit, as you can see. One in the background there, one just to the left-hand side of our shot right now in the kiddie litter. Ross Butt's got ahead now of Bevan Williams. As these two go side by side, that's Mussolini looking for a way to squeeze through, and does so to that very fast right-handed outgun Mo Karodia for Fast 5 Motorsport. But it's Ethan Kutsia who hangs on to keep the dock at bay. Three laps to go for Class B. Hannah Skipper's going to try and find something special in these last 3 laps to catch and pass Ethan Kutsia if he can. Mussolini and Karodia going into turn 1. There was still a yellow flag waving there, so no chance for an overtake there from Mo Karodia's point of view. No change up yet amongst the top 3. Although it does look like Charles Moorberger is definitely putting a bit more pressure onto the back end there of Rory Atkinson. So will there be a possible change up by the time that checkered flag comes out in about 2.5 laps time? So evenly matched. Those Dunlops crying out now. There's not much rubber left on those tyres after 2 hotly contested races in Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Skipper's trying to close down on Kutsia for the lead of Class B. 2 of them have pulled away a big margin over the 3rd spot. So it's literally a battle between these 2 to sort it all out. JRT Racing versus the DDS Polo Dainfern Dental Services machine of Dr. Hannes Skippers himself onto that back straightaway. Look at the gap they've got now. There's 3rd place coming onto the back one. It's Butt from Karodia. Mussolini from Karodia, I beg your pardon. Mussolini from Karodia. Let's see, starting to get a little bit tail happy out of that right-hander. Karodia trying to close down on Mussolini. Wants to come back at him if he can. Kutsia with 2 to go. He's going to try and keep Doc Skippers behind him. And he's doing that to perfection at the moment for that JRT Racing machine. They head down to the flicks and into turn 2. That's how it's going to be right now. The pressure's still on and maintains huge pressure. Does Smallberger on the back end of Atkinson. I don't think he's going to catch Valdi. He is in the lead of this race and he is fighting hard for it. He does not want to give this up. Oh, Atkinson runs wide. Is that a chance for Smallberger to pounce? Shaw will carry much better corner speed through that final Uncini onto the back straight. Can he use it to his advantage though? No, because Rory was able to just keep it buried even though he was off track. He wasn't worried about backing off at all. Karodia's still not backing off onto the pressure being applied onto Mussolini. Williams is in a fight there with Cruiser and Butt. And a nice little fight that's starting to heat up there between Ross Butt and Alna Cruiser. Carries that corner speed nicely through Uncini 2. Now trying to get into that slipstream. Onto the back straightaway, but from Cruiser. Cruiser using Bevan Williams' slip. And will she get through at the end of the straight? She's going to have a big look. Oh, a massive look there from Cruiser to try and find a way through there. Didn't quite get it all according to plan though. And she runs wide out of the right-hander. That allows Ross Butt to come back at her. So Ross Butt dives back up the inside and finds a way through again. He tries to carry the corner speed and get onto the back end now. Bevan Williams looks to dive on the inside into the final corner, but has to go defensive to keep out Alna Cruiser. Waiting to pick up those pieces is Sitane and Kube. And Francis Van Zel all on his own, some just behind that. So Class A coming up onto the back end of Class C now. So it looks like our Class A competitors are about to catch the back end. And that will be Jan Spammers that's about to be caught and passed by the top 3 in Class A. As I said, you're going to be hard-pressed to beat Valdi Monkeys, knowing he's up for a win. And it'll be a first win in a long time there for Valdi Monkeys. Willie puts Spammers between himself and the other 2 cars. Looks like he's going to try and do that. He might have timed this to perfection, actually. And he has. He's going to have Spammers around the outside, which just makes you look across to that car and just make sure that he's not going to be in your way before you attempt the overtake. Atkinson's through, so is Smallberger. So it's not quite done yet, but it's almost there. Coming to the line. Valdi Monkeys hunting for the first win in a long time. And he's going to get it. He takes the win. Oh, and Atkinson almost outgunned there by Smallberger, running wide, but hangs on for third place. So it's Atkinson for second, Smallberger for third. Run down to the line there. Mighty Mfana beating Wayne Masters. And then Steve Volteron behind that. Kurodia, has he been able to find his way through Leon Mussolini? No, he hasn't. It's the battle for third place in Class B. Leaders of Class B should be heading to the final corner right now. And there they come. Ethan Kutsia for the win in Class B. And he takes it ahead of Dr. Hannes Kiepers. Third place going to be going to Mussolini. Pierluigi Mussolini comes through for third place with Kurodia behind that. That Alma Cruiser has made her way to the front end of that second battle. It looks like it was. Van Sale comes through and wraps up the back end of Class B. Just waiting for our Class C competitors to come to the line. The WeFix Cars machine of Nusias will be your first car from Class C. There it comes. Yachty still hanging on ahead of Cruiser. He's done this to perfection as well. Literally flag to flag in both heats there for Yachty Nusias and the WeFix Cars Polo. Ahead of ATE's Philip Cruiser. And Charles Anderson will come through for third place for Pabar. So that's how we wrap things up there for our Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Race 2. And of course from Volkswagen Challenge we head into Lotus Challenge. They'll be down in the pre-race area ready to go for their second heat. Lotus Challenge back on track now for their second heat of the day's proceedings. Getting the shortened version of the circuit so we can get a couple of minutes made up for some lost time already today. First heat was pretty much plain sailing for Thomas Falconer. He eventually ended up beating Rudy Barnard to the line. Mackie Adlam in third place and David Kutsia for fourth in Class B. Sean Hepburn hung on for the win ahead of Wes Maxwell for Class L. And then it was Miles Downard who came through to fight out with Wesley Maxwell for that third and second place. So Maxwell taking the second place eventually. Good, basically almost exactly the same, except this time out it was Thomas Falconer in second with Mackie Adlam on pole. Barnard and Kutsia will make up the second row for Class B. Mackie trying to get some heat into those Dunlops. Hepburn and Wes Maxwell will be the front row. Duplessis alongside Davide Favo for row 2 for Class L. Downard alongside Jan de Toy. Andrew Fulton and Ben Knights. Aston Nesbitt with Nick Hodgson a bit further back than what he'd like to be down. 18th on the grid, but of course that is 9th place on track for his championship class of Class L. Taster Cock just ahead of Len Henry Goby. Couple of guys just trying to get some practice starts in, get themselves ready to go, get some heat into that rubber. How's that for a field of Class L? Lining up in the back there. That's pretty impressive stuff. $16 Class L competitors, 4 Class B competitors. And a green flag at the back of the field. There it is. Stand by for race 2 of Lotus Challenge. Lights out and we're racing. Start from Kutsia by the looks of things there for Class B, but is it going to be Mackie Adlam or Thomas Falconer who gets down into turn 1? It's Adlam. And it's Wesley Maxwell who's outgunned the rest of Class L. Looks like Duplessis made his way up there as well into either second or third place, just alongside Davide Favo. And Sean Hepburn drops right to the back into about 5th place as they go through there. I say right to the back of the front pack of Class L. But he's already up into 3rd place and putting the pressure on. Now it's Downard going side by side there, trying to find a way through, but there's a bit of pressure on the inside. No space to play, or not a lot of it anyway. Hodgson trying to make up lots of ground as he starts to tick them off one by one if he can. Up into the toe of the boot. And he might have just squeezed out, I think. Yes, he has. One position higher up there for the man who was fighting initially for a podium position in race number 1. L-Class, really great to see 16 cars battling hard, throwing it in there left, right and centre. And one of them was Len Henry Goby as he tried to find a way through. Didn't quite get there. So it's Maxwell who leads out. That's, by the looks of things, Duplessis up into 2nd place. Davide Favo trying to come through there as well for either 3rd or 4th. Make that 4th because Hepburn's just ahead of him. 1, 2 and 3 overall, and in Class B at the front end it's Adlam from Falconer from Barnard. Kutsia on his own some. Hepburn up to 2nd as he sneaks up through the right-hander, tucks in behind Duplessis for Class L's lead, as there's a change up for the lead in the front end as well. Falconer finding a way through and gets up the inside of Mackie Adlam. 7 laps to go for these three. And look how evenly are matched. Heading towards turn 1. Barnard goes inside, Mackie goes outside. Middle line from Thomas Falconer. How much more exciting do you want it? That's 3 cars into turn 1, side by side, and they all come out the other side unharmed. Here comes Adlam trying to come back at Falconer around his outside. Watch for the cutback. He'll try and get on the inside of that corner and then squeeze up into turn 3. But Falconer saw him coming, shut the door. Barnard trying to follow suit as to what his teammate's doing just ahead of him. Big fight on there. Big fight on for the lead of Class L as well. As Duplessis gets up close and personal. And literally bar to bar as they go into turn 3. With both Maxwell and Hepburn. So Duplessis hangs on ahead of Wesley Maxwell. From Sean Hepburn and then Davide Favo. There they come out of turn 4. It's a great start here from these first 4 cars in Class L. Literally line astern, not anything, not even an inch between them. Further back, it's Hodgson. He continues the fight out, as you can see, for the second pack of Class L. Ben Knights is in there as well. He ran wide in the closing stages of race number 1, so he'd be looking to remedy that if he can. But Maxwell from Duplessis, Duplessis from Hepburn. Hepburn trying to get an inside of Duplessis as they go through there. Downard hangs on for now, and then it's Knights and Hodgson. 1 car back from him. Into the penultimate corner. Maxwell still continues to lead out. Hepburn trying to find a way through. Can't at this stage, but he's not too far behind. And he's not too far away from having a go for the lead. Come across the line. That is an awesome sight. Literally the whole straightaway lit up with Class L competitors. It's a superb effort there from the Lotus Challenge and TLR to get all these cars out to Pakisa. Continued action right through that pack too. Little groups starting to form up and little fights starting to happen as well. Not only for the first 5 here on track as Ben Knight squeezes through. John DeToy starting to come back in again. And Jan definitely looks like he wants to have a go there and get through. And, a hard charging car of Hodgson. He's just unbelievably hanging on ahead of Sean Hepburn. Hepburn's going to start to feel a bit frustrated, I'm sure, at this point. Detroit continues the fight out. And that fight is going to be a big one. It's going to be for 6th and 7th place on track, but it's still a battle royal. As good as the one we're seeing at the front, as good as the one we're seeing in the front end of Class L too. Here they come. Oh, good move from Adlam. Around the outside. Trying to hang on for now, but here comes Falconer. Here comes Barnard. Barnard going to try and help out here, his teammate. And he does so. It's Adlam and then Barnard and Falconer side by side out of turn 1. Just forces a slightly wider line out of Thomas Falconer, but good driving there from Barnard. Good car placement from him as well to make that move stick for second. It's a great run from these three. But Jeff Kruger, multiple champion in this class, overseas, full-time now. He's actually participating in a 206 Peugeot this weekend in one of his first outings in his racing career in his new home. I'm sure he's enjoying life and possibly going to be jumping in onto the stream to see what's happening with all these old mates. You can see under a bit of pressure now. So that pressure is being felt. Maxwell leads out, but Downard is involved in that battle with Favo as they come through towards the Uncinis. Top three already through them and heading on to that back straightaway. Really, Barnard is perfectly placed now to try and help his teammate out. But of course, there's no team orders in that Adlam Auto Racing stable. Good possibilities. I'm just hearing in my ear that there might be a problem for Sean Hepburn. We'll try and get confirmation of that as soon as we can, as we continue the fight here for the lead of the race overall. Adlam under a bit of pressure now from Barnard. Barnard still under pressure from Falconer. Across the line and completes another one. Just to the halfway stage, I'm sure, or maybe just before it, as they get into turn one. Yeah, exactly on the halfway stage. 4 in and 4 to go. Yo, it's getting real. Nicely done there from Falconer, forcing his way through. Confirmation, have we lost Hepburn? Yes, we have. Sean Hepburn has gone from that front pack. But Ben Knights has joined it. As Duplessis puts a wheel on the dirt. Nearly gets looped out there by himself. Knights up to 4th, looking for 3rd. As he gets on the inside of Andre Duplessis, who doesn't have an answer to Ben Knights and is going to be followed there by Miles Downard. Great little fight there as Fulton's joined it too. But Maxwell and Favo are getting away while these 4 behind continue to duke it out amongst themselves. Down at inside of Duplessis, inside for 4th place in the battle, but it's 6th on the road. Jean de Toy is about to join them too. Is that Hepburn returning in the background there? Could possibly be. If he pulled off completely or if he just slowed up. I'm not sure. Didn't get the front end of the car, and you saw the rear end. Front of the field though, still in the hands of Mackie Adlam. Falcon in 2nd and Rudy Barnard for 3. And the fight continues on here between them. They are not done yet. And there's still some laps to play. 3 of them. With the fight on between the top 3. Oh, a little bit of smoke there. Is that just some body rub on those tyres that are now starting to feel the effects of 2 flat-out races here at Phakisa Freeway. Down it from Duplessis, Knights around the outside. Inside is Jean de Toy. Toy literally trying to find a way through, but didn't quite make it stick there on Ben Knights. Wesley Maxwell is doing it all right though. Leading things out there over Davide Favo. And they start their 3rd last lap. That's a nice run there from Fulton. Fulton, Knights all fighting with Duplessis. Left ever so slightly in the background there, Jean de Toy. Faulkner runs wide once again out of Vincini. Look at Adlam looking to pounce. Adlam knows about car placement, he really does. And so does Barnard. Look at Barnard using the slipstream. Oh, he runs onto the dirty stuff on the inside of what would be pit lane for the oval track. And he uses it and gets through. Just carries the straight line speed there, even though he had to go into the dirty stuff. Might catch him out here into Heelkop. No, he just hangs on and Mackie tucks in behind him. They've still got 2 to go. Oh, and Falconer runs wide. The pressure is on for the lead here and for the win. Barnard is applying the pressure. He wants it. He's got 2 more laps to try and find a way through there on Thomas Falconer. And if he continues to apply that pressure and Falconer starts to slip and slide like we just saw, will we see a change-up? Falcon's giving himself a little bit of breathing room coming out of turn 1. And Barnard's done the same thing to himself for a bit of space between his car and Mackie Adlam's. Adlam was wide there as well. Just putting the wheel on the dirt. Maxwell continues to lead out in Class L ahead of Favo, Downard and Duplessis. Ben Knights and Fulton, and then Jean de Toy. That's how it starts the penultimate lap for Class L. As much as Class B is not done, I don't think Class L is done either. And as I say that, Maxwell and Favo have got a little bit of room there. More than what they've had over the last lap or so. So it looks like Miles Downer, Duplessis, Knights, and Fulton might just be slowing each other up ever so slightly. A little bit of wheel correction there from Ben Knights. That might give Fulton a chance. No, not quite there. Maxwell hanging on. Wesley Maxwell does not want to give any room to Davide Favo. Oh, in the background, is that Adam with problems in the closing stages again? Yes, it is. So it's Faulkner from Barnard as they cross the line and head down into the final lap of race 2. Lotus Challenge about to be wrapped up here, but still a couple of Ks to play with. And it's Faulkner pushing very hard to stay ahead of Barnard. As I said, there was a bit of a problem there. Oh, and there's a problem for the front end of Class L as Favo hits the front. I'm about to say a problem for Mackie Adlam, but there's even bigger problems there for Wesley Maxwell, who's lost out there to David Favo. David Favo just making a way through there with a lap and 2 corners to go. Can he hang on for that distance to take the win? Class L has been very well fought this Saturday in Velcom. Faulkner's at it, and he's keeping Barnard behind him. Not going to be easy to do, but certainly going to be up for the challenge here, that is for sure, in Lotus Challenge, as he always is. Onto the back straight now for the last time. This is where Barnard can capitalize. He had to go earlier on, going onto that inside line. The pit apron, of course, for the oval track. And he is close, but is he close enough? Faulkner sees him coming, shuts the door. Rudy's going to have to drive around the outside or try and do the cutback to see if he can squeeze him out into the final corner. Here they come. To the final corner. Faulkner goes defensive. Barnard goes around the outside. And Faulkner's got it. Thomas Faulkner for the second win of the day. Comes through ahead of Rudy Barnard. And Mackie Adlam will still hang on for third place. A little bit further back than what he'd like to be. He also had some issues there on that penultimate lap. So Adlam wins out the battle for third. Could see her nowhere in sight. Let's see what happens now for the win in Class L. There comes David Kutsia. No, in fact, that's the back of the pack. That's Charles, our new driver. Looking to see what's going to happen now with Class L. There's Kutsia to the line. Here's the L battle. Down it on the inside of Maxwell. He moves himself up into second place. Favo leads out with 2 corners to go. Oh, Downard going to have a look at Favo. Yes, he is. He puts a wheel on the inside of that Lotus, trying to find a way through. Runs wide. He's going to have the inside line now, possibly for outbraking. Wesley Maxwell drives around his outside, and he's going to carry the speed. Davide Favo is going to hang on for the win, and Maxwell for second. That's a great finish. Maxwell for second. Third goes to Downard. Fourth to Duplessis. And fifth place to Ben Knights, who wins out over Andrew Fulton, Jean de Toy. And that's how they'll wrap things up there for Class L. 16 L class category cars out on track today. That is a record, I think, for Class L. But more action expected on track shortly as we're getting into the closing stages of the day's racing. We've still got the BMW M Performance Racing Series Race 2, DOE Formula Vee, and Mobil 1 V8 Supercars before we get into the big one, the Pakisa 200. time here? So it's time yet again for BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. And it's race 2 that we are looking forward to right now. Led out by the Pretoria Toyota 86, the official safety car and pace car of the Swartkops International Raceway, but of course also of the Extreme Festival, particularly for classes that don't have their own pace cars to provide. Bob Neal taking the first victory earlier on today. One out over William Einkammerer. The demise of Leon Lopesha in that first heat was a notable one because he's fighting for the lead with Dave Reesa in the overall championship. But a couple of naughty boys out there in that first one. Car 21, Benny Late, he was overtaking under yellow and got a 30-second penalty. Car 24, Vegan Naidu, and car 25, Oz Bagioni, were both caught out for jump starts. And understandably, Lyle Ramsey getting up to the front of the field overall in his Class B turbocharged BMW was deemed to have broken out of proceedings, and with a class time breakout also given a 30-second penalty with the results in race number 1. So having a look at the lineup there, it does look like the 66 car is there. Yes, it is. Door opens up on cue there from Leon Lopesha, so thanks for that, Leon. Means that he's back into action for the fight at the front for Class A. I wonder if Sav's been able to get his Sav Speed BMW back up and running as well. Salvi is there, so is Lorenzo. The German back into the front for the fight for Class B. There were 38 cars that started. Dierwald Smith, Fabio Fedetto, and David Oosthuizen had some problems in the first one. Hopefully they've got sorted out too. Back of the pack there, look like Leonard Archer's car is sorted as well. So he'll be able to start from the back. Neil Reynolds looking for a chance now to be in the mix after it didn't quite go according to plan in the first one for his car too. We got a green flag. And the pace car rolls away, allowing classes A, B, C, D, and E all combined. That's quite an awesome sight, that actually. 36 odd cars, all from the BMW brand, rolling down into turn 1. I'll do the short version of the circuit just to make up some time. And they'll be led out by that Toyota 86 from Pretoria Toyota. I was going to try and, of course, concertina them up just before we get into the race start. But you can see some weaving happening on the track, trying to get a little bit of heat into these Dunlop tires. Not easy to do, especially when they are shredded a bit from the surface. There's a high wearing tyre wearing surface at Phakisa Freeway. Number 1 is Nicholas Fisher, of course, the champion from 2022. Look to pick up on 7:35. There he goes, through shot right now. Our overall leader in the championship 2023 is Dave Rees. So he'll be looking for a chance now to possibly maintain the lead of that championship if he can. Iron Camera going to set the pace. Well, he's not actually supposed to set the pace. It's up to the car alongside him to dictate that pace. We just wait for the lights to go out. They do go out, and some cars are not even round the corner as those lights go out. So as they head down towards turn 1, it is Iron Camera who gets the whole shot. Leon Lopesha tucks in behind Bob Neal there for third. And Neal in second spot at the moment, pulling away ever so slightly there from the rest of the pack as they come through turn 1. Looking very good at this point in time. Macris is up there as well into fourth. Macris up into fourth place there. C battles in the mid-pack also starting to heat up right from the word go. Great little run there. Bernard de Gavea now moving his way up. Taking just behind that second pack of Class B competitors. I'll say all about Iron Camera for now. The German looking on the inside of Lyle Ramsey and of Salvi Gutteri. Not sure if he got up there and made it stick, but definitely had a big look. Fisher looking tasty as well for a win in Class C again, and that'll extend his chances of putting some valuable points on the board. Fisher diving on the inside and just getting through there on Varish Gunpath, I should say. There's Leon Lopesha going through on race 1 winner Bob Neal. Looking to get the job done early on and get away. Make up for that small technical gremlin that came in on his car in race 1. He's going to catch him pass. William Iron Camera. Mid-pack, they're just starting to get into their usual battles. Just diving through there, chopping and changing in that mid-pack as per usual. The two battle continuing big time as they start to sort things out there. Nicholas Van Zyl certainly having the advantage at this point amongst the battles between himself and the 92 car. It's not done yet, there's still a while to go. Fight continuing, Fisher diving on the inside, looking for a way past. Can he find it? No, he can't. Jacko Storm in the Truewood finishes car just in there as well. And the fight in this mid-pack for C, D and E is definitely starting to heat up here, big time. Change up for the lead. Eventually we see the man who should be at the front end from the word go at the front of the field. Taking him an entire race off the circuit and now 2 laps to get to the front, but Leon Lopesha eventually gets there. Now they come. The penultimate corner to finish another lap there. Boggioni this time hopefully not got the jump start. Macris now loses out to Lyle Ramsey into turn 1. And looks like Gutteri coming along for the ride. Salvi behind that, fighting hard, trying to keep out Vegan Naidu and the German. Renier Smith, not Veganado. I beg your pardon there, Renier. Renier Smith on the back end. There's smoke coming out of that car. The German goes defensive into turn 2 and now into turn 3 as well. Iron Calmera pulling away from Bob Neal. Bob Neal slowing. Quite the same pace from that Delmon Mining BMW that we saw in the first heat. He's in third place in Class A, about to be caught by Lyle Ramsey, Nick Macris, the Guterres, and the German. And then Renier Smith behind them. Smith has caught onto the back end there of Salvi. Could be in for a run here to get through, and I think he might have. Yep. So demotes down Salvi Guterres, 1 position. Ryan Calmera hangs on for second behind Leon Lobsher. Third place is Bob Neal. Fourth place in the leader Class B is Ramsey. Ramsey be wary about trying to not break out this time and incur the wrath of the COC in that 30-second penalty. Sniper car pulls to the sideline. Looks like there's a problem there for Salvi Guterres. As well, by the looks of it, for the 78 machine. Again. Definitely slowing up. Come through Fabio Fedetta now, trying to make up some ground too. After his off-track excursion in race number 1. Sav and Salvi evenly matched. '92 is Nicholas van Sale, Fedetta, and then Fisher. So that pack heads into Incini 1 and 2. Baggioni just hanging on to the front end. Runs ever so slightly wide. Oh, don't do that. Van Sale will make you pay. And does so. Baggioni, of course, having a fight there for just the inside of the single digits on track. Reinhard Miller also starting to put the pressure on. Trying to just tick them off, get a little bit higher up than what he is currently. He's closing down there on Shane Krobler. Perhaps behind him, it's Krobler. Quite on the same pace there as Bernard de Gouveia, the boss man. Still having a good run for honours in Class C. And of course Miller leading out Class D over Habst. So that's your lead in the Class D battle. A good run there from the Hedro Trans car. Harry van Heerden leading out in Class E at this point in time. And we're looking to just at least beat Dave Rees and Kobus Bomer again as he did in the first heat. And that might just change things up in the overall standings for this championship. There's still a bit of work to do though for these guys, that's for sure. Piganado hopefully has not been caught out for another jump start as he was in the first heat. He's got Nick Naidu behind him. And Corin Nienaber now being caught and passed a whole array of cars. Yo, it's side-by-side action here. In towards turn 2 now. And it looks like there's going to be a nice finish to this one between these these 3 cars. Number 5 on the outside. Oh, it's getting real. The German on the inside. Trying to find a way through there on Guterri, but he had the door firmly shut in his face. Macris now giving up position to Lyle Ramsey, who's come out on top as they come through there. It is the 5 car of Verenia Smith, who's just got through there on the German. The German with some battle scars on the front. See that number plate lying to the left-hand side as you have to try and find a way through there on Lorenzo. Ramsey hoping not to break out here. But they are closing on the back end of Bob Neal again. He's bringing Macris along for the ride this time, though. So Macris and Ramsey fighting for Class B as Leon Lopeshaw starts another lap. And the Class A lead is comfortable for him, as it should have been in the first heat had he not had those gremlins that caused him to park right there on the left-hand side of that shot. Coming up on the back end of Dave Rees. So it's third place at the moment for Rees by the looks of it in Class E. They come out of the toe of the boot. Still leading things out there, the orange and black car. No problems at all for him, for Ari van Heerden. As I said, Rees about to be caught now by Leon Lopeshaw and passed. The track taxi about to be caught as well. How's that little bit of additional squirt that Lopeshaw's got underneath his right foot? Just to go past the track taxi and find a way. Not always an easy thing to do when you're in your own little fight, but he's not really fighting with anybody. He's got some time to play. Not a lot of time to play for these 3, or the 3 behind. Also coming up with some back markers there. That, of course, is ACD Velkom's Leonard Archer. When Neil Smith goes past him. Gives himself a little bit of breathing room over the German. The German versus the Italian there in the battle for Class B. That's for third place in Class B. The rest of them come streaming through here, getting to the closing stages. Just hoping that everybody stays on track now. Massive field yet again from M Performance Parts Racing Series. And they've put on a great show. So we're on to the last lap here for Leon Lopeshaw, in amongst some of the Class D competitors in their own little fights there. That was, I think that was the 150 car. Yeah, Leonard Archer. And he's fighting, I think, with Craig Herbst again. 111 goes through, that's Karen Nienaber. Looks like she might get lapped twice today by Leon Lopeshaw. She's not able to hang on. Don't think she will with the additional power that Lopeshaw's got behind the wheel of his car. And under that right foot, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue for him to go past the lady driver. And it's going to be the second win of the day for this man, Leon Lopeshaw. Yeah. Bob Neal, of course, took the first one. The second victory of the day in the race 2 is going to go to Leon Lopeshaw. Get my English right there. It sounds like he's taking the second victory and the first one as well. He's only going to take the first one now. So just coming through there. Staying on arm's way. In fact, just avoiding a spinner in an incident that wasn't really in part and parcel of his day. The flag is on standby, and there it is. Checkered flag out for Leon Lopeshaw. Race 2 win goes to Lopeshaw. Second place, Einkamera. But he's a long way back, as you can see. Ari van Heerden, I should say, will come through for the win in Class E. Here comes Bob Neal. And just ahead of Bob Neal. Or was he just ahead there? I don't know if that was iron camera or not. It could possibly have been, but I didn't see the side of the car with the gold wheels. Yeah, Macris might have taken B then. I don't know what's happened with William Ironcamera. He's gone missing there on that last lap. 992's the spinner. So definitely not the way that Nicholas van Zyl wanted to finish up that race. And now we get a red flag. Checkered flag has come out though already, so that lap will stand. With the red flag coming out due to the fact that that BMW of Nicholas van Zyl is in a dangerous position. Well, he took the flag before the red flag came out. So, yeah, but the first 6 or 7 cars had gone through, so I don't know. It all depends on how they work that out and the maths and the COC side of things. I'll leave that to Aldred. He can sort it out afterwards. Needless to say, whichever way it ends up, I don't think it'll change up those top 10 in terms of the standings. Lobsha, Ironcamera and Bob Neal. That's your top 3 in Class A. Macris took Class B ahead of Ramsey and Renier Smith. Andreas Mayer, the German, and Lorenzo Gutteri, Sav Gutteri, and Oz Baggioni. Fabio Fedetto, Jaco Storm, and then is it Anwar? Where does Anwar fit into the story? I'm just looking down here. He takes Class C. Anwar takes Class C over Nicholas Fisher and Vegan Naidu. That's your top 15 in the BMW M Performance Racing Series. And that wraps up their day of racing. So great to have them here, and always a fantastic class to have in this, particularly when they're such a big class. And we move on from them into DOE Formula Vees in a few moments' time, once we have track clearance and we can go racing again. Just wanted to check in with our production team as well while we got this break. Paulie, do we need to possibly look at the stop on the feed while we got this little break? And change up to part 2 or not? Okay, cool. So just a heads up to everybody that's watching on our live stream feed, particularly on Facebook, not necessarily on YouTube. We've got about an hour and a half left of our allotted time. So possibly after Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, we will have a break in the proceedings and change over to part 2 of the day's proceedings. Because of how it works on Facebook, we only get 8 hours of broadcast time given to us. So I would probably look at having to rejoin us for part 2, which will be the Pakisa 200 later on this afternoon. soothing sounds of Formula Vee are back on track for their second heat of today's action. And looking at the way that the championship has changed up heading into the second heat, it's nice to see that Peter Hill's win has moved him ever so slightly closer to Jaco Schricks, who continues to lead out the championship overall on the national side. So Schricks is on 82 points, Peter Hill's on 68, Eric Boyens on 67, and they are ahead now of Carl Watt and Sean van der Linde, who are tied for fourth place on 61 points each. MD Best is in sixth, ahead of Lendl Janssen, who also moves up ever so slightly with that pole position extra point as well. And he's now ahead of CF de Toy, Gert van den Berg, and Theo Vermaak. So that's how things stand in the national side. In the association side, it's Eric Boyens who leads the association ahead of Carl Watt and CF de Toy. 98 plays 88 plays 71. Jaco Smith, Dave Austin, Ernie Vermaak, Jannie Geyser, Clint Kane, Roy Douglas, and Marcel Bluchnout, your top 10 in the association category championship. So that's how things stand in those two championships heading into the second heat of Formula V's. And of course our second last race before we get into the big one, the Pakisa 200. We've still got Formula V's and Mobil 1 V8 Supercars to sort out first before we can concentrate our efforts on the Pakisa 200. This time out will be Peter Hills on pole. Alongside him will be Jaco Schricks. So first and second in the first heat are going to be on the front row. Lendl Janssen and Brandon Hills will make up the second row of the grid. And then Eric Boyens and Theo Vermaak will make up the third row. They're just ahead of Sean van der Linde and Carl Watt. Jaco Smith and CF de Toy continue the fight there for the association side of things. On the fifth row, sixth row is Marcel Bluchnout and Roy Douglas. Seventh row will be David Austin lining up alongside Ernie Vermaak. And then MD Bester and Clinton Kane make up the eighth row. And that is all the cars that will be competing here in race 2 of DOE Formula Vee, partnered with the CIM Lubrifuel team. Kind of an understanding amongst these drivers if they're practicing their starts heading to their grid positions that they are going to be slowing up, stopping and trying to get some heat into that rubber. Bridgestone tyres on these cars. So Hills 1 and 4. Schricks second, Janssen third. Vermaak and Boyens on the third row. Trying to make up some ground there, trying to bring along for the ride MD Bester and Theo Vermaak. Vermaak's right there with him. Sean van der Linde tucks in behind that as they start out this second heat of race action. Carl Watt tucks in behind the two of them, and he's followed through there very closely by Jaco Smith and CF de Toy. But it's Peter Hills who leads out over Lendl Janssen as they come down towards turn 4 for the first time. And tucked in behind that, as you can see, Theo Vermaak trying to find a way through there on Boyens. He's a little bit wide. He's the only man, of course, out there in the Forza chassis. The rest of them are all in Ramers. A slightly higher nose cone on those Ramers. A slightly different aerodynamic effect to the car. But you can see it's working well. Aerodynamic effect to the car. You can see it's working well. Schricks and Vermaak in the Forzas. Most Ramers out there on the front end as they head down into that back straight for the first time. Now we saw how important the slipstream effect is in these cars, and even on the first lap Jaco Schricks uses it to massive advantage to dive up the inside, but I think Peter Hills opened up the door there to allow them both through. He knows timing is vital on that slipstream effect, and if you get it right on the last lap you're going to take the victory. So he's comfortable and happy to sit in third place, as he did almost all of race number 1. Brandon Hills behind him, and then Boyens diving on the inside, trying to find a way through there on Vermaak. Can't quite get there. Van der Linde defends from Watt. Into turn 1, little nose being shown there. by two drivers. One was Boyens, that one that we're watching right now, but the first one actually came from Lennel Janssen, a bit further up the road there, looking for the lead ahead of Jaco Schricks, who currently sits in that place. Top spot for Schricks right now. DOE Start My Car team. And then behind that, they're just lining up. Every single one of these drivers keen for a chance to be on the top step of the podium, and all 7 of those cars could do it. MD Bester, CF and Smith behind that. Looks like it might be just behind them, Blichnout and Douglas. So the 2 white cars in the background will continue the fight that they had almost all race number 1. If, changing there as the 112 machine comes into play. Marcel Blichnout, as I said, having a super run here in this second heat. Can he keep it all together here at the front end? Jaco Schricks will have to go on the defensive to try and avoid being overtaken by that slipstream effect that these cars use so well. There you go. So Lennel Janssen pulls out and slots through. So does Peter Hills. No, he tucks in behind. Just shows a wheel though. Keeps the pressure on. Keeps applying that pressure onto Jaco Schricks. Looking for him to try and make some kind of a mistake. Remember, this is an 8-lap race. We're about to complete the second one in anger. 6 still to go. And you do not want to be in the front of the field if you've got a car right on your tail. Saw Peter Hills use it to his advantage. Absolutely precision driven into that final lap to get that move with the slipstream. Let's see whether or not he can do it again here in the closing stages of the second heat. Right now it's Janssen who hangs on. Schricks is second. Brandon Hills is trying to come through there. Maybe putting the pressure on and looking for a way to be the first of the Mangaza Racing team at the front end. We'll see whether or not he's able to use that slipstream effect as well as what everybody else has been able to do today. The rest of the field head down towards turn 3. Schricks is not close enough, I would say, at this stage, but watch for the drive he gets out of Uncini 1 and 2 before we see whether or not it's going to be worthwhile, his efforts to get through there. Here he comes, in now a little bit closer, bringing that Raymer right onto the gearbox of the man out front, Lennel Janssen, Pool Securities and Volkswagen Silver Lakes. There's the slingshot engaged and fires past up the inside. Peter Hills tucks in behind them. Happy to sit in third. Knows how to play this game. Eric Boyens is joining the party. Boyens now onto the back end of Brandon Hills there for 6th place. The fight for 6 is going to be a big one because the man in 6th place at this stage is Theo Vermaak, and he's not too far behind, and wheels on the dirt from Eric Boyens, even though he was the quickest car on track, is not what you want to be doing at this stage. Those tyres are just coming into their own. And remember, they would have had a full 8-lap flat-out race in the first heat. So we know about tyre degradation here at Pakisa. It's bad. There's nothing we can do about it. It's every man and every lady for themselves out here. And it's even Stevens when it comes to tyre wear on these cars, depending on how hard you're pushing and whereabout you're pushing. Are you in the lead, controlling things and able to manage your tyres, or are you in 2nd and 3rd place, pushing the leader and using those tyres up? Hills and Hills are 3 and 4. Van der Linde has got Watt on his tail. Carl Watt once by. Interesting to see whether he goes at it right now. Sees if he can try and bridge the gap there to these first 6. First 6 cars in for a bit of a fight here. Let's see if that slingshot works again. There we go. Engage, pull out, overtake, done. That's what happens. So you've got to be in second place on the last lap if you want the win. Oh, Boyens, that's a bit naughty. Dives up the inside, forces a little mistake out of Peter Hills. Peter Hills didn't see him coming. It wasn't really a mistake. It was just a evasive maneuver there from Peter Hills. But Eric Boyens is definitely up for the challenge here and moves himself up into third place. Hills didn't see that coming. So now he's got to do it twice in the space of 4 laps if he wants that win and the double victory today. He comes back at Eric Boyens down into turn 1, so almost returns the favour instantaneously. It took him 2 corners more to do it, but he's back up to third. But what he has done is he's lost a little bit of ground to those top 2, which could prove to be vital. 4 to go of this 8-lapper. So the halfway stage has been reached, and the Lubrifuel car is becoming a big contender. Behind that, still a fight on between Andy Bester, CF de Toy, and Marcel Blichnout. We're going to concentrate our efforts here onto what could possibly go wrong here or go right, depending on your timing. So Jaco Schricks will look to try and get this done in this lap and try and pull a bit of a gap if he doesn't want that slingshot maneuver to be pulled on him again. He gets into the slipstream, pulls out, and overtake done into the right-hander. Peter Hills joins the party, pulls away slightly there from Eric Boyens. Boyens has got some pressure now coming from Brandon Hills. Theo Vermaak looking to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong between those two, just ahead of him. So it's Schricks with 3 to go. Now, strategy starts to come into play, because Hills has got to get through on Lionel Janssen. He'll probably try and do that on the penultimate lap. Maybe not on this one. Make that Jaco Schricks he's got to do it on, because Schricks has just lost out the lead to Lionel Janssen. But I think that was also strategy. Schricks wants to be in second. He knows how important it is to be in second place with the laps running out, and you have to try and stay in that second place even though you don't want to be there. You want to have the win, but you've got to be patient. It's part and parcel of this game in V's, particularly here at Phakisa Freeway, and how well that back straight slipstream effect works, and because it works so well, how well you can put it into your race strategy. So Schricks will probably have another go here, and then he might give that position back. But by doing that, he has to be very careful he doesn't give away 2 positions, because Peter Hills is looking to pounce, and he's definitely closer this time out. Eric Boyens also under a bit of pressure now, as Brandon Hills slots in for the overtake on the slipstream. So Schricks pulls out. Here goes Hills. Hills going with Schricks, trying to get a double slipstream effect. He's going to try and just put his car on the inside of Lionel Janssen and force Janssen wide. Janssen shuts the door. No, he doesn't. Hills is there. He's on the inside, and he's slotted up into second. Perfect timing. Oh, and Lionel Janssen runs wide again and opens up the door for third place to Eric Boyens. As I said, it's vital to get your timing right, and I think this is exactly what Peter Hills has just done. He's moved himself up into second place. And now could potentially be in for the shot of a victory again, but he's got to keep it in second place for 2 more laps. He has to get ahead of Schricks and pull a bit of a margin, which I don't think he can do, because they are so evenly matched here, these first 6 cars. Joining the party, Theo Vermaak with 2 to go. He could now even use the slipstream effect on those Raymer chassis. See if he can put a little Forza into the equation. Schricks from Hills. Hills from Boyens. Boyens from Brandon Hills. Lionel Janssen tucked in. In fact, he's just got back ahead now of Brandon Hills. So Janssen goes back into the front. Boyens has dropped back slightly. Eric Boyens has made a mistake, which has allowed Lionel Janssen back up into third place. Boynes has dropped down into 6th. Right, so Peter Hills now moves around the outside. I don't think he'll ever go on this lap. If he wants to try and win this race, he has to be in 2nd at this point next lap. And then he can just engage that slingshot and go past. And that is exactly what he's looking to do. He's in the slingshot now. He pulls out. And, well, he goes for it. Okay, that's interesting. Peter Hills this time has gone for the overtake 1 lap early. And on the penultimate lap, he's now going to have to try and put a bit of a gap. That's exactly what he has to do. And he's done that almost instantaneously. Pulls about 2 car lengths ahead of Jaco Schricks. Oh, Boyens running wide. Fuel car onto the grass there in the background. Now, what Peter Hills is hoping is going to happen on this last lap is that maybe Jaco Schricks gets caught up in a battle with Lennel Janssen, and he has to go defensive on Janssen to keep out the intentions of Janssen getting 1 step higher on the podium. Lennel Janssen will be thinking about the same thing, trying to get 1 step higher, but also defending on Brandon Hills, and that's playing into the hands here of Peter Hills. He's watching those rearview mirrors and seeing these 3 fighting it out. And with them fighting it out, they are losing lots of ground to the leader. Is that going to be enough for Peter Hills to change his strategy up here and not have to come from 2nd place and use the slingshot, but maybe he can hang on to the win from the lead? If they get close enough to him, though, he's going to be hard-pressed to keep out Schricks and Lennel Janssen. He's got about a car length, maybe a little bit more at this stage, but that's not enough. Once they get into that slipstream on that back straight, they basically get sucked in and literally fly past whichever side they want to go. We saw Hills around the outside and the inside. Now it's 2 or 3 car lengths, so it might be enough here. Peter Hill's going to try and carry huge corner speed through in Chini 1 and 2. He has to, otherwise that slingshot will be engaged. Can Jaco Schricks do anything about him? He's not close enough. I don't think he's going to get into the slipstream, and he's going to get slipstreamed by Lennel Janssen, so he'll have to go defensive. So Peter Hills, realizing that there was a fight on, got to the front, and it's worked to perfection. Once again showing the multiple champion holder, or championship holder in his cockpit right now is doing it all right. And here comes Schricks. Late dive into Gielkop. But he can't get there. So Peter Hills shows he can win from 2nd place using the slingshot. And he can win from the front. 2 laps to go as well. And it's a double victory for Peter Hills. Schricks will hang on to the lead of the championship, but Hills will close him down even more as we wrap things up there for DOE Formula Vee. What a final race there from them. As always, they put on a great show. They really do. There's nothing to hold these guys back on 4-wheeled 600cc motorcycles. That's the kind of race action you get out of Formula Vee, and particularly here at Phakisa Freeway, with that slingshot and slipstream effect available down the back straight. So it's Hills from Schricks, Lennel Janssen and Brandon Hills beating out Theo Vermaak, Eric Boyens and Carl Watt ahead of Sean van der Linde. MD Bester, CF de Toy and Marcel Bluchnoot and Jaco Smit will come through now for 12th ahead of Roy Douglas. But in terms of the championship, it's Jaco Schricks who will stay at the top, and Peter Hills will be slightly closer to him with a double victory here today. That's going to change things up for the next round of this championship on the 24th of June at Swartkops. Up next, it's Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. It's 8 more laps of sprint race action coming away now with Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, and they will be starting their final heat of the day before we turn the track over to the endurance race, which is 222 kilometers of race action still to come after this with the Pakisa 200. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars this time sees Thomas Reeb and Warren Lombard on the front row. So that might just change things up here in terms of the strategies of these teams. Terry Wolford and Julian Familiaris will be along on the second row behind them, and Familiaris will certainly be looking to try and improve from third and hopefully go for the victory to maintain his very consistent record in 2023. Behind them will be the two cats of Mackie Adlam and Franco de Matteo, and finally it's Steve Abst at the back there in that Pri Instrumentation and PPG Coatings car. It's the Corvette. Unfortunately, Carl Nell has not got his car sorted out and won't make it back onto the track for this second heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. If you've just joined us from all around the world, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars is the last sprint race of the day before we head into action from the Pakisa 200. But a massive welcome to all of our fans from all over that have been watching us throughout the day here at the Phakisa Freeway in the Free State in South Africa. Fuchs Lubricants and Chic Mustang is on the second row of the grid. Thomas Reeb, Chevy, Ford, Ford, Chevy, Ford, Ford, Chevy. That's how it goes in terms of the engine derivatives in these cars. 600 horsepower. Lock diffs on the back of them, 0 to 100 in about 4 seconds. And the cool thing with these cars, they do 140 k's an hour in first gear. So they've got lots of ponies to play with. They are suitably impressive in terms of lap times as well as the fastest cars and vehicles here this weekend, getting down into the 1 minute 40s for the two Jaguars of Adlam and de Matteo, outgunning the Superbikes by about 2 seconds. So certainly showing what the prowess of these cars are. They get 2 laps under the safety car to get some heat into the rubber. Most of these guys are going to be running the old Goodyear rubber that are available for these cars, but they have changed, of course, to a big relationship now with the Pirelli brand, and that's why they've got Pirelli stickers on them. However, because of the nature of the track, the drivers are all talking to us in drivers' briefing and in the interviews that they had earlier on in the weekend, stating that they'd be running old rubber because it's pointless putting new rubber on at this track that is so abrasive and so hard on tyre wear. So 2 warm-up laps here behind the safety car. That pace car from Pretoria Noord will pull to the sideline. Lights are already out on it, and it'll accelerate slightly to get away from this pack of V8s behind it. The Rolling Thunder, as it was nicknamed in the late 80s and into the 90s there by Roger McCleary. I know they're working frantically on the sidelines as well there. Terry Wolford and his team trying to get some more drivers back involved in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Some new cars looking to come through as well as they line things up now for the second heat. Lombard has been good off the front row on the restarts of twos in the past. Took a victory there. He'll be looking to do more of the same now if he can get it right. The lights are still on, they stay on. They're out, and the hammers drop down towards turn 1. Look at Franco de Matteo already trying to find a way through there. Familiaris gets outgunned by the looks of it there by Mackie Adlam. And Lombard has to slot in behind Thomas Reeb. He goes inside of Reeb and looks like he might even go for the lead here. Lombard gets around the outside of Reeb, and they're still side by side heading towards turn 2. Reeb will have the inside line, but Lombard just squeezes the nose of that Ford Falcon just ahead of Thomas Reeb as they go into turn 2. Wolford puts the Mustang on the inside, but can't keep the Corvette out of Familiaris. Familiaris now up into third place with Reeb attacking Lombard for the lead. Julian waiting for a chance now to pounce if he can. get that Corvette to the front end. That's what he'll be looking to do as quickly as possible to stay out of harm's way and out of the attack coming from the two cats behind. Those two Jaguar XKRs are very fast, as we saw in the first heat. De Matteo behind Wilford, can't find a way through yet. Adlam is behind Familiaris. He also is battling to find a way through there on the two Chevys ahead of him. But Lombard was able to squeeze through early on. Oh, what a great bit of maneuvering there from Familiaris. He saw the door open up as Reeb made a small mistake into Ungini 2, and the Corvette slots up one place into second. So we got Ford Falcon, Chevy Corvette, Chevy Lumina, and make that XKR Jaguar into third, Chevy Lumina into four. Here comes the second XKR Jag on the inside of the Mustang of Terry Wolford, trying to find a way through on Wolford. Not always easy to do. Wolford runs slightly wide, and he goes defensive, but it's Thomas Reeb who might be in his way. Reeb is in the way there, and the two Fords now trying to come through. Look at Wolford trying to thread the needle there between the two cars ahead of him. De Matteo eventually gets up to the front, but he realizes, and that's good driving there from Terry, realizing that Reeb would have to go defensive and have to try and come back at De Matteo, which might force him onto the wide line. He waited patiently and then dived through. Lombard's lost the lead to Familiaris. He's lost second to Adlam as Adlam dives through there in the Jaguar XKR. Frantic start here for the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Julian Familiaris hits a familiar position, the front of this pack. Adlam to second. He'll have a couple of laps still to catch the back end of Familiaris and maybe give him a run for his money. But it's now De Matteo closing on Lombard. Lombard's got some work to do now there for third place. He's going to have a hard task of it. And I think De Matteo's rubber might be slightly fresher than most. That's the reason why he took the first victory. And he's looking for more of the same here in the second. So it's Lombard versus De Matteo into the right-hander. Warren Lombard trying to keep out Franco De Matteo. That's not easy to do. Those two, of course, are out of very similar stables there. Being helped out by Gavin Wilkins Racing. De Matteo doing some of the prep on his own car, and GWR helping him out as well. But hey, it's a great fight here between De Matteo and Lombard. Eventually won out by the Italian Stallion, though. He just squeezes out Warren Lombard and drops him back. Thomas Reeb is the quickest car on track still. However, he's dropped right to the back end of this little pack, and it's not quite going according to plan there for the fast car on track. He'd love to be a little bit higher up, but he just can't seem to get the pace there out of that Chevy Lumina. Chevy Corvette leads out and continues to be hounded by Mackie Adlam. Adlam realizing that De Matteo is coming. He's putting a bit more pressure onto Julian Familiaris. Familiaris wants to try and keep Adlam at bay, but might be too many laps. How are the tyres? That's the most important factor here today. Who has got the fresher rubber of the older tyres that these guys have put onto their cars for today's race meeting? They would have gone to find the best rubber that was available for their cars in their stables. But it doesn't mean that they're going to have the ability to run with them and stay on track. We saw cars starting to slip and slide in the closing stages of race number 1. But it looks like that Corvette might just have a little advantage for now. What can Mackie Adlam do? 6-time South African V8 Supercar champion. If anybody knows what to do, Adlam will certainly have it in his bag. And a plan will start to unfold as we get into maybe a little bit later on in the race. Three down, 5 to go. Keeping an eye out on De Matteo as well and his progress as he gets up close and personal, or tries to, on his teammate Julian Familiaris. Both out of the De Matteo Racing stable. Deltic Batteries and MHR Mining Black Cat. Warren Lombard, Pep Boys Automotive and Bumper to Bumper Racing, about to be caught now by the Schick Fuchs Mustang of Terry Wolford. Wolford putting wheels onto the dirt. Don't that, Terry, please. Let's keep it on the black stuff or the slightly grey stuff here at Pakisa. Because wheels on the dirt here with those older rubber could end up in tears. And Lombard is just trying to fend off the attack from the Mustang in the Falcon. Two Fords. Oh, once again. Terry gets that back end, stepped out. The Schick and Fuchs Mustang definitely wants a chance to be ahead of Warren Lombard. A little bit of smoke out of the back of that car, as we saw in the first heat, so not really concerned about it right now, but when you are, what's that, 8 plus 4, 12 laps into 2 races, that smoke becomes a bit of an issue. You're 8 laps of 8, not a problem, because you'll get to the line. Oh, we're going onto the pit wall here for the first time, with a slightly different angle from our roving camera, which of course will be down in pit lane with yours truly for the start of the Pakisa 200 in about 3 laps time and a couple of minutes. Is that the Prime Instrumentation Corvette down the back straight? It looks like it might be. Steve Herbst had a problem there. He's D'Amato, and he's definitely closed the gap down on the top 2. Visibly, you can see there it is, confirmation of Steve Herbst. PPG coating and Prime Instrumentation Corvette. He parks on the pit apron for the oval track here at Pakisa. And there's definitely a big charge coming here from D'Amato. I don't have timing, so I'm going to ask Paul to just whisper in my ear the kind of lap times these guys are doing on their last passes. But I would say that D'Amato is possibly the fastest car on track at this stage, from what I can see visibly. Okay, so Julian Familiaris at 140.2. Frank and D'Amato is doing 140.5s, and it's a 140.6 coming out of Mackie Adlam. But smoke out of that back right tyre is a big concern for me. I don't know if Terry Wolford is going to last the length of this race. That Fuchs and Schick Ford Mustang. Familiaris quickest on the last pass, so that's why he's pulled a slight margin now over Adlam. But Adlam is definitely falling into the clutches of D'Amato. So Frank D'Amato can get you into second place and maybe just close the gap down slightly more on Julian Familiaris, who will possibly get the overall victory for the day for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. And then more importantly than that is he'll close the gap down on his teammate in the championship. Remember, he missed out the second race at Red Star and fell ill on the day. Well, Adlam's made a mistake all on his own. I don't even have to listen to Paul in my ear. That's going to be a costly mistake that Adlam has pulled out there, and he's going to lose ground both to the two Fords going through on him of Terry Wolford and leading that pack now, Warren Lombard. So Adlam coming out of turn 2 by the looks of it, got it all out of shape, and that's now given Mackie Adlam lots of work to do with about 2.5 laps to go. Pardon me, 1.5. Going to try and keep. I'm trying to keep it in my head how many laps we got, Paulie, without a timing monitor. So they come now through Unchini 1. He's made up one position. That's only due to the fact that I think Terry Wolford's got an ailing car. I mean, look at that back left as he comes onto the back. Look at the smoke coming off it onto that back straight away. There's definitely some kind of a wheel issue there for Wolford. But Lombard is not going to give it up without a fight. Lap and 2 corners to go for Warren Lombard to keep out Mackie Adlam. He's definitely going to give him a run. But they're not going to catch the two D'Amato racing boys out front. Familiaris and D'Amato were even Stevens in terms of lap times on the previous lap, but they've now started their final one. Just waiting to see these guys coming onto the straightaway. Here they come. As Familiaris heads down into turn 2. Big margin now for him. Can Warren Lombard do anything about Mackie Adlam? Well, he's trying hard. Pep Boys Automotive and Bumper to Bumper Racing taking on the Adlam Auto Jaguar. Cat wants that bird. That Falcon's in trouble. The Jaguar wants him big time. But this Corvette, once again, consistency wins championships. And man alive, as Julian Familiar has been consistent so far this season in Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. It's the reason why he leads the championship. He continued to lead the championship after race 1. And he's going to leave Pakisa still at the helm of the 2023 Mobil 1 V8 Supercar Championship. Looks like that Corvette just seems to manage the tyres so much better than everybody else, even if you're on old rubber. But take nothing away from Jules as well. He is a really, really seasoned veteran in this class now, even though he's one of the youngest drivers involved. He comes through for the last time. And will be making his way to the finish line with the checkered flag, this time being shown to him first and foremost. Dimitar comes through for a Dimitar Racing 1-2. He's happy with that, and so are the pit wall, as Franco takes second place, and they now wait to see if it's going to be Lombard or Adlam. You can see the Adlam Racing boys waiting on the sideline here, and Michelle waiting to see if it's going to be her man, or is Lombard going to take it? Here they come. It is Adlam. Adlam wins out over Warren Lombard. So a good effort there from those two drivers to finish things up here for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. We have a small break now before we get into the Pakisa 200, and all those cars are already making their way there as we see Thomas Reeb coming across. He was still fastest of the race there with the purple name board on that result panel. So Reeb putting in a hot lap early on in the race, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to keep him at the front. He dropped right down to the back of the pack in 6th place. And up next, we'll be heading into race action from the Pakisa 200. Well, slightly different start to the Pakisa 200 down in pit lane now, as opposed to behind the microphone in the studio. But incredible to see the amount of cars that have got involved in this one again here at the Phakisa Freeway, and expecting to see another big battle. Remember, it's 222 kilometers that they've got to complete, known as the Phakisa 200. It's open for car care clinics, 111 Sports and Saloons, GT Sports and Saloons, and SuperHatch, and looking forward to a big battle there as well. And you can see down here in pit lane, of course, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars coming to a bit of a dramatic end there, with Mackie Adlam climbing out the car and passing out after an epic battle at the front end. I think it might be one of the reasons why he got involved in that penultimate lap incident on his own. Might have just been feeling the effects of the day's racing. But these guys and girls that are going out there right now have got a huge amount of work to do. 222 kilometers to complete. It's going to be a really great battle, as always. Let's make our way onto the grid and see if we can catch up with some of the drivers and see exactly what their plans are for the day. To have a chat to the guys. We thought we were going to have a chance to chat to the guys. Unfortunately, as you can see, they're going out to try and make up time for the loss of time earlier in the day. So there's no form up on the grid. It's basically 2 warm-up laps behind the Pretoria Toyota, and that'll give them a chance to get underway there. It is a rolling start for these guys for the Phakisa 200, and it looks like everybody will get onto the grid and made it there. So let's see what happens. So basically heading into the bottom right-hander before penultimate corner at Heelkop. Remember, it's the Sports and GTs in the front end of the field. So it's going to be ACD Velkom, and Leonard Archer will be the man to set the pace initially to see whether or not he can do anything about the front end of this field. But it's going to be a huge battle expected amongst the GT Sports and Saloons and the 111 Sports and Saloon cars, and of course SuperHatch. Each of these classes have got their own little agendas to sort out. Remember, these championships are separate, but it's the overall victory that they're looking for today in terms of how they're coming. So as they come onto the main straightaway now, let's have a look and see what's going to happen as Pretoria Toyota's 86 pulls off the sideline and into pit lane. That leads onto a massive battle expected here between our 111 Sports and Saloons, Sports and GTs at the front end. So here they come, ACD Velkom out front. Van der Favor behind that, Louis Scott in the Honda. He's tucked on alongside, and as they start this race, here they come. Motorua started the race. He's got Pete Pakisa on his inside as they go into turn 1. And it looks like Pakisa might just have the advantage of the inside line. It hasn't quite got there. But an awesome start there to this race. I'm going to shoot back to the studio and get back into the studio for the full edition of this race. And I'll leave the pit lane action. Of course, you had audio Claudio to bring you all the pit lane action, because there is pit stops. There are compulsory pit stops that have to happen. And when they do come in, it's basically coming in for a wheel change and a compulsory windscreen wash by the driver. If you do a driver change, of course, that happens in that pit stop. And if you have to refuel, you have to do it there as well. All right, so back in studio now. Apologies for that one. Had to just run back here to the studio. Bit of pit lane activity as well as commentary to be handled. So it looks like a bit of a fight on here between Leonard Archer, Votarus and Pete Pakisa, as we saw in the sprint race. This, of course, is not a sprint race. 222 kilometers to be completed. Van der Vyf ahead of Lubotski. Lubotski ahead of Louis Scholz. Louis Scholz looks like he's got Darren Gunnison and Andre De Lange behind them, with Bob Niels sharing that one. You can see the Car Care Clinic team here giving some indications to their drivers as to where they stand at the moment. Behind De Lange and Neil, we've got Francis Aldrich. You can see there with the 4J's Auto Opel, just behind Darren Gunnison. Jose and Bester sharing that Golf 1. They've got Alka van Vletter looking for a chance to get through. In fact, I think Alka might have just lost a little bit there, because that's Andre De Lange who's moved up there as well. So De Lange has moved up a couple of positions. And that's how things go for the start of this Pakisa 200 2023. Looks like there was a bit of problems there for Charles Veyers and for Ishmael Beloy, who unfortunately didn't get to start this one. Mel Spur starting to tick them off now as well, coming through the field. Trying to find a way through there. I think it's on, possibly on Van Vletter, if I'm not mistaken. And then back to the front end. It's continued action between the Polo, the Golf, and the Honda. There you have it. First Car Care team, not going to get that indication. Second one is, of course, for Louis. He'll get told exactly where he stands. Fighting hard with Volkswagen products, which he's normally in. He doesn't normally participate in that Honda in this category. He's doing his Golf 7. He'll also be fighting, of course, in his Honda Civic as opposed to the Honda Ballard he's in today. He's still enjoying all the aspects of racing. So race action continues here. It's part 2 of the racing action, of course, for the Pakisa 200, and this is the Pakisa 200 that we're actually seeing right now. So we're into it big time. See, my queen jumped in here as well to say, how's it? Sorry, unfortunately I was down in pit lane, so I didn't have access to the screens that we're watching here in the studio. But yeah, battle is going to be right up until sunset here. And the sun was setting while I was down in pit lane, so it's going to be also a case of keeping an eye out on how much light we still have available to us. We did start the proceedings slightly later than what was scheduled to be in the start of today. Vota now hits the front. So Archer just gives way to the attack coming from the car care clinic team. When Vota comes in for his scheduled stop, he'll be handing, of course, over to Graham Nathan. Pete Pakisa will be doing it all on his own. He won't have the assistance of a driver. Leboczki hangs on to what is about 4th place overall. And at the back of the pack, there's still some in-house fights. Remember that each, as I said, each of these categories do score their own separate points in their respective classes as well for the day. So triple ones will score separately in each of their classes, classes A to D. The sports and GT class will also have a separate point score. And remember that this is going to be a separate point score as well for SuperHatch, Class A, B, and C. And then, of course, there's also the index of performance for each of those championships at this round too. So it's great to see that there's initiative put in. It was put into place a couple of seasons ago. It's probably about 10 or 12 seasons ago that this Pakisa 200 has been running for now. And it was very well supported about 5 or 6 years ago. We had up to 70 odd cars that were in for the running. They had to cut it down, of course, because of the amount of track availability that the circuit has in terms of classes and how many cars they can have on track. But I know in the past about 40 or 50 cars have been involved. The race, when I participated in this about 6 or 7 years ago, we had 45 cars on the grid. So it is slightly diminished in terms of numbers, but the action and the strategy is still very much well up there. Keep an eye on the laps, of course, that are just being ticked off here. We should be getting it's 222. Oh, problems here. That's the 259 car. I think that might be Berze and MD Bester that are sharing that machine. It's about 50 odd, or just over 50 laps that have to be completed to get the 222 Ks in the bag. 53 laps, yeah. Okay, so still a long way to go, but it's about 53 laps of race action that has to be done to complete the 222 kilometers. Nice fight here between our top three. I think Archer realizing that the game is afoot here, and it's not going to be an easy day in the saddle for him, particularly with these two Volkswagen products either side of him at the moment. Vogt has done this on numerous occasions, so knows exactly where to push and hold back and to ease up if he needs to. Leonard, I think, did this last year in his Hyundai, in the SuperHatch class, but this time has decided to try and do it in the Honda. Look for an overall victory, but also for a victory in the GD Sports and Saloon car category. He's fighting with only two cars in that GD Sports and Saloon car class, and that'll be Johan van der Vyver in the Devlaw Subaru and Louis Scholz in the Car Care Clinic Honda Ballard. So top three just maintaining some good pace around the circuit at the moment. So just interesting to see that the lap times at this stage for these first three are all 1:59s, almost identical 1:59s from the three of them. And then the rest of the pack go down to the 2:02s or slower. So it just shows you the kind of pace differential that these three cars have got over the rest of that pack of cars. But they're keeping themselves very honest, yeah? Not really a dice as such. Maybe just a bit of formation flying here from these three for now, until they start to play around with strategy a bit later on. Pakisa looks like he might be in for a bit of a run to see if he can get to the front end. And then the camera wait and see. Scholz now onto the back end of Van der Vyver. That is for position. And looks like Darren Gunnison might be the top end of SuperHatch at this point, as he tucks in there behind the two GD Sports and Saloons. He'll definitely be the lead of SuperHatch. I think Class B 111 Sports and Saloons will be the Shield Golf of Wayne Nabotsky. He's just up the road there, as you can see. And then Hopkins will be 111. To come amongst those back markers. Voter and Pitt formation flying there for the Nathan's Motorsport team. Graham Nathan. Oh, he's looking forward to getting behind the wheel of a car, I'm sure. They found him a special Sparko suit to get him back into a race car. And it's great to see Graham Nathan lined up and ready to go. Let's see if we can keep it all together at the front end once Voter hands it across to him. So Voter Roos, Piet Potgieter and Leonard Archer, your top three, as we continue here in the Pakisa 200 2023. Markers have renegotiated. Esterhazen was one of them. Nice team effort there from the Car Care Clinic team to get that Extreme Festival Pakisa 200 shirt. New Scholz supporters there. George Aldrich and Esterhazen at the back end of the pack. Tion still looking for a chance to be at least in the SuperHatch hunt. So top three just stay line astern for now. They don't want to show their cards too soon. try and stay in the hunt for the front end. Kieran Gunnison has got through there on Louis Scholz as well, further back in the pack, so that's third. That's fourth, I beg your pardon. Shield 12 for Rogowski. Fifth is Van der Pfeiffer. Sixth place is Kieran Gunnison. Seventh now will be Louis Scholz. Mel Spurs up into eighth ahead of Roland Hopkins. That's the battle we've seen coming across the line now to complete another one. Louis Scholz returned the favour there on Deeren. Finds a way through. So Deeren Gunnison dropping back slightly into the clutches now of Mel Spur. Scholz back up ahead of Gunnison in the Honda Civic. That's usually the car that Louis would drive if he was in SuperHatch, so he's used to the kind of pace that that Honda Civic would have. And Honda of Louis Scholz ahead now with Gunnison and Mel Spur. Mel Spur starting to put the pressure onto Deeren, trying to find a way through there. Hopkins' pit board, and that sun setting. You can see light is going to be a big factor here later on. And cars with lights also might be an issue we need to keep an eye on. That's for sure. If I look at Louis Scholz's car, I think he may only have one headlight, because the right headlight is an intake for some air. Gunnison, I think, has got both headlights working. He goes on the inside of Louis Scholz to try and find a way past him again. Didn't quite get there though. They're closing in now on Esterhazen and on George Aldrich. Inside line from Gunnison to get through there, and Mel Spur follows him through. As there's a bit of room opened up there from Esterhazen's point of view. Roland Hopkins is going to follow suit. Gunnison gets inside now of George Aldrich. So both Tion Esterhazen in 15th and George Aldrich in 14th have now been lapped by 7, 8, 9 and 10th place. Louis pulling to the sideline. Quite sure what that strategy was all about. I think he's got a problem actually. It's not a strategy, it's an issue. Louis Scholz with the problem on the sideline there. The Honda Ballard pulling off the circuit. I wonder if he's going to be able to just get it round to the pit lane, but he's definitely slowing up and he's cutting across. He's cut across onto the inside road. Maybe he knows something we don't. So that's Louis Scholz parked on the inside of the circuit. It's a bit of a pity to losing out Scholz there, the car care clinic man. But Mel will stay out there to try and fly the flag high for her brand. Pfeiffer ahead now of Deeren Gunnison. And it's Mel Spur. So if you look at the way things stand right now, we've got 111 Sports and Saloons 1 and 3. We've got a GT Sports and Saloons in second. And then we've got 2 111s fighting for 5 and 6 with a SuperHatch category competitor. Gunnison going defensive on Mal Spur. Hopkins coming along for the ride. A little bit of frustration there from Mal, trying to find a way through there on Darren. And he seems to be keeping her at bay for now. Honda Civic out of SuperHatch. And 2 Polos out of the 111 Sports and Saloons. Trying to find a way through there on that Honda. Hopkins in the Bush and Buck car, possibly sticking around to see whether or not there's going to be an attempt there from Mal to get through on Darren. And at Archer now, the meat and the sandwich between the 2 Nathan's Motorsport cars. Voters dropped to 3rd. Pakisa is the new leader. So Voti dropping down into that 3rd spot. Is that part of the strategy, or is he picking up a bit of an issue? We'll have to keep an eye on that. Voti seems to be battling a little bit there with some really tired tyres. And they might have to come in for an unscheduled tyre stop there on Vota's car. Pakisa losing the battle initially, but now leading that battle between himself and fellow Nathan's Motorsport competitor and Car Care Clinic's Vota Roos. Pete Pakisa could be in here for a good chance of an overall victory, I got to tell you. Darren Gunnison still keeping Mal Spur at bay for now. Goes inside though, down towards turn 3. Hopkins going to go with her. Mal Spur can squeeze through there. I think Roland Hopkins might go along for the ride. No. So a great overtake there from Mal Spur. Darren Gunnison coming back at Mal Spur. Applying the pressure. One thing we haven't really mentioned yet, I did mention it in the opening, that teams will be looking to get their pit lane strategies right. A lot of these teams initially in other races that have happened here at the Pakisa 200 would be relying on potential safety cars to come into play for their pit stop strategies. With a smaller field, possibilities of a safety car are not as high. I might eat my words there or give myself the commentator's curse, but the way things have gone so far, I don't think we're going to be seeing the necessity for a safety car unless something dramatic happens somewhere on track. 40-odd laps still to go, yeah, but I'm just thinking to myself, Paul, in the past I've commentated on these races, and by this stage we would have had 2 safety cars because of the action that would have been happening. These guys and girls seem to be just taking it a little bit more easy, a little bit more gingerly, to try and get to the end of this one without any incident. But then what that does do is, as we see the bat lady there, Elke van Vletter, possibly plays around with the team's strategies, looking for those potential safety cars. I might be wrong, just contemplating things here in the first third of this very long 53 laps of race action. As I said, great to have the bat lady back in a race car again. Elke van Vletter. Mel and Roland now pulling away slightly from Darren Gunnison now that they've got through on him. Here's the Devlaw Subaru of Van der Vijver. Currently sitting second in the GT Sports and Saloons. behind, of course, man in second place overall. And that is now Shield Golf 1 of Wayne Lebotsky, second. No, leading car in Triple One Sports and Saloons. Class B. Francis Aldrich, second of the SuperHatch cars. And the 4J's auto car. Spur, Hopkins and Gunnison. There you can see Leonard Archer leads out over Pete Portkita now. Just down in third. Wayne Lebotsky is fourth. Van der Pfeiffer, Mal Spur. She'll be heading across to, of course, Elna Cruiser later on her pit stop. It's Roland Hopkins, Darren Gunnison and Francis Aldrich with Elke van Vledder down in 10th. So if you look at the classes there, Leonard Archer ahead of Johan van der Pfeiffer. And that is your 3 cars involved in GD Sports and Saloons. If we look at triple ones, it's Pete Portkita ahead of Wouter Roos for Class A. Wayne Lebotsky leads out for Class B. Malsberg will be second, Roland Hopkins will be third. In SuperHatch, it's Darren Gunnison ahead of Francis Aldrich. And then it would be Andre de Lange in the SuperHatch category. Portkita goes into the pits. That's an early stop for Pete Portkita. Maybe he's deciding that the early stop will get him out and ahead of these guys, and then maybe he can maintain the lead over them for the rest of the race. That's kind of what I think he's going to go for the strategy. Wouter seems to have sorted out whatever issue he has. He's picked up the pace again and is closing on the back end of Leonard Archer. Here comes Pete Portkita into the pits. He comes in, has a chat to Nathan, and he preps his car. So it looks like Pete Portkita might be retiring. I kind of just caught the end of that conversation, but I know that Claudio's going to have a quick chat with him if he can and find out what the issues. It sounds like he can't go into 4th gear, which means he will not be able to complete this one with all the gears. Mel Spur's in as well. Is that a scheduled stop for Mel? Something's also gone wrong here with Mel's side.
Let's not get out. No. Graham. Yes. How many laps have we done?
15.
Are you sure? Hello.
So let's have a quick chat there with Mel and see what went wrong.
Mel, what's happened?
No idea. I came through the fast sweep.
Blown.
It's broken.
That's a pity there. So it looks like they've blown the engine on that car. And Mel's day is done. Helder didn't get into the car. Louis Scholz is going to pull into pit lane as well. He's eventually got there after taking a little bit of a detour off circuit. And maybe Claudio can go and find out from the team there as well as to what happened with Louis' car.
Pete, what happened?
Oh, my clutch went, so I couldn't get the car into gear. Any of the gears. So I had to pull in. I managed to limp in here in 2nd gear, which I managed to collect just before the pit entrance. So that is it. So now the fluid is boiled out the base. Now they can't fix up. The level of the fluid. Yeah. Hopefully we can go out.
That's a pity to see there because he was going so well. So Pete Potgieter with some clutch issues, Mel with some engine issues. Louis Scholz has got some problems also in the same team. So it's Vota now leading things out again now that he's sorted out whatever issue he had a little bit earlier on. And he leads out over Leonard Archer. Archer still maintains fastest car of the race so far. That's not necessarily what you want to be. You want to be the most consistent car and the one that can stay out there the longest. Let's get down and find out what happened with Louis Scholz.
Louis, what happened?
Yeah, normal Pakisa with us. Turn 3, side shafts, doesn't matter which car we bring down. That's the same old. But it's all good. We're quickly going to fix it there in the back. We'll lose about, call it 8, 9, 10 laps. And we'll go out and we'll have some more fun. See what we can do from there.
Unbelievable stuff there. Louis never gives up. Side shafts at turn 3. Doesn't matter what car you bring. Okay. Well, fortunately, he's got a car care clinic team there with him, so they should be able to get that car sorted out. I wonder if they'll be as fast as Dave Peterson's team. I don't know. Those car care clinic guys did an amazing job. And they're going to work now to get that side shaft sorted out on the Honda and hopefully get Louis back out. If he can get back out, he's still got a chance. Remember, he's running in the GT Sports and Saloon car category, so he's still got a chance of a 3rd place. Even though he might lose sort of 8 to 10 laps as he heard from him. Esterhazen's in as well. Looks like Tian's got some problems, which he's going to have to now try and sort out. So there's a bit of a race of attrition happening out there at this stage, with cars starting to feel the effects of the slightly longer races that they're not used to. You've got to take into account that a couple of these cars are not used to doing endurance races. They are purely sprint cars. And then when they get thrown into a slightly longer race, little niggles come into play that might not be there in an 8 or 10 lap race. You heard from Mal, they completed 15, so there's probably about 17 laps, 18 laps completed now. And that's the standings. Ruus from Archer, Lobotsky in 3rd, leads out the 111 Sports and Saloons. Class B. Class A is Vota Ruus leading out 111 Sports and Saloons. Archer leads out the GT Sports and Saloons. He's 2nd overall. Van der Pfeiffer is 4th overall and 2nd in GT Sports and Saloons. Roland Hopkins is now 2nd in Class B. And Darren Gunnison is ahead of Francis Aldrich for the SuperHatch class. Elke van Vleuten will be in her category for 111 Sports and Saloons ahead of Andre de Lange. And then it's Hans Bozer and, of course, MD Best is showing the 259 car. And that car, of course, is still in the running, which is good to see. So Potgieter's got some clutch fluid back in the car. So whatever that issue was, they seem to have got sorted out at Nathan's Motorsport. Chuck some clutch fluid into the clutch cylinder, and hopefully he can select some gears that'll get him to the end of the race. He was battling with a clutch problem, as you heard directly from Pete Potgieter when he came into pit lane, and now seems to have got it sorted. So he's dropped down 2 laps because of that situation, so he'll have to try and work it out. Indy Bester and Hans Berzer's Shield 259 Golf 1. Top 2 coming to complete another lap, probably getting into the 20 lap-ish side of things there, Paulie, if I'm not mistaken. $18 done, 35 to go-ish. Still some work to be done out there. Berzer and Bester. So I wasn't too far off in my estimation of being close to the 20-ish lap. Some more back markers to negotiate now for Vota and for Leonard. To see those blue flags waving, warning the slower cars that the quicker cars are starting to come through. Next car they're going to be coming up on will be Alka van Vletter, the Bat Lady. Vota starting to open up a little bit of a margin now over Leonard Archer. But I think Archer could potentially be looking at the pace that Vota's setting, and we're happy with that pace. So we've lost Mel, and we thought we were going to lose Pete Potgieter, but they put some new clutch fluid into that little Golf, and it's back on track. He's down in 12th place. Mel Spur still down in 13th, and Esterhazen still in pit lane as well. Ooh, Funner Faithful with some problems. Running wide out of the Coke corner. Comes out of Coca-Cola and runs a little bit wide there in the Subaru. George Aldrich. It's just being passed by that car. But it doesn't look like that car's firing like it should be either. So there's a bit of a race of attrition going on here for this Pakisa 200 this year. It's a survival race. Let's see if he's able to get to the end by checkered flag time in a couple of laps time. Remember, we're getting into 20 laps completed now. Still another 33 to go. Vota maintains the lead over Archer, coming up on Van Vletter in the front there. And that means they'll be lapping up to 8th place, having completed just over 20 laps of race action now. So Van Vletter now heads into Uncini 1 and 2. And those blue flags will be waving to warn her that the quicker cars are coming. Here they come onto the back straight. Vota goes past. Archer runs a little bit wide out of that second Uncini. Shouldn't be too much of an issue though. It's definitely on for probably a great finish to this one. Depending on what happens with this pit stop, I can tell you that's where things could potentially change up here. Because remember, Vota Roos will be handing over to Graham Nathan. There'll be then a fight between Nathan and Archer if they stay up close and personal like they are right now. Berzer closing onto the back end of De Lange. Shield Golf on the inside of the Roofshaw Golf of Andre De Lange. Drive here from Hans Berzer so far. He'll be heading, of course, to MD Bester when he does the changeover. Heading down towards turn 2. I like what they've done with that City Golf badge on the back there. Slightly different version of the City Golf. Still having a good time out there is Berzer. He's got through on De Lange. Lebochki about to catch the two of them. Golf 1 fight about to happen here in the next lap or so. Top two. Still no change up between the two of them. Both are happy to handle the pace at the front end and set the pace. I think Archer's sitting there comfortably going, yeah, well, I'm happy with this pace, so you keep ticking them off. I'll just stay here for now. As you can see here in the final corner, they make the Kiwis quite tough in the Free State. Those little birds in the front end there weren't even phased when the big V8 Supercars came flying past them. Roland Hopkins, George Aldrich in the Peugeot. There's Lebotsky heading down into the big right-hander towards Keelkop in the Shield Golf 1. He's coming up to overtake the other two Golf 1s on track. First of all, the Roofshaw Golf of De Lange. Currently sitting fourth on track. And he's leader of Class B in 111 Sports and Saloons. Class A, of course, would be Vota, who's our overall leader at the moment. So Hopkins starts the pit stop procedures. He comes in. Looks like it's a scheduled stop there for Roland Hopkins. Now what you see is Hopkins has to get out the car. They will refuel once he's out the car. And then they will start the proceedings for the tire change as well. Roland has to get out the car and do a windscreen wash on the car as well. Part of the proceedings. So refuel takes place. The wheel change has to be done by manual tools as well. You can't use any drills on those wheel chains, so you have to use the cross-framed wheel spanner. Hopkins, I don't think, is doing a driver change, so he's going to stay in the car. He's helped out there just to get back into the harness. So they take that wheel off, they put it on the floor, or they just change the wheel completely. It's not a bad plan. Put the wheel on. Changing that front left completely there. Andy Gosman helping out there by the looks of things as well. No, it's not Gosman. Just looks like him. See the Hills boys in the background watching the proceedings here. After a good day in the saddle and the Formula Vees for them.
My arms are dying.
As I said, they have to use manual tools to do that tyre change. It's just part of the rules for the Pakisa 200. Sun's starting to set here. Votarus in the low sun continues to lead things out over Leonard Archer. Lebotsky is now up to third place. He's found a way through there on Johan van der Vyver, who seemed to be ailing slightly in the Subaru. They're coming up on George Aldrich again to overtake him. It's Darren Gunnison who's up into fifth place behind van der Vyver and leading SuperHatch car. Ahead of of Roland Hopkins. Right, Car Care Clinic have got those side shafts sorted. And there you go. Louis back on track. So Louis Scholz might be able to hang on now. He won't have to come in for another pit stop because he will have taken that as his pit stop. He's done the tyre change and the side shafts on the car. So he should be able to stay out now for the rest of the proceedings. These two still have to come in. That's good. That's where we could see a change up in terms of the race strategy and who's going to be taking the overall win. Will Leonard Archer be pushing on? See some adjustments being done here. They're doing a tyre change here on the front right as well. Looks like they are. The tyres have worn so badly on Roland Hopkins' car, they've decided, no, listen, let's just change both front tyres. Still get a bit of an option. Opel Corsa. Francis Aldrich now behind Darren Gunnison, and they're about to be caught now by the leaders. So it looks like they're going to be lapping up to about 5th and 6th place here of the top two. Gunnison late on the brakes. Ooh. Looking for gears as well by the looks of things. So Darren Gunnison's car just starting to feel the effects of the slightly longer race as well. Oh, and there goes the second place car off track. So MD Bester is down in pit lane with Claudio. Let's find out what's happening as we see action on track there with Leonard Archer.
MD, how are you feeling about before you get into the car? It's first time out in tin top, so yeah, sweating a bit, but it's going to be fun. I have no idea what I'm going to do. Yeah, but hopefully it goes better than the V racing.
Thanks, MD. Yeah, he's going to be taking over there from Hans Boza, the man from ATS Motorsport and Dunlop Tyres in the 259 Shield Golf. Vota finding an inside line there to get through on Francis Aldrich. And with that off-track excursion for Leonard Archer, just before we went to chat to MD, he has opened up a bit of a margin here. So this could work into the favour of Vota Roos if he wants to possibly come in for an early stop and use that advantage he's gained on this half a lap. Let's see if he stays out one more lap maybe. Portkita is back on track and trying to make up ground. He lost 2 laps. Vota's in. I thought he might come in. He definitely had the advantage gained there after we saw him go off track, or his rival go off track in an Archer. So he's coming in for the stop, and Archer's right behind him. So here's Voti coming in. He'll come in now for a quick wheel change. Graham Nathan will put the fuel in as Vota will climb out the car and hand the race driver duties to the fuel man. There's probably only one man who'll have a bigger race suit than Graham Nathan. That's me. But that's a big Sparko suit there for Graham Nathan. And with the 2 tyre changes there for the Nathan's Motorsport team, you see they've got both sides of the car trying to get in there. And we're going to try and catch up there with Vota Roos as well to see how it went in that first session. Vota has to go across and grab some kind of rag to do. Is that a Volkswagen racing jacket? It's a Volkswagen racing jacket that Vota's using to clean the windscreen. I think it actually might be Graham's. Claudio, give him hell about that racing jacket. Vanna Pfeiffer, he sits in 5th place at the moment. And it's a very sick-sounding Subaru out there. That's definitely not a full-firing, fire-breathing Subaru that we'd normally see in the hands of Vanna Pfeiffer. And Portkeets closing in on him. So Leonard Archer also doing 2 wheels change at the front to try and get some traction back on the car. See that off-track excursion, all the leftovers of the grass he pulled into the wheel arch there and onto the wheel rim after he went off track out of turn 2. Scott's trying to make up some ground now as much as possible. Still running with a chance of a 3rd place in the GD Sports and Saloons for Car Care Clinic in the Honda Ballard. See the refueling being done now as well.
How's it going?
That's all right, just hot, but my tires are short. I can stop and slide all the way. But otherwise everything is nice. Car feels good, everything is lasting. It's just my tires. I'll have to change them. I can't keep the car on. I just lost it there down at the bottom. And just before I get some serious problems, I'll rather change my tires. Lose maybe a minute or 2, but go for a new set of tires. Right, thanks.
So there you have it, right from Leonard's point of view. He's decided to take the gamble and take a little bit more time in pit lane to get some new rubber on the car. It might help him out in the closing stages. Van Vletter just telling Louis he can go through on the left-hand side. Nice gesticulation there from her just to let the quicker car through. Oh, that's Berza and Besta's car on the sideline. The car we just passed there is the car that MD Best has just taken over on. So the 259 Golf is parked on the sideline. Paul, I don't know if Dave heard me, but the interview we just did with MD Bester, that car is now parked on the side just before Ingenie 1 and 2. Okay, it's got going again by the looks of it. I'm not quite sure. Is that MD? No, that's still Heinz at the wheel. You know, that's still Heinz Bezay at the wheel. Right, Vota's out. Leonard Archer still in pit lane. So it's worked out nicely there for Vota. He did say he wanted to come in. Or Vota, I'm handed over to Graham, I beg your pardon. So it's Graham Nathan now at the wheel of that car. Let's catch up now with Vota. He's down in pit lane with Claudio.
Vota, how was your stint?
Oh, it was absolutely awesome. I think it's a job well done. Graham must bring it home now. And if there's somebody that can do it, definitely it's him. So we're full of confidence to take this all overall. But let's see what happens. It's a long race.
It certainly is a long race there, Voti. But of course, confidence in Graham Nathan's ability is not a bad thing to have at this stage of a race. To hand over your car to Graham Nathan, certainly going to be a chance for an overall victory if you can keep it all together. Nathan will spend about 2 laps just getting a feel of the car, seeing everything is working according to plan. And then we'll try and just maintain the gap he's got now with the ACD Valcob Honda still in pit lane. I see Berza just in the foreground there, about to be caught now by Graham Nathan. So Nathan will be passing one of his arch rivals from Class T days in production cars. Hans Berza was a Mazda production car factory driver. Nathan was in the Seat at that stage. They had some epic battles in their day, but this time in slightly different machinery and on a slightly different format of racing. Yeah, so that City Golf with Hans Berza at the wheel, trying to get to pit lane. Yeah, I don't know what he's trying to do, but it's definitely not working. The way it was bouncing, I have to agree there, Paulie. Looks like he might be trying to do it on the starter just to get it to pit lane to see if they can repair it. But we just chatted to MD Bester. He was looking forward to getting into that car. Doesn't look like he's going to get a chance to even do that. Botsky from Pakisa from the Devlaw Subaru, who's also not firing 100% correct. Here is your current standings. Well, Lebotsky actually leads overall at this point, ahead of Johan van der Vyver. But he's still got a pit. So does van der Vyver, so does Gunnison, so does Aldrich, and so does Van Vledder. So that will basically be Wouter Roos and Graham Nathan resuming the lead once those first 5 go in for their pit stops. So Lebotsky is your leader. How far back is that car? Louis Scott's. He's still not on the timing just yet. I'm not quite sure why they're not picking up on the 777 car. But I would say he's probably up to at least 11th place right now. Spent a couple of laps, remember, in pit lane having the side shaft change on that Honda. Louis just maintaining some good pace around here. He's not being picked up by the timing monitor, so we'll keep an eye on what happens there with him. But I think he would have made up at least one of the laps at this stage on the ones he spent in pit lane changing those side shafts. Here comes the leader, Lebotsky, at this stage. But as I said, he's still got to come in for his pit stop. So maybe trying to open up a good margin here. He's going to come around the outside of Leonard Archer. And Archer will slot in behind the new leader there, Lebotsky. Pakisa back in the pit lane. This will probably be for the scheduled stop. Yeah, it is. Nathan's Motorsport team jumping onto the car to try and help him out. Chance now to double check that clutch fluid, ensure that they've got those wheels changed. Nathan's Motorsport boys working hard there to change those wheels. Give himself a little bit of fresher rubber to play with for the last couple of laps. That's what Graham's doing right now. Yeah, I don't know either there, Paulie. I just saw somebody climbing into the car. According to our list, he was on his own. I did see a name on the side of the helmet, so maybe Claudio can get us a shot of that helmet and then we can work out who it is. Just couldn't work it out because it was in a very fine font on the side of his helmet climbing into Pakisa's car. That's how hot it's getting out there in terms of the brakes. On the inside. Hopkins hanging in. It's Stuart Mack. That's who we're handing over to. Alrighty. I did see that cursive font, and I couldn't work it out while Stewie was climbing in the car, but there you have it. Stewie Mack will take over from Pete Potgieter in the Ding Ding Rocky car from Nathan's Motorsport. I'm sure they're going to double check that clutch fluid as well to ensure that he can finish up the race there for that team. Hopkins continues to circulate out there. Paulie, how are we looking on laps at the moment? 22 to go. So still a long way to go in this one. Debotchke, Van der Vyver, Gunnison, Aldrich and Van Vletter still got a pit. So looks like positions will be resumed. Potgieter's done an incredible job to get back up into second if he stays where he is right now. But remember, he's in pit lane, so they're going to have to get him out. Oh, Gunnison with some problems. Is that in the fast right-hander? It is. Oh, my goodness. That's right in the middle of the fast right-hander. And Darren Gunnison is stuck right in that on the race line. Surely if that car gave up the ghost earlier on, he would have been able to get out of harm's way. Darren Gunnison is right in the middle of the race line. Van der Vyver avoids him. He's trying to get the car fired up. It just doesn't want to fire up. If a fast car comes through there, we could be in a bit of trouble. Darren is getting out of the car while it's in the middle of the track. I'm not quite sure if that was the best idea. So it looks like there are some gesticulations from the marshals warning that there's a car there, but we saw the first couple of cars come through there and just avoid collisions with that stricken SuperHatch car. So Stuart Mack exits pit lane in Potgieter's car now. I wonder if there's a possibility of safety car. Just have a look and see if we can pick up a safety car board, because there's a car in the middle of the fastest corner on the circuit. So Lobotski will continue to lead this out. If a safety car is deployed, that might be the ideal position for him to jump in and do his scheduled stop. Batman there, instantaneously on hand to do the necessities at the changeover. Is that... Yes, that is the... Yeah, I thought so. Safety car has been deployed. Had to be. So Henry Van Vletter is going to take over from Alka. The Bat Lady hands over the duties to Batman himself. Safety car has been deployed, which means those first 5 cars are going to try and take advantage, I'm sure, of the safety car scenario. Lobotski would definitely be looking to try and take advantage and try and hang on to the lead if he can. Looks like Hans Bizet was able to get that car back into the pit lane. Here is Lobotski. Lobotski dives into pit lane. Just earthing the car before they get him out the car. He has to get, of course, out and do the windscreen wash himself. Louis in again. That'll be for a scheduled stop for him. So Wayne Lobotski climbs out. Get to do the windscreen wash. There you have it. Lobotski asking how the tyres are looking there.
The tyres okay, Andy?
Yeah, that one's okay.
Lobotski just making sure the tyres are okay as Van der Vyver rolls into pit lane as well under safety car. Aldrich comes into. So all of those top 5 contenders that had not made their pit stops just yet are now in. I said the Subaru is not sounding good. Definitely not sounding like it should. Captain Kitty Litter. Here is the safety car on track. Picking up. Should be on Graham Nathan, who would now be taking over. Claudio's down in pit lane though.
Wayne, how's it going? Going good. I just hope the car's lost until the end. So hope we can make it till the end.
Well, they've picked up on Archer and Potgieter. Still waiting to see when Graham Nathan slots in there. Gunnarson's car is still stuck in the middle of the track. Oof. Such a dangerous position for a race car to be in.
Alka, how was your stints out there?
Oh, that was really good. Yeah, I got some traffic, but quite a lot of laps with no one there, so I could just focus on corners, the speed, the car, really awesome. And right within, I got a little bit of fuel surge for some of the corners, but just in time to do the driver change.
And it's been a long time since you've been back.
Last race was 2021 Pakisa 200. We love this race and this track.
Great to have the Bat Lady back in it. And you can see she was definitely loving life out there in her little Golf 1. Handing over to Batman now, her husband. And eventually, sure, you can see these tow trucks in Pakisa are not as eager as the ones in Johannesburg. You'd probably have about 7 of them if this race was being held in Joburg right now. So we are being helped out now by, of course, our assistance team. And they're going to try and get Darren Gunnarson out of harm's way. Which means there's at least another 2 or 3 laps under safety car here, which is definitely boding well for the initial leaders and for the guys who took over from that lead. And I'm talking about Wayne Leboczki. How's he looking so far? De Lange still out there. Circulating just ahead there of Roland Hopkins behind the safety car. Here comes George Aldrich and Nathan. Claudio's got some more action down in pit lane.
No, it doesn't go through.
It's a bit of a problem with one of the springs there on the throttle.
Trying to fix a broken throttle, unfortunately. Okay, I found that.
Yeah, so that's definitely confirmation there from the team working there. The throttle spring gone. And might just be battling a little bit there to get it back up and running. Pace car's going to stay out for at least another lap, I'd say. Maybe less, if they can get Gunnarson back in the pit lane. If they slow that safety car down, we might be able to go here. Let's see, lights are still on the safety car, but that tow truck is about to enter pit lane, so we could see safety car being withdrawn on this lap. We'll wait and see if that's actually the case. Paulie, how are we looking on laps? And if possible, can you pop up the current standings just so we can see how things have changed up there? Leboczki's still the leader. I think that might change now on this pass because they're going to go past him in pit lane. And that might give Leboczki maybe one more lap. There'll be about 18 laps to go on this next pass. Van der Pfeiffer still in second, Aldrich still in third, but Aldrich is in pit lane and being helped out with a push start. Getting back, there he goes, fires up. Aldrich gets back out on track in time. He might inherit the lead. Okay, so pace car has still got its lights on, but it let everybody go through. And I wonder if they're letting them go through to go green. Do we go green? Well, I don't see a green flag, but they are flat out again and still under. Well, I still see safety car and yellow flags. You know, they were trying to pick up on the leader. So that's allowing, well, those two cars have been waved through. That's why they're pushing so hard. So they've picked up on Graham Nathan now as potentially the leader. Van Vletter in second place on track, but probably down about 9th spot overall. This is Darren Gunnarson's car after it broke down in the middle of that big fast right-hander on the back straight. Paul, if you can, just pop up that result sheet again, just so we can confirm. Yeah, there we go. So, as it stands right there, you've got Graham Nathan and Wayne Labotsky 1 and 3 in the shot, but 1 and 2 on the road. Van der Pfeiffer still in pit lane. Aldrich is there in 4th, and he's just gone back on track. Incredibly, Alka Van Vletter and Henry Van Vletter are in 5th place overall.
What happened? It went into a slide and it ended up in the middle of the track and it wouldn't start. So it was unfortunately a very dangerous position. So I had to bail and the car still won't start, but we'll see if we can get started now.
So there you have it from Darren's point of view. Francis Aldrich has just gone back on track and he's now pulled to the sideline. That could potentially spoil his day, because Aldrich was up into 4th place overall and is now parked on the sideline at the end of that pit apron for the oval track. They did have to push start that car, so maybe there's some kind of an issue. MD Bester, first time out in a tin top for him. I wonder how he's enjoying life out there, having taken over from Heinz Berzer and now under attack from Andre de Lange. Looks like we're back into race pace. Or these cars, no, they're not back into race pace yet. Those cars are just trying to make up ground to get to the back of the queue here behind the pace car. So we're not in race pace just yet, and the lights are staying on the safety car. The two cars were just waved through because they realized that it was Graham Nathan in the lead of the race and he was only 2 cars back, so they pushed through. George Aldrich now into pit lane. Bit of work to be done now for this team to get that 206 back on, and the safety car stays out for another lap. So I think what they're doing here is they're trying to get as many cars into that queue as possible before they go green again. By that stage, Paulie, if my calculations are right, we'd probably be into what would be a sprint race normally for each of these categories, between 10 and 11 laps maybe. Okay, so maybe a little bit more than a sprint race. 18 laps still to go. Lights are on the safety car. They remain on the safety car for now. Looking to see how quickly those cars can get to the back of the queue. Francis Aldrich is down in pit lane with Claudio though. Let's catch up with him.
Francis, tell me, how was your stint?
Oh, it was, it's hot in the car, but it was very nice. The safety car gives us opportunity now to pit, but it was very nice. The track is a bit heavy on tires, so the tires overheat a bit and then the car tends to understeer, but actually it's going fine.
There you have it. And you can see just how hard those two cars are pushing. Pete Pakisa and Leonard Archer are trying to get to the back of the queue, and they're nearly there. So that's not a bad plan. They waved them through and said, right, you guys get going. They put the hammer down, and they've made it up within 2 laps to get to the back of the queue here on the safety car. So right now, Pretoria North Toyota leads this race. But on paper, it's Graham Nathan from Wayne Labochki. Van Vliet is actually in 4th place with the demise there of Francis Aldrich on the sideline, as you can see there on the shot. And a door open as this second of our tow trucks makes its way down onto the pit apron for the oval track to pick up on Francis Aldrich and get him back in the pit lane, hopefully. See if they can get that car back and hopefully still get a chance to get it fixed so he can at least finish. Okay, another lap under safety car. No changes here. As they come through. 1 and 3 or 1 and 2 on the road. New Scots has made up quite a bit of ground, but not quite on the same lap as the leaders just yet. And I don't think he'll get there because of the amount of time he spent in pit lane changing those side shafts on his Honda. Hopkins has joined the back of the queue. How far back of the next set of cars? We're still looking for, of course, George Aldrich to join the queue. So what I heard in the background, you probably heard it as well. Looks like they're going to knock in and then go. So potential lights out of the safety car for this one. And they've got Francis Aldrich out of the way. He'll be sent back in the pit lane to try and get that car sorted out if he can. I'm sure the 4J's Auto team will be onto it as quickly as possible. They did battle to get it started, as Paul intimated. They had to push it to get it going. So maybe something's not firing quite right. MD Best is about to join the back of the pack. He's going to slot in there behind Roland Hopkins. A bit of a baptism of fire here for MD in his debut in a tin top. Bit of problems on the car with his teammate. He managed to get it back to pit lane, did Heinz Berzer, and then handed over to MD, and MD basically fell right into the clutches of an exceptionally dangerous situation with Duran Gunnison stopping in the middle of the fastest corner on the circuit, and they're about to get there again. Background, Van der Pfeiffer joins the queue too. 9 cars still involved in this fight. So it's going to be 16 laps to go now as the safety car puts its lights out and heads to the pit lane. So pace car rolls into pit lane. Nathan now will open up, try and get away at least from Van Vliet. He should have no issues getting away from Labochki, but he's worried about where Pete Pakisa and Archer are as they come to restart the race. So Leonard Archer and Pete Pakisa are still 2 laps behind Graham. Where is Labochki? Labochki still should be in the hunt there, I'm sure. Archer dives on the inside of Henry Van Vliet. So Wayne Lebotsky in second at the moment. Archer and Pit Potgieter have got to make up 2 laps. So it was great timing there from Wayne Lebotsky in terms of his pit stop under the safety car. I did mention that safety car strategy would come into play at some point. So he hangs on to second. Van Vletter is third. So it's up to Van der Pfeiffer, Archer and Potgieter to try and make up 2 laps within the space of 16. That might be a big ask. We'll keep an eye on it, that's for sure. Archer and Potgieter down in 6th and 7th respectively. George Aldrich in 8th. At this point, Francis Aldrich is in pit lane, so he's not really in contention. Still can come out to finish up as high up as possible. See Potgieter and Archer pushing hard, trying to make up the ground that they need to catch that car behind them. Lebotsky, if they want to be in the top 3 overall. Van der Pfeiffer and then Henry Van Vletter. We heard from Alka that they haven't raced since 2019, so great to have the Batman and Bat Lady back into the running here for one of their favourite races, the Pakisa 200. That's how it stands as they come across the line. Another lap completed. Graham Nathan can just cruise at this stage. Keep an eye on his rearview mirrors for the Shield Golf of Wayne Lebotsky. He's 2 cars back. Hopkins in third. Van der Pfeiffer about to attack for third place there on Roland Hopkins. Third overall, but remember the classes out there. Right now it's Nathan leading out 111 Sports and Saloons. Class B for 111 Sports and Saloons will be Lebotsky. And then Van der Pfeiffer will be your top GTA Sports and Saloon car class at this stage. Right, so information coming through there from our timing. Mornay from Moto Timing telling us the reason why we're not picking up on the 777 car of Louis Scholz at this stage is due to the fact that he hasn't completed 67% yet of the lead car's time. As soon as he gets into that 67% bracket, he will automatically be, of course, put back up onto the timing list. Archer running wide slightly, trying to overtake. Yeah, it was. Archer putting the pressure onto Graham Nathan. Nathan soaking it up, realizing that Leonard Archer has got to do a huge amount of work to catch him. If he knows that. If they have told him that, then he doesn't have to fight with Archer. If he doesn't know, he might be fighting with Archer because he thinks it's for position. I don't know if they've got communication in car with Graham Nathan's car, or Vota's car that Graham's in. That in-car comms would be vital right now to tell Graham, don't worry about Leonard Archer, he's 2 laps back. Don't worry about Pitt, he's also 2 laps back. Let them go. Just worry about Lebotsky and Hopkins. And at this point, shouldn't be too much of an issue for him to do that. But as per usual, Graham Nathan not giving up without the fight. And still maintaining position over the guys he was fighting with earlier on, or his teammate was fighting with earlier on, in the form of Pit Potgieter and Leonard Archer. Louis back up into 13th. There you go. 67% done. Up into 13th place. Lucky for some. Hopefully it'll be lucky for him to finish up this one. Aldrich diving out of the way there as Graham Nathan flew up his inside. There is Louis Scholz. Confirmation that he's still out there for Car Care Clinic in the Honda Ballard. And now in 13th place. I'd say still probably about 4 or 5 laps down, maybe a little bit more, because he did spend a lot of time in pit lane. Okay, so Berza and MD Best have done 31, and now Louis Scholz has done 26 laps. So yeah, he's got a little bit of work to do still. I said about 6 laps behind. Not too bad. So Leonard Archer is applying the pressure onto Graham Nathan. If they haven't told Nathan that he doesn't have to fight him, he won't. But if they can't tell him that, then of course he's going to fight to keep out Archer and to keep out Pakisa. Could that be the demise of that car? We need to get that communication out to him. Just let him know that he can let Archer through, he can let Pakisa through. Is Graham just going to enjoy himself and have some fun as per usual in terms of the fight on track? That looks like what he's up for. He's up for the fight there with Leonard Archer in that ACD Velcom Honda Type R Civic. Verter definitely seemed confident enough that Graham could handle the last couple of laps to get to the line. Lubotski and Van der Pfeiffer fighting for position. At this stage, Lubotski's car just seems to be firing a little bit easier than that Subaru is, so that's the reason why that Class B 111 car is staying ahead of the GT Sports and Saloon machine. But as I say that, he's going to dive on the inside, trying to find a way past. Maybe use the traffic to his advantage here. Yeah, Lubotski going to be caught out here by Aldrich. And that allows Van der Pfeiffer to sneak through. I think they would have told Lubotski that Van der Pfeiffer's a lap behind him, which is why he didn't fight it too much there. He knows that Van der Pfeiffer's still got to do another lap to catch him again, and then only overtake for position. So it's literally only Graham Nathan and Wayne Lubotski who are on the same lap. Am I right there, Paulie? And then Van der Pfeiffer down 1. Hopkins is 1 down as well. And Henry van Vletter possibly 1 down as well. Leonard Archer and Pete Portier is 2 laps down, so that's why I'm saying if they need to get communication to Graham to tell him, it might not be a bad plan. Graham, though, is just loving the fight. He's always up for a good fight on track. He knows that Type R has probably got a little bit more grunt, a little bit more power than the Polo he's in at the moment. Leonard going to go for a do or die here into turn 1. He goes up the inside. Nathan shuts the door. All right, so Graham Nathan is definitely enjoying this fight. He's not worried about track position. He's not worried about the fact that Archer's 2 laps behind him in the overall standings. He's just enjoying a great dice on track as they come up on Darren Gunnison now, who's also made it back on track as well after some issues there that caused the safety car. Henry van Vletter, MD Bester. Golf ones into the right-hander. Now heading towards Keelkop. And Henry still in with a chance of an overall. And an overall podium for them would be a great comeback. Let's see whether that's going to happen. Maybe that bug will bite again and they'll come back to do some full-time racing. Certainly want us to think if they get a podium in the Pakisa 200, that's definitely what they want to be seeing. Oh, Louis Scholz again, and it's got a front tyre puncture. Front right has punctured there on Louis Scholz's car. He's going to try and nurse it all the way back. See, it's on the rim there. A little bit of rubber still left to hopefully get him back in the pit lane. But that front right is definitely toast. If he can get into pit lane, they can quickly do a change. If you get him back on track, he just completed enough laps to get back into the standings. And then the tyre blows. Oh, Louis had a nightmare. He heard it from himself earlier on. He was saying, turn 3 side shafts, no matter what car you bring. And he's now coming in for a tyre change. Here he comes into pit lane now. 10 laps to go for our leading cars of Nathan, Lebotsky and Van Vletter. Look at that. One front right slightly used. I wonder if that's on the 1 + 1 is 3 special at Car Care Clinic. There we go. Quick change time. There we go. A little bit of new rubber available if they can get that tyre off quickly. Literally, it's just a front tyre that has to be changed. I don't think anything else is wrong with the car, although they're just checking with Louis that everything else is okay. If he had some issues there. As I said earlier on, if you've just joined us in the last part of the Pakisa 200 for 2023, all tyre changes have to be done manually. You can't use any power tools to get it sorted out. Oh, look, Tanya's just joined us for the first time today. Come and say hello. That's nice, eh? Only got like 9 laps of race action to go, and Tanya eventually comes and says hello. It's quite lekker. Thanks, Tanya. So, Nathan, with about, are we in single digits yet, Paulie? 9 laps to go for Graham Nathan to get to the end of the race day and the end of the Pakisa 200 for 2023. Get those tyres on and get the Joker back on track. That is your second place car there of Lebotsky. It's a great run from Wayne Lebotsky, I've got to tell you. It's in the fact that he hasn't changed tyres. He's been able to... Oh, hello. Is that a diesel version available here on this Golf? Looks like he might be running a Cummins diesel engine on it with the amount of steam coming out of that for Tion Esterhazen. That might be the end of the day there for Tion. He's pulled in with some serious overheating issues. Torquing that front wheel to get it back on track as quickly as possible. MD Bester closing in on Henry van Vletter. Nice little Golf 1 fight chat between the two of them. Yeah, Louis fires up and makes his way to the pit exit. Aldrich is still in pit lane. If MD Bester's enjoying it as much as he did. He heard he wasn't so happy with the performance in Formula Vees today, but he's definitely enjoying himself in another Volkswagen product, yeah. and fighting with Van Vletter. There you see the overheating issue there for Tian. And if Claudia wants to ask him whether he's running a Cummins diesel engine and that. Well, that's going to do the windscreen a great amount of good, because it'll certainly help out on the windscreen wash that the driver would have to do. But that's certainly not where that pipe should be. So Lobotsky into the right-hander for the 8.5 laps still of racing to go. There are your standings. Lobotsky in second, coming into shot right now. Nathan still hangs on to the lead for his team. Car Care Clinic Polo. Van der Pfeiffer still in third. Hopkins in 4. Henry and Alka van Vletter in 5. Ahead of Leonard Archer. Piet Potgieter. How's that for a bit of rubber wear? They say Pakisa is good on tyres. That's how good it is. Yo. That's a proper used bit of rubber there coming off the Car Care Clinic Honda Ballard. He's back on track though, and he's now right there with MD Bester and Van Vletter. And remember, he's not back on the timing sheets, but there are enough laps that hopefully will get him back onto the time sheets. If he does get back onto the time sheets, Paul, he'll get into 13th place, which should put him into third in the GD Sports and Saloons. Yeah, Aldrich is still in pit lane as well. I forgot about that. So there we go. Louis into 13th right now as we speak. And Francis Aldrich remains in pit lane. So he could potentially get up into 12th place on the next pass if Francis doesn't get out in time. Okay, maybe not. He might not have enough time to get into 12th, but 13th will still classify him, which will put him into third place for the GD Sports and Saloons, because right now it is Van der Pfeiffer in third, who leads GD Sports and Saloons, Archer in 6th, and Louis in 13th. Oh, your top 3. Darren Gunnison with another problem. Off track and into the grasslands. It's the second time he's had some big issues, so it looks like Gunnison's day might be done. It'll drop him out of contention for a top 3 in SuperHatch. And if I look at SuperHatch right now, that would be George Aldrich, Andre De Lange, and Francis Aldrich. Your top 3. We are talking about, of course, categories that have come out of SWAT Cups. Remember, there's still big action to come in the next couple of weeks and months at both SWAT Cups and around the country for the Extreme Festival. The next round of the Nationals takes place on the 17th of June. That's down at the Aldo Scribanti circuit in Quabeja. We'll be heading down there to bring you some of the live stream action from that one. Then the very next week, we go to SWAT Cups again for this next round of the regional side of the championship of Extreme Festival. So all of these classes and some more will join us there for action at the regional on the 24th of June at SWAT Cups International World of Motoring. Big one, of course, on the 29th of July at SWAT Cups is the SWAT Cups Annapolis. That's another big 8-hour endurance event that they have there for cars of a similar type to these that are on track at the moment. And then don't forget as well, tomorrow, it's Monaco Grand Prix. That's a nice one to keep into your calendars. And from Monday, it's Isle of Man. Qualifying starts for Isle of Man TT on Monday afternoon. So that's also one to be keeping an eye out for over the next couple of days of race action. If you're a two-wheeled fan, it's definitely something you don't want to be missing out on. Archer now under a bit of pressure from Potgieter. That's for track position, remember. If Piet Potgieter can get through, he'll move himself up slightly higher in the overall standings and also in the 111 Sports and Saloons standings, because Sports and Saloons right now, Potgieter is second in Class A. Behind that man, Graham Nathan, overall leader, and also Class A 111 sports and saloon car contender. This is the best part of the day's racing. That light has now disappeared behind the mountain behind us, or the flat part of the Free State that drops the sun out of the sky. And have a look and see as Graham Nathan climbs on the anchors. And a couple of the cars will be having a similar kind of feel. You'll get to see those disc brakes lighting up and glowing red under braking now in the dying light. Oi, MD Bester off track, heading to the grass, heading to the kitty litter. And that's not how you do it in a tin top there, MD. Getting bullied by the usual contenders in this category. No respect for the single-seater driver. What's going to happen here? Is Pakisa going to get through? We'll have to keep an eye on this now because Pakisa definitely wants past, but Leonard Archer is making it very difficult for him. Aldrich holding his line. Has Pitt got through? Yes, he has. Just squeezing through there. And looks like Van Vliet is going to go with them. Four and a half laps to go now for Graham Nathan. So it's literally just cruise control here for Nathan. He's bridged a bit of a gap now over the Honda and his teammate, Pete Pakisa. So Leonard Archer. There you go. Great shot there. Just inside right wheel there. As the brake discs light up. You can see just they stay like a light orange after they come into that back straightaway anyway. So it's not quite cooling down completely there for Nathan on those brakes. So he's 1 minute and 12 seconds up the road from Wayne Lobotsky for second. And of course 2 laps over his 2 arch rivals that Vota was fighting with earlier on in Leonard Archer and Pakisa. But of course Pakisa's handed over to Stuart Mack. I keep forgetting to mention that. Apologies there, Stewie. Stuart Mack now at the wheel of Pakisa's car, trying to find a way through there on Leonard Archer. So it's now 4 laps to go. There is Lobotsky, second car on the standings. Class B leader in 111 Sports and Saloons. But overall Sports and Saloons car is still Graham Nathan. But both Nathan and Lobotsky are ahead of our TT Sports and Saloon car category cars of Van der Vyver, Leonard Archer and Louis Scholz. Louis might have enough laps in hand there if Francis Aldrich hasn't gone back out onto track yet to get himself up into 12th. There might just be enough in hand, in fact, with 1 to spare, if my calculations were right, without a timing monitor in front of me. De Lange currently in 9th place. In fact, that's Bob Neal behind the wheel of De Lange's car right now as well. So him and De Lange, of course, swapped out on the pit stop. Aldrich's car is still in pit lane. Just saw it there on the right-hand side. Might get to see it here as they pan down. Yeah, there it is. So if Louis got 3 more laps to go, and he's 3 laps adrift, he might get himself up into the top 12. And that's after... Yeah, so he will be able to get up into 12th place, despite having spent about 6 or 7 laps in pit lane having a side shaft change, and then still having to come in for a tyre change as well. Lobotsky goes inside of Bob Neal, and Neal gives him some room to play, realizing that he's not really fighting for position there with Lobotsky. That's your leading sports and GT machine, or GT Sports and Saloons machine of Van der Vyver. There he goes down that back straight away. Van der Vyver goes through the fast right-hander. As I said, not firing like it should, that Subaru, but doing enough to possibly get him to the end of the race and in for a chance of the win in the GT Sports and Saloons. Nathan doing it all right. 2.5 laps to go for him. That lovely shot. Hope there's some cameramen out there. Hope Dave Ledbert is getting one shot there for you, Andre, of those brake discs lighting up on Nathan's car as he goes under braking for Uncini 1. Coming now on Roland Hopkins. Glad we're not staying here tonight, Mr. De Kock, because mosquitoes are starting to come out here in full effect, brother. I've stayed here before at Pakisa overnight. You get eaten alive in pit lane by mosquitoes. Doesn't matter what time of the year it is. There you go. Inside line from Nathan. Hopkins gives him some room. And that should be 2 to go. 2 laps of race action to come your way here for Graham Nathan in the Car Care Clinic Polo. Looking for the overall victory for the 2023 version of the Phakisa 200. I think 2 kilometers of race action has almost been completed. Hopkins is in 4th. He'll stay behind Graham Nathan to go to the finish line, I'm sure. Kieran Gunnarson's dropped down into 11th place, having been parked on the sideline there for the last 6 or 7 laps. And Louis still might have a chance of even overtaking him. So it's 2 laps to go for everybody else. The next time Graham Nathan passes the start-finish line, he'll have a lap to go. He'll be on his way to a very good victory here for him and Voterus. 3 corners and 1 lap for the Car Care Clinic Polo of Graham Nathan and Voterus. Gotta say, if I was going to give a drive of the day, Lobotsky would certainly be up for it, having driven on his own and nursed the tyres better than anybody else. He has not done a tyre change at all, other than the one that is part and parcel of his pit stop. And when he came in, that means you've got to take a tyre off, put it flat, put it back on again. And that's exactly what he did. Nathan onto his final lap. 1 to go now for the Pakisa 200. So in the dying light. Even our cameras are battling right now to focus on these cars. But a great job nonetheless from our 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds team to bring you all the action today. Hopkins still hanging on for 4th place. He'll be 2nd overall in Class B for 111s as well, behind Lobotsky. Nathan's going to love this, that's for sure. So he's coming down into Uncini 1 and 2 for the last time. Nathan has just done this to perfection. He was touted to finish this off in style from his teammate, Voterus. We interviewed him halfway through. And he's now looking to just finish it off exactly like that. About a minute and a half up the road from Lubotski in second. Maybe a little bit more than that, but doesn't matter right now because he's into the second last corner and heads into the final turn for the last time now. Graham Nathan and Wouter Roos are going to be your 2023 Pakisa 200 champions. For Car Care Clinic and Nathan's Motorsport, it's Graham Nathan and Wouter Roos for the win. There you have it. Done deal. Great job there from Graham Nathan and Wouter Roos. They'll be taking the victory. Lubotski will be the second car. We'll be looking to pick up on him if we can. Pakisa has got ahead of Archer, so that's going to be a change up for 5 and 6. Yeah, and Lubotski's still going to come through there. So it's Stuart Mack ahead of Leonard Archer in terms of the fight between the two of them. Archer will still finish up in second place for the GT Sports and Saloon car class. Checkered flag on standby for the rest of this pack to finish up. Was a bit of a race of survival out there, and we can see even one of the cars pulling to the sideline there on the last lap. It's not Lubotski, fortunately. He is going to hang on for second place overall. The win in Triple Class B. So he heads through Unchini 1 into Unchini 2. Yeah, the light is certainly affecting our cameras right now. Having to work double time out there to bring us these final pictures of the racing at Phakisa Freeway and round 2 of the Extreme Festival's Regional Championships. It's been a fantastic day's racing, it certainly has. As I said, Lubotski coming to the line now for second overall. If there was going to be a driver of the day and I had a choice of giving it out myself, this man would certainly be at the top end of my list. He has not changed tyres on this car. He's nursed the car to perfection, driven to absolutely brilliant strategy, using the safety car as it should be used, and comes through for second place. What a drive. So let's have a look and see as the results have come through so far. Nathan on 53 laps. Lubotski on 53 laps. Those are the only two cars that completed the entire 222 kilometers of race action. 1 lap down was Johan van der Vijver, winning out the GT Sports and Saloons. Roland Hopkins 2 laps down, along with Piet Potgieter and Leonard Archer. Archer comes through for second in the GT Sports and Saloons. And it's a good drive there from Piet Potgieter to finish up in second in the 111 Sports and Saloons. Van Vledder, that's Henry and Alka, are down in 7th. Aldrich wins out the battle there for the SuperHatch class. Didn't expect that. And then Andre de Lange and Bob Neal will come through for 9th overall. Berza and Bester are in 10th. Darren Gunnison is still in 11th place despite him being parked on the sideline at the end of the day's proceedings. And Louis Scholz finishes up in 12th. And 3rd overall for GT Sports and Saloons in the Car Care Clinic Honda. So we wrap things up here from the Extreme Festival and Phakisa Freeway. We certainly hope you've enjoyed. There was plenty of action today, there's no doubt about it. They definitely brought some of the best race action we've seen at Phakisa in a long time. Yes, there were some delays, and we have finished up slightly later than what we were scheduled to do, but we do appreciate everybody who stuck around and stayed with us for the race action here from this regional Extreme Festival. We head to PE on the 17th of June for the next round of the Nationals, and back to Swartkops International World of Motoring on the 24th of June for the next round of this regional Extreme Festival. Big thanks to all our marshals and medics, the timekeepers, and the team behind the scenes there, Tanya and Zelda from Swartkops International Raceway, who've put this race together. Great job from them, and to all of our medical team and everybody behind the scenes, including all the race teams that were here today. A massive thanks from our side, and to the 2 Wheels and Up to 60 Seconds team for bringing you all the action here on the live stream. My name is Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. We'll see you soon. Take care then. Bye-bye now.